Chapter 51 Go back, come. Bang. The psychic white smoke dissipated, and pharmacist Dori appeared in front of Nagato and Orochimaru. He pushed his glasses with his own hands and said sadly, "You have got everything you want, but it is no one. I saw it all." Nagato put down his sealed hands and said in a low voice. This was like a breeze blowing on his heart. He said silently in his heart, "I will always keep the number 1. In the future, I will regard any individual Baiju who is assimilated by zero assimilation. Rest in peace, my friend, number 1 is Baiju." Boom! The roar, the stronghold of Tian's Higuo was violently shaken at this moment. The scorching air made Orochimaru's face change drastically. Is this fierce chakra a? Nagato murmured, "It's coming so fast." Outside the stronghold, 5 clusters of chakra flames arrived at Obito, 5 fingers ignited, and hit the ground hard. Boom! The karma fire amplified with the earth as the catalyst burned along the way as the tiny chakra released by his 5 fingers formed a dark red sieve fire barrier. The high heat generated was enough to make the threat of the tailed beast level unable to touch. This is the protective wall of prison flame. Uchiha fire flame formation. After Obito stood up, the Sharingan flowed with a cold light and passed through the formation wall. Call out! Looking at the swamp in front of him, his right eye released the divine power, sweeping a large area of mud into the divine power space. The entrance to the stronghold was exposed to him like this. Orochimaru, you will be unable to fly. In the room of the stronghold, Xiaonan pushed the door open and went in and stayed asleep for 10 days. She was wearing thick dark circles and her face was full of fatigue, but what she said was filled with a loud resentment. "Nakaman, do you want to fight? Our configuration now may not be able to fight him." Changman clenched his palms tightly. "It's I, Pain Liu Dao, Konan, Orochimaru, and Dao, I really can't fight that guy." However, the penetration and inhalation ability of the kamikaze are not so easy to crack. In addition, Obito has the help of Afei, and hidden under Afei's vine face, used as a backup Sharingan to activate Izanaki. If you can't keep him, the dealings so far will be meaningless. Xiaonan, I understand your mood, but now is not the time. Perlin is already in place, and we will retreat immediately. Is this true? Konan was very unwilling to accept that the culprit who caused Yahiko and Akatsuki to lose their lives and tried to use Nagato to realize their ambitions. Then at least, let me prepare a gift for him. Her hands formed a seal, and the paper peeled from her body was quickly written into a spell, making it into a detonation talisman, and blending into the ground. Orochimaru showed a surprised look. This technique. He was so familiar with it that he almost died at the hands of that man in the Yuyin battlefield of the Second Ninja World War. Xionan said, "It is Hanzang's detonation flame array. I have mastered it based on my own methods. I originally wanted to add some more information, but the preparations are not enough." Orochimaru smiled and said, "If you hadn't known about this trap in advance, there would be almost no way to avoid it. Even the Sharingan would be difficult to fully detect the clues under such exquisite disguise." In the dark corridor of the crypt, Obito's body quickly penetrated the wall. As the barrier walls continued to decrease, his Sharingan could vaguely see the end of those vague chakra light and shadow. "It's right there." Obito's eyes narrowed, chakra reacted. There were 4. One of them was Orochimaru, and who were the other 3? He accelerated his sprinting pace when he was only a wall away from the target room. He suddenly burst out, "Click!" He clenched his palms made of white vines. Just like, half a year ago, he broke the entire wall in front of Ban, and his fist was slammed up. "No matter who you are, you have to die here. Because you touched the magic box that you couldn't open." Boom! The wall exploded, and Obito's right arm released the cuttings of the wood. But, the room was empty. Baiju Afei, who was draped on him, said, "This feeling is like the sudden disappearance of the stool, Although I don't know what the stool is. Obito ignored Ah-Fei's joke and the Sharingan scanned the room. He was very sure just 10 seconds ago, the target was still in this room. But it disappeared in a blink of an eye. Do you use earth escape to perform the technique of escaping the ground? His eyes looked towards the ground. Hey! I saw vaguely, Chakra's reaction. He crouched, his palm touching the ground. Sounds. Suddenly, the fur-colored floor in front of me was peeling, and the flowing detonation talisman climbed up along his arm. Just when he was shocked, the detonating talismans that perfectly merged on the ground flowed towards him in a fire. This technique. Rumbling rumble. The explosion of fire instantly swallowed him, and the whole room. Not only this room, in order to prevent problems these days, Konan has already arranged detonation talismans in various parts of Orochimaru's stronghold, especially those load-bearing places that support this underground building. This explosion touched the whole body with one blow, and the entire underground stronghold collapsed in the roar. There was a fire barrier blocking, and the people who had been touched by Perlin on the mountain several kilometers away could not be seen in real terms. But the earth-shaking explosion and roar could be heard clearly. Looking at the Uchiha fire flame formation that was standing tall, Konan held his palm. The barrier did not disappear, which means my technique failed to kill him. Crazy. When everything was settled, Uchiha Obito stood in the ruins expressionlessly. Oh my god, it hurts. Fei turned his right arm and complained. Obito, if I hadn't endured the explosion that started with my strong body, you would have at least changed one arm. Obito said with a low face, this technique is Hanzo Yu, Orochimaru, how can he master it? Ah-Fei made a reasonable guess, well, that guy refused everyone to come. Besides, the name of the three ninja was also given by Hanzo back then. It's not surprising that he secretly learned a move in a half-stage, right? Obito laughed in a silence, humph, is that right? Then let's take it as it is. Shoo! A Baiju emerged from the ruins beside him. Obito, let me tell you good news. Pharmacist Deo is still alive. We chased him all the way, but let him escape. That ability is very similar. Madara used it back then, Izanaki. Fei, oh my god, I've really been put on one side. Obito Sharingan looked at the sky quietly, thanks to this explosion, I woke up too. Go back. As his body disappeared into the pitch-black vortex, the fire barrier that enveloped the ruins slowly descended. Orochimaru smiled and said, it's over without any danger. Congratulations, Nagato, all the elements are ready, we can really open up your second body plan. Nagato, but he was not too optimistic. Obito, you won't be so useless. Orochimaru, I'm afraid that all the strongholds you have spread all over the ninja world will become restricted areas soon. His eyes turned to Xionin beside him. Staying up late for 10 days and 10 nights is Xionin's physiological limit. After that, her physical and mental state will become very bad. The wandering life like in the past, which is like the wind and dew, can no longer continue. At this moment, we need a stable rear, very much providing Orochimaru with a safe scientific research environment, and also providing Konan a shelter for wind. Nagato raised his eyes and looked at the sky in the northwest. The plan really doesn't keep up with the changes. I didn't expect I'll settle it with Hanzo so soon. Rumble. A muffled thunder flashed in the sky that was shrouded in the rain. Hanzo was awakened from his sleep. Hey, ha, hey, ha. Under his protective face, cold sweat flowed. What is this feeling that makes me palpitations for a long time? Master Hanzang. The guard outside the door heard the movement and pushed the door in. Hanzo glanced coldly, who would allow you to come in without my order? Ah, the man died tragically on the spot, and blood splattered on the door panel. Putting down his sealed fingers, he looked at the shadow kneeling behind the door. Come in. Yes. The door opened, and it was a man wearing armor and a mask. Mr. Hanzo, just now, Konoha's Danzo had an encrypted letter delivered. It's him again. When he asked me to cooperate with me before, I had similar palpitations. Then, do you want to reply to the letter from Xianfeng? No. Hanzo pondered for a moment and walked out of bed. Clean the place before I come back. Yes, Lord Hanzo. Chapter 52 The Temperature in the Palm of Your Hand. Tianzi Kingdom's Kasadagarba Temple. Nagato sat on the stone steps, looked at the missing left arm beside him, and said, Duo, with your medical ninjutsu, if you bring your broken hand back, you have the ability to take it yourself, right? Pushing his glasses, nodding and saying, Yes, Lord Nagato, but in the situation at that time, I was not allowed to do that. Nagato stretched out his palm and grabbed Do's left shoulder. Sir Do's expression was a little hesitant and nervous. Don't move. As Nagato said, his eyes slightly condensed. Shuradeo. Click. I saw a brand new hand appearing in an instant at the broken arm of the bag. This is Do was stunned and Orochimaru also showed a subtle expression. Nagato's hand was taken off Do's shoulder and said, This is the mechanism of charity hand I made for you using Shura Taoism. Crack. Crack. Do was moving the mechanical hand and said in amazement, Is even the nerves connected? The power of the reincarnation eye is incredible. Nagato smiled and said, Well. After all, it's not a flesh and blood body. For you, you must not have the convenience of your own hands at the beginning, but I believe you will be able to adapt soon. Do's expression was a little complicated for a moment. He knew very well that the person Nagato needed the most was Orochimaru, but the latter had limited effect on him. Orochimaru's assistant showed his care and tenderness that he had no Orochimaru. This moved him, but he was also a little confused and helpless. What exactly is Lord Nagato looking for? I have toughest spy skills, or my style, but not as good as my top medical ninjutsu? Do really couldn't figure it out. At this time, Nagato turned his eyes to Orochimaru and said seriously, Next, that guy will be looking for your whereabouts all over the world. You will definitely be unable to stay in the strongholds in all parts of the ninja world, at least, you cannot stay for a long time. Orochimaru said, Yes, this is unfortunate news. Nagato, at least the existing stronghold, does not meet the conditions for completing the second body. Nagato said, Let's make a difference in time. Before he digs the ninja world, he will disperse you in various strongholds, precious experimental equipment, and useful experimental subjects, all of them will be rectified. They will race against time and take away as much as they can. After Orochimaru thought about it, he smiled and said, So, you are already confident in your plan for the next step, Nagato? Nagato said firmly, Yes. Next, I will take back Yuhang village from Hanzo. Behind the stone pillar, Zionin heard Nagato's words, his eyes lowered and hugged his knees tightly. Before the separate action, Orochimaru told seriously, You can't underestimate the enemy, Nagato. My evaluation of Hanzo is that he is a ninja with a physical body. He can reach the peak existence through talent and hard work. He is incomparable to my teacher, Sarutobi Hinesan. Hanzo and Hizawa, most people see, but when they are old and weak, they are unable to meet the powerful enemy. Especially Hanzo in his later years, he was almost depressed because he lost his ambitions. Therefore, the 6 paths of Nagato were easily crushed and killed by Pen 6 paths with their intelligence and strength advantages. But the desolation of the late scene cannot be ignored, the legend they left behind at their peak. In this era when the Nine-Tail Rebellion had not yet broken out, it was the heyday of those two. Orochimaru instructed, the most terrifying thing about Hanzo is that his abilities, body and ninja have reached the ultimate comprehensiveness. Once he knows the enemy's intelligence, he can use extremely terrible precise practice to counter and break the enemy's weaknesses. Namenjun, in order to get blood samples from Fujiao's 2 children, you used Pain's 6 paths to sneak into Konoha. With Konoha's current strength, a considerable portion of your information may have been analyzed. Dan Zhang, who knows your identity and regards you as a thorn in his eyes, will pass on information about you to Han Zhang, who has common interests. This possibility cannot be completely ruled out, right? I'm going to tell you that I've considered this possibility, but... Nagato turned his eyes and looked at him like a disciple, standing pi ai. Pain's 6 paths can be updated, and past information is not applicable to the present. Besides, the 6 paths of pain in the Battle of Konoha were not shown at all the abilities of the 6 paths of the reincarnation I have never used these 2 techniques so far. Nagato looked at the 2 of them. 2. The agreement between the bathhouse is about to be postponed. How can we achieve it in the new hidden village? Orochimaru wore a hat and covered her face with a veil. The corner of the white snake Lang Jun's mouth gently raised, and said hoarsely, "Namen Jun, I and Deo, I will wait for your good news." Before leaving, he waved to Xionin behind the stone pillar. Pharmacist Do also bowed and greeted, "I wish you a prosperous martial arts fortune, Changman and Lord." Xionin stood up, came to Nagato, and watched the 2 men walk away together. Nakaman, the ninja world is so big. If you just give Orochimaru a stable experimental place and avoid the searches of Madara forces, you may not be able to find it, right? Well, maybe. Xionin turned his eyes to look at his side face and asked, "Then why do you have to plan the Battle of Siege in half a year to advance so much?" Nagato held his palm slightly, and after a long time of silence, he said, "Do you want to listen to the truth, Konan?" For you." The calm tone, the 3 short words made Xionin's eyes sleepy due to lack of sleep, and instantly brightened. "Swoosh, so that's it, dot." She responded softly and lowered her head. I don't know how long she looked up and said to Nagato, "Can you separate on the way to the rain country? I want to be with Perrin alone." "Hey!" Xionin suddenly made a little inexplicable request, which made Nagato a little confused, but he agreed without thinking. After all, Perrin is also a part of Nagato. It's more convenient for 2 girls to be together. If there is an emergency, a wave of psychics or reverse psychics can quickly gather. In this way, Xionin and Pylon, Changman and Pa were divided into 2 groups and rushed to Yuyan. 2 groups of people were 10 miles apart in front and behind, which was to ensure the stability of Pen Chakra's reception. On the way, the 2 of them were walking side by side, and Xionin actually took Pylon's little hand. The little face under the mask of Pylon's face suddenly showed a look of surprise. Xionin smiled back, under the dark circles, the orange eyes were smiling. He looked at her, and even more at him 10 miles away. "How is it? Can you feel this hand? The temperature in my palm." Chapter 53 Meeting on a Narrow Road. Xiaonan. Pylon's hand was the corpse's hand, without any heat. She couldn't feel the heat in Xionin's palm, but... "What's going on with this kind of warm feeling in my heart?" Nagato murmured to himself in a throbbing manner. Xionin just ran with Pylon's hand. Boom! Suddenly, when we headed to the land of rain, the forest that was bound to pass, there was an explosion and roar, and the birds were all frightened. "Will there be a ninja fight ahead?" Xionin stopped and let go of Pylon's hand. Pylon said, following the movement, "The other party is very strong." Xionin immediately wanted to make a seal and use the dance of paper to investigate the situation. Pylon stopped her, "No, let's go and take a look." After saying that, she took Xionin's hand and led the way in front. Looking at the little hand holding his hand, Xionin's eyes flashed slightly. "What happened to me just now? Say that kind of thing. Isn't this obviously making Nagato think that I have an opportunity to take advantage of?" She was thinking too much in both dimensions. Nagato, who was single and had a relationship with a novice, naturally understood Xionin's move to hold hands just now as a friendship-level care. "It's good to use Perrin and Xionin to pull your hands after all," we all bathed together. Although there was a fog blocking, we couldn't see the key points clearly. When they came to the forest where the war was moving, they hid behind the shadow of the swaying trees, and the two looked at each other. I saw in the clearing ground in the forest, there was a slender man with short hair, a mask covering his mouth and nose, and his outline was delicate and cold, wearing a grey turban on his forehead, and his whole face was only a pair of faint green pupils exposed. The eyes were emotional. Pictures later. /D. A 19. 8. 092. Kayadu, Youth Edition, 75 years old. Through Perrin's eyes, Nagato recognized him. Oh! This could it be? In the man's hand, he was holding a shabby sandian. He said coldly, "Sane, Yuja, the junior brother of Maki, the head of the neck is worth 20 million taels, I will accept it without hesitation." "Ho ho, it's you, Jiaodu, I never thought that I would meet here on a narrow road." Yuji, who was held in the horns, showed his eyes as if he was ready to die, and said fiercely, "You profit-oriented monster, even if you die with you, I will not let you succeed." After he finished speaking, his two fingers suddenly raised. Pylon narrowed her eyes slightly, this gesture of using the art. It was Ma Ji's trick to kill Mao Yuxian's lover and the moonlight gust. "Yuji, I heard from Jiao that he is Ma Ji's junior brother, so will he do this?" Wind escape wind blade. Boom! Yuji's fingertips, a strong wind escaped chakra emerged, turning into a strong wind like a blade, instantly swallowing Keiru's figure. This move of wind escape is instantly triggered by close-up, which is hard to defend. After the wind blade calmed down, the body of Jiaodu had several wounds of different sizes and dozens of wounds. So, the earth color on the surface of his skin faded. You. In Yuji's shocked gaze, Keiru's cold voice sounded again, "Can I hurt my body hardened by the earth escape and earth spear technique? This wind escape is indeed powerful, but you have no play to sing, right?" Click. After the words came, his arms pierced directly through Yuji's chest. But, damn it, I'm actually in such a place. I'm sorry, Feng Ying, Your Excellency. In Yuji's wide eyes, the color of life quickly solidified and disappeared. It's another 20 million taels, and I've earned it. Jiaodu threw Yuji's body on the ground and looked at the wounds all over his body. "Humph, fix it first." Hiss. Black lines emerged from the flesh and blood near the wound, and the wound was sutured. Then, that technique. Zionin rubbed his sour and dry eyes because he stayed up late, and he couldn't believe what he saw. Pylon said, "That's a secret technique, the origin is Takanai village." Zionin said, "Is this true? This man is the rebellious man in Taki hidden village." Swish! Swish! After the wound was sutured, the horns held their arms, and their green eyes turned coldly to the forest behind them. "Have you seen enough? Two little mice that were peeping in secret." Earth resentment U tentacle fist. His wrists were separated from his arms, and he released a black line like a tentacle from his arms, and the fist shot like a cannonball. "He discovered us." Zionin and Perlin retreated backwards at the same time. Boom! The big tree that blocked its sight was knocked down instantly. Keiru's fist penetrated deeply into the land, and immediately returned to his arm as the tentacles pulled back. After Zionin stationed, he said, "This attack is like the strange wrist used by Shuradeo in the past." "Well. Pylon agreed, looking at the corners with her cat-faced masked eyes, and said, "Your Excellency, we are just passing by here, without intention of offending." Jiaodu ignored her words and her people, his eyes turned and frozen on Zionin's face. I have seen this face in the latest black market reward list. It has no name and no surname, but it is of great value, worth 25 million taels, which is more valuable than the Sakai Shangnan I killed just now." "The latest? Zionin, is it on the black market reward list? Did Hanzo do it?" No, Hanzo knows Xionan's name, it's not because of his nameless and unknown background, then it's... Ah! Suddenly, Nagato thought of something. In the Battle of Yunmen Valley 7 days ago, at the last moment, Xionan appeared to block Lei Ying's attack. Her face was also seen by Lei Ying at that time. Could it be that after Lei Ying went back he made someone portrait? Get it in the black market and offer a reward? Then I was remembered by Kakuto, who was active in the ninja world with the bounty hunter. He actually recognized Xionan at a glance just based on his impression. Is this a man who believes in money? It seems I probably won't have a good end today. Humph. Jiaodu smiled 3 times and said, today, it's really a day when the god of wealth descends to earth. Yalu's pupils turned to Perlin. Where isn't your mask? You're also a valuable face, right? Pylon spoke seriously and discussed, Your Excellency, you are also a busy person. We are in a hurry. Everyone just pretend that nothing happened and the well water does not interfere with the river. Is it true? No. Jiaodu refused her without any discussion. You two, like the guys on the ground, are just walking silver. Soon you will become the last number behind the numbers in my passbook. Is this so? What a pity. Pylon closed her eyes and raised her little hand coldly. I'm really in a hurry, so I'll kill you. The Psychic Technique. Chapter 54, The Killing Swordsman. Add some pictures of Pylon and PA for readers who have not seen it yet. These pictures will be removed in the future. Bang! 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 6 figures appeared in the psychic white smoke in front of Perlin and Xionan. What? This extraordinary scene made Kok stunned on the spot, but before he could carefully confirm whether each face matched the reward list, Pen Tiandeo raised his palm coldly. All things are in the sky. Swish! The irresistible gravity pulled the kelp over. It was too sudden. With no idea about the enemy's intelligence, it was another incredible ability. In a hurry, Jiaodu used the black thread of the ground to sew himself and the ground together, forcibly stabilizing his body. I am worthy of being a veteran with rich combat experience. Unfortunately, in front of the 6 paths of pain, this is the only resistance you can do. Crack! The next moment, the lightning burst out, and Pei Ai was wearing thunder escape armor, and at a speed that even the horn could not react, he bullied himself in front of him. Boom! The simple and unpretentious fist hit Koba's chest. The dark green pupils of the corners opened wide in an instant. There was a black stick in Pei Ai's palm, which was done intentionally by Nagato. The double suppression of thunder escape chakra and black stick is enough to make you lose any ability to resist. Well, given that you have 5 hearts. Swish! Pen rushed forward with a quick step, pressing his palm on the shoulders of Kaudu, grabbing his soul, and ruthlessly pulling it. The way of the earth. Swish! Jiaodu could only watch his soul was pulled away from his body, and his dignity as a strong man was also pulled away. What is this? What are you again? As the soul was pulled out, the dark green pupils with white horns were frozen in reluctance and confusion. Click! Pei Ai pulled away from his fist, and the lightning on his body dissipated. Pu! Kakudu's body fell in front of Nagato. Nagato looked at him expressionlessly. You are not my candidate for pain, but before the main master returns to his position, your ability is still a high-quality substitute. His eyes turned to Penhel. Sananai's nameless ninja can be retired. He interrupted the signal transmission of the Hell Road, and the nameless ninja fell down. Then, Nagato implanted black sticks into the horns based on his own aesthetic. Hell Road. In the purple fire. Pen, Hell Road, and Cock came. Although it is temporary, I will give you a decent title. King Pear. Pictures attached later. Black hair shows its uniqueness. 5 hearts, originally my heart didn't have a stick. It is worth mentioning that Kaudu was destroyed by Pei Ai, and it was repaired after it turned into Cow Pu. On the ground, there was still blood from the horns. Konan, collect Keiru's blood for me. When we master Yu Yin, let Orochimaru use the filthy land to reincarnate Keiru. Zionin asked curiously, why is this? Nagato smiled and said, it's just to maximize his value. He has planned to take over Yu Yin village from Hanzo. The next step is to operate and develop and expand the size of the village. Yu Yin is a small country village. The construction funds that can be obtained from the official must be limited. Therefore, a financial manager with strong capabilities and trustworthy ability is really indispensable. Think about it, there is really no one who is more suitable for this position than the corner. By then, this financial manager no longer needs to seize the heart to survive, but will be a truly immortal body. Zionin collected Keiru's blood. Nagato looked at Yuzuki who died on the ground and thought that he used the ability of the wind blade and glanced at Penrengian. By the way, let's change it too. After completion, there was an unknown rock hidden beside the nameless sand hidden. You are just mediocre ninjas, but you can enjoy the glory for a short time as pain. Please feel sincerely honored, both of you. The flames burned, burning the remains of their bodies, but they also sublimated the meaning of their existence as ninjas. On the way to attack, encountering Keiru made Pen's 6 paths of combat power rise to another level. This is really an unexpected gain. Yu Yin Village. Hanzo didn't sleep all night because of the encrypted letters sent by Danzo. In the letter, Danzo confided all the attacks that Konoha had encountered not long ago, the information obtained afterwards, and the inside story that only he knew was revealed to Hanzo. After Hanzo finished reading it, there was a chill in his heart. He really didn't expect that the previous encirclement and suppression, less than 2 months later, Nagato actually attacked Konoha. He also used his experience and knowledge, and his ability was unheard of. It is suspected that the pupil power of the reincarnation eye is imposed on the dead and operated remotely. He couldn't help but imagine if that night, Nagato invaded not Konoha village, but Yu Yin village, could he withstand his offensive without knowing any information from him? But soon his heart calmed down. In his opinion, no matter how difficult the ability is, as long as it has surfaced, it will be difficult to cause any storm. His eyes were frozen in the contents of the letter hidden at the end of the letter. If this person in Changmen is not eliminated, the morning will surely revive, and the rain and even the ninja world will never be peaceful. If you meet, please rectify your defense and be on strict vigilance. In addition, Zhang has already attached his subordinates to the 2 brigades to be stationed in Yuguo. If there is any change in Yukin in the future, he can quickly summon him to help you kill this person. With a sincere heart, I hope that you will eliminate the troubles of your confidants. Old friend, Shikan Tuan Zhang, respect him. Hanzo, his eyes were low. He closed the scroll, came outside the curtain, looked at the rainy sky, and fell into deep thought. In my mind, scenes of the past emerged. At the beginning, he trusted Akatsuki, and under Yahiko's leadership, the young people who were not afraid of strong enemies fighting for the ideals and beliefs of peace. Even I really thought about one day entrusting Yu Yin's future to them. But Danzang misled him with slander. Afterwards, he thought a lot and realized that because his cautious and suspicious personality was taken advantage of by Danzang, which led to the current situation. However, he was never willing to admit and face it. I don't want to change anything for this. The only thing he could do was to let Nagato and Konan go underground to reunite with Yahiko, so that Akira would become a thing of the past. Along the way, there was no more barrier. 3 days later, the thunder rolled, and the small country crying in the rain welcomed the wandering wanderers. On the other side of the lake with cold ripples, the towers standing coldly seemed to be waving to the other side. Nagato looked at Zionin beside him, and then he slowly opened the oil paper umbrella in his hand. Chapter 55, Rain Yin breaks into, the mystery of Perlin. Nagato personally held an oil paper umbrella for Zionin. Pen's heavenly way, walked into the rain ahead, and formed seals with both hands. The Rain Tiger Freedom Technique. Wow! Chakra mixed into the rain, and he successfully took over the rain. The rain hides in the hinterland and under the eaves outdoors. Hanzo raised his eyes and looked at the sudden rain and stretched out his palm forward. Bit, SB. The rain fell on his palms, and he closed his eyes and felt it, thinking. The weight of rain has a subtle change. Does it come from chakra? It's that technique. He clenched his palms and said in a deep voice to Xiaoyu, the captain of the guards standing beside him, "Call all the guards." Yes. Xiaoyu responded respectfully and flashed and disappeared here. The whole Yu Yin, you and me are probably the only ones who can use that technique. It's so fast, Nagato. But Hanzo made seals with his hands and said loudly, "My attainment in this technique is stronger than you." Rain Tiger Freedom Technique. Crazy. The rain hit the oil paper umbrella surface above Nagato and Konan's heads. Pen's reincarnation eye of heaven, staring at the sky. Just now, his chakra was rejected by the rain. That means that this rain no longer belongs to him. He said in a low voice, "Has you been reconnaissed in reverse? You deserve to be the peak of the ninja world." It's almost certain that Hanzo has already mastered some of the information of Pain's 6 paths, and the source of the information is Danzo of Konoha. Zionin turned his eyes and looked at the umbrella holder beside him. How to break in? Nagato said, "Koi's trip is a surprise attack for plunder. This trip, Yuyin, is a beheading operation, and even if necessary, can destroy the strongholds. When the intelligence is translucent and the enemy is guarding, there is no need to penetrate the bush. Just like this, right?" Bang! The Yata bird carries Perlin, like an arrow leaving the strings, breaking the rain curtain in the sky and invading the Yuyin airspace. Hanzo immediately noticed something and his eyes were fixed. Knowing that I had been on guard, I still chose to go directly. "Nagato, I can feel your murderous intention to me clearly through the rain." Click! His powerful palm left deep fingerprints on the stone mount. "But the same is true for my murderous intent toward you. In this battle, either you die or I die." He looked at the hundreds of guards kneeling under his seat. Xiao has made a comeback. The previous failure has given Xiao a stronger power to the leader behind the scenes. "Many of you will die. But I will give you the highest honor if you return to me alive. Go. My proud deceased men. Your will be with me, Hanzo. I wish to die for the Lord." With the blessing of glory, the deceased soldiers of the rain rushed towards the rain curtain outside the tent as fanatic. Looking at the dead soldiers who were standing one after another, Hanzo's eyes were dark and calm. He knew very well probably none of these people could come back. But if the dead soldiers are killed, they can be recruited and trained, and even if the village is destroyed, they can be broken and rebuilt. After several baptisms in the Ninja World War, Yu Hidden Village has been broken and rebuilt to this day. As long as he is alive, Yu Yin will not be able to truly perish. So, he was cautious everywhere, like walking on thin ice, and to protect himself, he did everything he could do. He was not completely trusting the information provided by Dan Zhang. Therefore, it needs to be verified. Now it is to use the lives of these dead soldiers. Swish! On the Yata bird that was galloping around in the air, Perlin looked at the white figures scattered below and murmured, "Hanzo's minions have begun to act." The dead soldiers below also discovered the enemy situation in the air. The little leader who led the team said, "The bird was driven by a woman wearing a mask in the information received by Lord Hanzo. Its ability is air-to-ground. The bombing. It's somewhat similar to the means of the onion blasting force. We can't reach that flight altitude at all. We just need to be ground bait. Lord Xiaoyu, you've already gone." The Yata bird dives and circulates in the air, drops a bomb. The team leader shouted, "Dispersed formation." Boom! The dead soldiers tried their best to avoid the landing point of the bomb, however, under the frequency of the bomb drop, they often avoid the previous landing point and enter the explosion range of the next landing point. With just one wave of bombing, all the vanguards among these dead soldiers were wiped out. Hee hee. Pylon smiled cleverly. Suddenly, the Yatabe's reincarnation eye locked something. Pylon suddenly lowered her head. A Feng Mo Shurijian swirled over her head at an extremely fast speed. Pylon's eyes turned to the side sky. There, a turtle dove, which is a psychic beast, hangs in the air. The man riding the turtle dove was Hanzo's guard captain, and he could be called his right and left hand. Xiaoyu made a seal coldly, Xiao's remnant, die. This is the secret water escape technique passed down by Lord Hanzang. Water escape rain dragon roar. Wow! The rain in the sky began to gather quickly, condensed into a silver-grey water dragon, roaring towards Perlin. Yatabe spit out a bomb from his mouth and collided with the water dragon. Boom rumble! In the explosion, countless water droplets filled the sky. Pylon murmured, I understand. This move is more difficult than power. It is the blockade of vision, which is specifically used to target the visual linkage between the reincarnation eyes. Hanzo's subordinates use it as insignificant, but if Hanzo himself uses it, he should pay special attention. So, where will you launch a surprise attack? Water suddenly appeared. Under the cover of water droplets, Xiaoyu came in an instant, and the ninja knife cracked into Perlin's unprepared back. Xiaoyu said coldly, in this way, at least you can't communicate with other corpses, Zai's remnant. Oh? With limited contact, you can actually analyze this step afterwards? Narakazuku, you are really a terrible person. Bang! Pylon's body turned into a rotten wood on the tip of Xiaoil knife. Xiaoyu opened his pupils in shock, just kidding, the corpse can you still use the stand-in technique? Lin was a medical ninja during her lifetime. She did not have powerful attack methods and could easily fall into a disadvantage in Oneonon melee battle. In order to make up for this, I have used my brain a lot. During the days when I was not sleeping with Xionin, I thought hard and finally developed an unprecedented trick to combine physical skills and spiritual skills. This will surpass the pain of Ibushi. Summer oil feel the pain. Pylon's little hands formed the tiger seal. The mystery of beasts, killing the souls for thousands of years. Chapter 56 Hanzo cuts in. Ku. A terrible tension was carried out against the trend, from bottom to top, and penetrated Xiaoyu's body. Crack! His mask exploded, and there was still a mask under it, called the mask of pain. White smoke came out of his 7 orifices, but the terrifying tension was still accumulated in his abdomen and chest. I urgently needed a breakthrough to vent it. Under the instinct of survival, Xiaoyu opened his mouth. This is the right choice. Bang! The white smoke column squirted out, and then the hellhound was squeezed out from his throat. The pain was imagined. Amid Xiaoyu's heart-wrenching screams, his psychic beast turtle dove disappeared into the white smoke screen. Under the oil umbrella, Xionin's eyes moved away from the crystal ball, with a drop of sweat hanging on his face, and hesitated and asked, Nakaman, what was that just now? The eldest son said without changing his expression, Lin's ultimate skill during his lifetime. Xionin blinked his panda's eyes and said, don't lie to me, so a harmless girl can learn the tricks that even teacher Jiraiya can't use. Well, this is a person who cannot behave like a person. Nagato said, I'm not a lie, right? After all, it was Lin's sweetheart, Kakashi taught by words and deeds. Xionin said tactfully, if we don't have this trick, we'll just use it. After all, it looks a bit too inhumane. Okay, listen to you. Nagato Xingxiao, don't worry, the next time I use it, I will definitely use that deej. After all, in terms of combat effectiveness, Lin really can't rank. It can be said without hesitation that the meaning of Perlin's existence is all for personal grudges with that person. As one day in the future, my grudges with him will end, and Perlin will definitely retire. By then, the new beast path that takes into account both strength and appearance will definitely come on the stage. Loli said it was indeed good, but should I say a royal sister? Forget it, let's talk about it then. Xiaoyu knelt on the Yata bird, his eyes losing focus. As one of the few Uchinomiyaki, he is also a war orphan adopted by Hanzo during the Second Ninja World War. Although he was not officially accepted as his disciple, his own skills are taught by Hanzo. In the end, with loyalty and ability, he became Hanzo's confidant. As the leader, Hanzo is as strong as the Five Shadows and is called the peak of the ninja world. But Yu Yin under his command, let alone being comparable to the 5 major ninja villages, is even difficult to protect himself in the war in the ninja world. Xiaoyu knew very well that it was because the strength gap was too large. Hanzo was the peak of the ninja world, but under his command he didn't even have ninjas who could be called the elite upper ninja level. My dream is to become a ninja as powerful as you, so that you, who are cautious by nature, will never have any worries. But Xiaoyu is incompetent, which makes you shame, Lord Hanzo. At this time, Xiaoyu actually raised his palm with his amazing will and grabbed his clothes. Pailan's little face was surprised. The pain he has endured should be completely unable to move. Xiaoyu, Zai Nagato. In your eyes, I, Xiaoyu, may be just a little person who can be tricked by you by ninjutsu. But you remember it for me, a little person. Also have the unyielding will and the belief to protect. Wow! He lifted off his robe and exposed the explosion talisman that covered his body. Let me and you manipulate this corpse. Let's go to the underworld together. This guy didn't plan to go back alive at the beginning. Pailan jumped off the Yata bird with a backflip. Rumbling rumble. The huge fireball that exploded above the head engulfed the Yata bird. As he fell, the eyes under the mask of Perlin Cat's face were staring at the smoke and dust scattered in the rain, and said softly, I don't hate warriors, Xiaoyu, it's a good thing. Day. She landed in a deep pit caused by the bombs dropped from the air before. Hanzo surrounded her. Kumamai and Shuriken intertwined from midair. Just be straight. She made a seal with her little hand and sent Pen's heavenly Dao to her side. Shenluo Tianzheng. Dang 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 dang, boom boom boom. The shuriken was bounced back, and the detonation talisman posted by Kun Shang was activated. The explosion of fire was pushed by the repulsive force and was rewind back. Is this the enemy that Lord Hanzo could bounce off the attack when he received the information? Hey! Look, that face, he is not Akatsuki's leader, is Yahiko. This is not important anymore. Our mission is to eliminate Lord Hanzo's enemies. The dead soldiers waved their ninja swords and jumped down. 5 seconds actually, it is really a very short time. From the time these people exclaimed, to come back to their senses, and then attacked, it has been more than this time. So, although their spirit of flying moths into the flames is commendable, the cruel reality is that in front of Pen's heavenly way, they don't even have the qualifications to get close to each other. Pen Tiandao stretched out his arms and said coldly, farewell forever. Shenluo Tianzheng. Boom. Toward all directions, the smoke and dust and drifting rain were beaten randomly in the air. After the dust settled, indelible traces were left on the earth. Most of the dead soldiers were motionless. There were a few people who were still alive and tried to struggle to get up, but in the end, the raised hand collapsed weakly. Hanzo's minions were completely destroyed. Tiandao's eyes penetrated the rain curtain and frozen on the cold building in the distance, holding the iron pipes and standing figure. Next, it's your turn, Hanzo. Hanzo's long hair was flying in the rain, and his eyes were still cold on the gas mask. A newborn little devil is a common problem. Let me teach you a lesson, young man. He made seals on his chest with both hands. Water escape, rain dragon roar. Wow! Looking at the entire sky that can reach, the rain instantly stagnates, and in the rapid assembly it turns into a giant dragon. Boom! The rain dragon, which was as heavy as 1,000 pounds, smashed down hard towards the place where Tiandao and Perlin stood. Without any suspense, the heavenly Dao raised his palm. Shenluo Tianzheng. Boom! The rain dragon burst out, countless water droplets filled the air. At this moment Pylan's little hand formed a seal like a flower, summoned several spiritual beasts, and summoned the hungry ghost realm, the human realm, the hell realm, and the 3 realms to her side. Da-da-da-da-da. Hanzo sprinted rapidly on the rain, his steps were fast, and his mind was turning faster. The target of blocking the rain increased in an instant. This is the ability of a masked woman. The most difficult thing is that she can even psychicize people. From this point, she has the need to kill her first then Yahiko. The Yulongyan can only be activated once a minute apart. In the information, there are guys who can absorb ninjutsu. Even if the Yulongyan is activated next time, it may not be able to close their joint vision so much it's decided that it is her. Boom! Hanzo's figure broke into the rain strongly. Sword technique Jahi slash. Crack. Simple and unpretentious a blow as fast as lightning strike. As the sky was spinning, Perlin murmured, "Oh, this is really, it's inconspicuous." Pylan's headless body fell down. Bang! 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 All the psychic beasts in the animal realm disappeared into the white smoke screen. The next one is you, Yahiko. Hanzo turned around and slashed towards the heavenly way. Hey, underestimate people, you have to have a limit. The eyes of the heavenly Dao suddenly condensed. Shenluo Tianzheng. Boom! Hanzo's figure flew backwards and hit the stone pillar hard. The pain hit. So that's it. Yahiko's ability is like this. Even if I bear it for 4 or 5 times with my body, it may be a big deal. It's really difficult. It seems that the next person to be killed must be you. Han Zhang, you don't have much time left. Let me see if you deserve the power of the demigod name. Pen stretched out his palm coldly. All things are in the sky. Chapter 57 Demigod Blooded. Whoosh! The irresistible gravity captured Hanzo. But Hanzo was not panicked. He raised his sickle and held the chain, ready to defeat the enemy with one move at the moment when the close forces were in contact. The black stick fell from the cuff into Tiandao's hand and stabbed Hanzo. It's now. Hanzo's left hand was thrown out, entangled the black stick in Tiandao's hand, and raised the sickle high with gravity and slashed it hidden. Sword technique and chain sickle strike. Mr. Mew, useless. Tiandao raised his palm with his eyes. Shenluo Tianzheng. Humph, I knew you would do this. The moment he was blown away by the repulsive force, the corner of his mouth under Hanzo's mask rose up. Suddenly Tiandao's body flew forward uncontrollably. What? At this time, he realized the chains wrapped around the black stick just now were wrapped around his wrist. The body has no touch, it's a pity. Hanzo released chakra with all his strength to release the solace of his feet, cushioning the momentum of regression, and at the same time, he pulled the chain forward. The way of heaven flew towards him. It was slow to speak, but everything happened in the flash, and the other few did not have time to take action. Hanzo let go of the sickle in his right hand and slapped Tiandao's chest with his palm. Chakra blockade. Click. Outside, Nagato's pupils flashed suddenly. Is this feeling? Heavenly Dao fell in front of Hanzo, stared at him and asked, "What did you do?" Hanzo said, "Nakaman, you control these corpses through remote chakra manipulation, right? The evidence is that your samsara eye appears on Yahiko and other corpses. Then, my chakra blocking technique will be useful. However, after being hit by this technique, you didn't completely block your manipulation. Nagato, I have to say, your chakra is really amazing. But there is no difference. You can no longer use the ability to fly and pull people like you did just now, right?" Hanzo picked up the sickle and slashed it at Tiandao's head. Bang! In the white smoke screen, the way of heaven disappeared. Psychic! Hanzo raised his eyes and hiss. He couldn't help but take a breath of air conditioning. Perrin, who was beheaded by him before, actually stood intact in front of a purple monster. And Pen's heavenly Dao was psychic by her when the sickle fell. Cold sweat flowed down Hanzang's cheeks. Does the reincarnation eye actually have the ability to resurrect these dead corpses? In the Battle of Konoha, Hell Dao did not show the resurrection technique in front of Konoha and others, so it did not leak secrets to Hanzo through Danzo. When he saw the information with his own eyes, such a terrifying ability, even Hanzo could not hide his panic expression. Whoosh! Xiao Pei put down his palm and put away the King of Hell. Under the oil umbrella. Xionan asked, "Can the way of heaven be able to do it?" Nagato said, "It can be done, but the ability is not available for the time being, and it takes time to recover." To make an inappropriate analogy, Hanzo's chakra blocking technique made Nagato's chakra transmission to Pen's Tiandao suddenly change from a 5G signal to a 2G signal. Haha, basically only standby and call functions are left. But you can't accept it. Hanzo is far better than me in terms of combat experience, Nagato murmured. On Yuyan's battlefield, the ability of Hell Road suddenly showed, allowing Hanzo to re-examine the enemy in front of him and sort out the existing information. When invading Konoha, Nagato manipulated 6 individuals. Look at it carefully, the appearance characteristics of these people are Yahiko and the masked woman, which is consistent with the description in Danzo's information. Did they deliberately replace the manipulated corpse after the war? But when the corpse is replaced, the essence of the ability will not change. Each individual has the ability of an independent system. Graining repulsion, spiritual communication, absorption, soul extraction, mechanism armor. Among the 6 abilities, the only one that has not been discovered by Konoha is resurrection. It seems that the unknown ability of the individual who was killed in the Konoha Uchiha clan was inherited by the black-faced ghost. The 3rd generation of Feng Ying, the master of the mechanism armor, is not present, so I won't consider it for now. So, are the other 2 guys who haven't taken action, the abilities are absorbing and drawing souls. Haha, let's make sure. Water escape rain dragon roar. The rain once again condensed the majestic dragon and smashed towards the 5 people's foothold. The ability of the heavenly Dao cannot be used for the time being at this time, only the hungry ghosts are on the top of the way. Bang! Pylon came out of the rhino, pushed Pen's hungry ghost road into the air, faced the rain dragon, and unfolded the barrier of the opening technique. Okay, I'm sure, you're the individual that you can absorb. He glanced coldly at the human world who was raiding from the side and said, "Then, the individual who uses palm contact and soul extraction is you." Click! The next moment, his palm poked out like lightning, like an iron plier, grasping Pen's wrist. While walking back, he pinched the other arm as he moved it backwards, and then used one hand to hold both wrists at the same time and stepped on his spine. With the other hand, he raised his sickle and cut off his head cleanly. I was surprised by not using the psychic to save him well. When his eyes turned to where Perlin was, Hanzo's expression changed slightly. In the world-weary novel, Transfer Site 294-8327 8.00? Are you missing? Swish! The next moment, he felt something invisible, bound his body and lifted it into the air. The hidden chameleon appears. Boom! Below, Kairei's tentacle fist attacked him. So that's it. Did you use this trick to disguise your own psychic while I started the rain dragon roar and caused the rain to be blank? It's a pity it's useless to me. Water instant body technique. Wow! While the tentacle fist was coming, it was half hidden on the chameleon's curled tongue and scattered into a pool of water. Back then, on the second Ninja World battlefield, he used the same method to avoid Orochimaru's hidden snake hand and Jiraiya Needle Kasadagarba's cooperative attack. After Hanzo showed up, he glanced at Pen's hungry ghost path. Before the killer move comes on, you have to clear this guy, use that trick. Wind escape and explosion dance. Boom. With the white storm stirring up in front of Hanzo, a large number of detonation talismans attacked the hungry ghost path with the wind. Xionin was surprised, the trick to cooperate with the detonation talisman and the wind escape. Nagato sighed, even if the hungry ghosts absorb the wind escape, they cannot be avoided. Orochimaru is right. With the premise of knowing the information, Hanzo's response accuracy is shocking. But even if the detonation talisman itself cannot be absorbed, the explosion caused by the detonation talisman can still be absorbed. Of course, it is inevitable to suffer some injuries. In the original work, Nagato survived the detonation flame formation, but fell down his legs and was disabled. Forget it, I just have a plan. Hanzo doesn't need to come out, so how can I do it? Don't worry about using my trump card. On the battlefield, facing the wind escape and explosion dance, the hungry ghost realm unfolded the art barrier. Whoosh! The wind escape quickly weakened in front of his palm. However, the detonation talisman, like a maggot attached to bones, climbed his body along the hungry ghost path. Boom! When the explosion calmed down, the figure of the hungry ghost was gone. The explosion of the detonator is logically absorbable by his ability. It is not certain whether he has completely killed him. He kept alert until the rain fell again. He confirmed that the chakra in the hungry ghost realm no longer existed in this battlefield. Looking at wherever he could reach, he was finally relieved. It's time to come out, my trump card. Boom! Before joining the war, the Ashan pepperfish and Ifu who had been ambushing the ground and began to gather poisonous fog rose up in front of Hanzo. Hanzo jumped over Jingfu's head and looked at Perlin and the giant things he summoned. The poisonous fog accumulated in Jingfu's mouth spread wildly ahead. Pepperfish and poisonous fog spray. Boom! In the poisonous fog, Perlin's muscles began to spasm uncontrollably. Bang! 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 The savage was caught. All the psychic objects she summoned could not be spared and disappeared into the white smoke screen. The poison of the pepperfish can indeed work for pain. Kaio's grandma once said that Yamauka Ui is Fuku, and every time he sprays poisonous fog, it takes 5 minutes to accumulate, which means he has no next time. Hanzo's mind was circulating, the poison of the mountain pepperfish cannot completely kill them after all, and the effect of paralysis may not last long. Completely eliminate them, and then go to find their body, Nagato, and make a conclusion. Jing buried above his head, Hanzo's eyes turned to the cow pei. Let's start with the guy who resurrection technique. He just used the arm that can be extended, which should not be the ability of the reincarnation eye. Even if he is poisoned, be careful and attack with a ranged attack. His hands formed seals. Water escape and rain spear. Wow! The rain condensed into a crystal clear spear, Hanzo adjusting the inclination angle. Pull it at his heart and make sure you kill it with one blow. Die! Snap! The rain spear passed by, and the horned pendant instantly fell to the ground. In this way, those killed should not be resurrected. His eyes were set in the distance. After Yahiko's ability failed, she hid far away. The poisonous fog did not affect him, but he could not threaten me at this moment, so let's keep it for the final solution. His eyes were turned to Perlin and he was shocked. Pylon at this time, she stood up and even raised her little hand, making seals with a hard but firm manner. She adapted to the toxins of the mountain pepperfish faster than I thought to solve her immediately. Hanzo jumped down from the top of the pepperfish's head, waved his sickle, and slashed towards Pylon. Finally Perrin's final sealing method fell. It's time to make a debut, my trump card. The psychic technique. Crack! Thunder appeared in shock. Who is it? Hanzo's pupils shrank suddenly. Click! The next second, blood stormed wildly, and a broken arm flew into the sky, holding a broken sickle in his hand. Chapter 58 Demigod, Death. Wow! Hanzo covered his blood-spreading broken arms and retreated back in a mess. You are... Looking at the fierce figure that appeared from the lightning, Hanzo's pupils suddenly collapsed into black dots. Looking at the ninja world, he believed that there was one of the existences that could not be done except for the poison of the mountain pepperfish. Third generation of Thunder Shadow AI. You put his body. Hanzo's voice could not hide his trembling meaning. You did it on purpose that I had used the pepperfish before summoning him, the psychic. Hanzang, it's too late for you to notice this. A cold voice sounded from behind. Hanzo looked back in shock and saw Xiaopei, who should have died, stood up the beheaded human path, walked out of the King of Hell. This is impossible. I have already penetrated your heart with the rain spear. You can't be alive. Xiaopei said quietly, but there is not only one heart. Hanzo, you are too cautious. This is your strength in saving your life and your weakness in saving your life. If you don't be too afraid at that time, rush over and chop off my head with a sickle, I will never stand up again, and you may not be hurt. When you are not injured, even if Pylon summons Pei AI, at least you still can't keep you if you want to escape, but it's too late. Bit. In the hollow of Keiru's body, the black Klein monster with a blue mask fell out. Hanzo, he was so numb. What a joke. In full state, he didn't dare to say that he had a chance of winning against these monsters. Moreover, his poisonous fog of the mountain pepperfish had not cooled down at this moment, and he broke one of his arms and was constantly losing blood. As a physical body, if the wound of the broken arm is not dealt with in time without the medical ninja, just a large amount of blood loss will cause his condition to decline rapidly. No. I can't do it this way. His palm slapped the earth. Crash. The detonation talisman lifted from the ground spread towards Pei AI. While walking forward, Pei AI said indifferently, "It's your specialty again, are you the detonation tricks?" He allowed the detonation talisman to flow to his body where the thunder escape chakra was attached. Boom. The explosion ended. Pei was unscathed. And Hanzo is gone. Erin's 2 strokes just blocked her vision by the explosion. However, the way of heaven, hell, and the way of human beings could see clearly, and Hanzo used the protection of the explosion to sneak into the underground with earth escape. Humph! Pei AI took off his wrists, clamped them under his armpits, and squatted and put the incision of his wrists on the ground. Zai. The terrifying light energy accumulates in the muzzle. Shura cannons fired. Boom! Boom! 2 bursting light columns entered the cave. Then, in the dull sound, the large area of the surrounding land was like waves, one by one, and a dozen light columns erupted into the sky. That scene was simply spectacular. Hanzo escaped from the ground next to a beam of light in a mess. However, during his escape, his left calf was unfortunately swept into the light of the ground cannon and was wiped out. Ao. Seeing that the owner was in trouble, Shanjia roared and rushed over to rescue. Hanzo climbed up with one hand and one knee on the back of the pepperfish. I still have a chance of winning if I can hold on. As long as I succeed, I can beat them all in one go. Even if I run away in a panic, I will still hold on until I wait until the poisonous fog of the mountain pepperfish is accumulated. As if feeling the owner's determination, the pepperfish ran away. In front of the road where it runs is Pen's way of heaven. He has been ruined by me. Hanzo shouted, "Shanjiao fish, crush him to death." Ao. The pepperfish accelerated and was about to run over the heavenly Dao. But Pen Tiandao raised his palm coldly. The ability of Tiandao has finally recovered. Shinra Tianzheng. Boom. The repulsive hemisphere court with blurred light and shadow sprinted to the nearest, and its round body directly squeezed into a flat shape, and then bounced out fiercely. The mountain pepperfish crashed through the rain curtain and fell into the mud with bruises. After a wow sound, the lost in the white smoke screen. Hanzo fell to the ground in a mess. The only hope that he can break the deadlock is eliminated. By the way, Danzang said in the letter that he sent 2 brigades to guard outside Yuyan. However, as long as I can reach that place, I will have hope of turning the tables. He took out the scroll from his waist, and from it, tongling out a ninja knife. After holding it, he supported it with the tip and stood up with one leg. The dizziness of blood loss made his eyes blur. Chakra, I need chakra, yes, the chakra that mixed me into the rain, take it back. He used his hand holding the knife to make seals. Rain Tiger Freedom Technique Explanation. Whoosh! The chakra that he mixed into the rain returned to his body, and his spirit suddenly shook and was about to form the seal of the instant body technique, at least leave these guys' sight first. But the building was raining all night, and his invisible hands actually hugged him from behind. The camouflage hidden disguises lifted. His shocked pupils pulled and turned behind him. I saw that pen-hungry ghost Deo, who was burned all over and had a ferocious face, appeared behind him. You didn't die in the blast dance, why did I not sense you in the rain before? Hungry Ghost asked back, what do you think? Demigod. You, just now, was the camouflage hidden technique. Is your body the past? Is I in the past? That's not surprising. I used Earth Escape to sneak into the ground, ha 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 ha. Stop struggling, it will be over soon. The few chakra left by Hanzang poured into the body of the hungry ghost realm. At the same time the human world is walking towards him. The memories of the revolving lantern flashed through Hanzo's mind. In a trance he saw the leader Yuyan, who was full of energy and ambitions, and was respected by all 5 major countries. Instead of now we still need to raise dead soldiers to exchange death for insignificant information from the enemy, and in the end, we will end up with a tragic end. Since when did I fall to such a state? He knew at this moment that he could no longer walk out of Yuyan alive. My first half of my life is ugly enough. At least I will not bear the name of a demigod before my death. He raised the ninja knife in his hand and stabbed it hard into his chest. The tip of the knife penetrated through his back and stabbed into the heart of the hungry ghost path. The hungry ghost's hand released after taking a few steps back, he fell to the ground. His dying counterattack also shocked Nagato for a moment, and the palm of the human Taoist stretched out paused in the air. From his open mouth, a hidden weapon aimed at the forehead of the human Taoist. At this time, the human Taoist made by the junior brother of Shayan Maji, Yuja, was in front of the pressed wrist, with 2 fingers together and hooked upwards. That's it, Hanzo. Wind escape wind blade. Boom. The violent wind breath instantly swallowed Hanzang's body. This is also the last straw that overwhelms the demigod. After the wind blade ended, Hanzang's clothes had completely disappeared. He knelt on the ground with one leg, his torso was already bloody and mixed with rain, flowing on the ground. The moment the human Taoist sword was released, the wind blade was shot through the middle of his eyebrows by Hanzo's eyebrows. Tiandao Yahiko led Pylon, Pa, and Jiao Pei to him. Tiandao Yahiko said in a low voice, Hanzang, you used to be Yahiko, the person you longed for the most. Do you have any last words to explain? Hanzo looked at the rainy sky dully, can you let your body come over? I have something to say to him directly. World weary? F-Car Special, a 1? 9? 36? Tiandao Yahiko looked down and Hanzo's left hand ruthlessly pointed him, you are trying to pierce the poison sac in your lower left abdomen and die with my body, right? Ding dong. The kuna in Hanzo's left hand fell to the ground. Haha, after a desolate laugh, Hanzo closed his eyes. People always see their hearts clearly when they die. At this point, I will not say anything more. I regretted my betrayal of Yahiko's agreement. Thank you, in this battle, I, who has not yet completely fallen, wake up. After I die, are you going to turn me into one of you? Pen Yahiko said, no, your ability is not different from me. I can't let all Pen wear the same mask as you, it's so ugly. Also, your technique is called pain. Is it painful? It is indeed in line with your experiences along the way. Although I won't turn you into pain, I'll use your heart with unparalleled control of water escape to replenish the water escape heart I just lost. Xiao Pei walked up and released the black line of De Zhongyu, ready to deprive Hanzo of his heart. Hanzo still looked at Tiandao Yahiko's face. Yu Yin, you can't be without a master for a day, Pen Nagato, although it's nonsense. After I die, I'll ask you to take charge of Yu Yin. With your ability, you will definitely realize my vision that I have not realized. Pen Yahiko said, don't get me wrong, I'm not interested in realizing your wish. But I will make Yu Yin stronger for the dreams of those lost companions. That's good. Hanzo closed his eyes, looked calm, and accepted the price he had to pay as a loser. After replenishing the heart, Kori General Hanzo counterattacked before his death, and the dead hungry ghost path and the human path were resurrected. Through Yahiko's eyes, looking at Hanzo's remains, Nagato silently said in his heart, to be honest, it is really unexpected that I can fight to this point with the mortal body and Pen's 6 paths. Hanzo, you are worthy of the name of demigod in this battle. Even if you lose, you are still honored. In this way, the demigod, the mountain pepper fish half hidden, died. Under the oil umbrella, Xiaonan said in a mixed mood. It's over. Yes, it's over, but it's also a new beginning. Let's go, Xionan, let's welcome together our glorious years. After saying that, Nagato held the oil umbrella, held Xionan's hand, stepped on the rein, and strode forward. The oil umbrella raindrops fall, reflecting your face and smiling. Xionan couldn't help but lose his mind, picture attached later. Chapter 59, Take the Hands of Yu Yin, The New Life in the South of the Gate. Half a month has passed since it eliminated Hanzang and entered Yu Yin. During this period, Hanzo's colleagues, close friends, family members, and friends were all found by Nagato and destroyed mercilessly. At this point, his approach was the same as Nagato back then. This is not a game of good and evil, right and wrong, it is a life and death struggle. Establishing a new order is like farming. Only by uprooting the weeds in the field can new seedlings grow vigorously. Xiaonan came to carry out the matter of replacing the people who conveyed the change with Yu Yin. The content conveyed is the person who defeated Hanzo is Lord Pain. He is the god who ended the Yu Yin war and saved the Yu Yin people. Yu Yin, and even the country of rain to which it belongs, is a country with a strong religious meaning. Cooperating with this gimmick and killing Hanzo, people believe it. But unlike Nagato, who really claims to be God in the original work, Nagato calls him God at this moment, completely for the need for rule. Under the general trend, Xionan naturally became the messenger of God, Mr. Angel. The angel is the messenger who moves up and down between the mortals and God. But our angel is exhausted now. In order to practice the forbidden art of night netherworld, she has been sleeping for a month. Yu Yin in the tower. Is it comfortable like this? Xionan. Is the strength still appropriate? It's okay to be a little bigger. So that's it. Well, Nagato, you are really proficient in your technique. Xiaonan, please turn over. On the soft and comfortable seat, Xionan was lying lazily. Perlin stood aside, using her slender fingers to pass through Xionan's soft blue hair, and massaged her head acupoints. Nagato, sitting on the adjacent seat, looked at her with distress. Xiaonan, thank you so much for your hard work these days. Xionan's face was buried in the cushion, and she opened her haggard orange eyes. I'm just doing some insignificant aftermath work. Compared to what Nagato did, this is nothing. That's not trivial. It's because you run around these days that I can sit here without worries, and even take the time to study the Book of Seals. Nagato, at this moment, was holding the broken half-page Flying Thunder God. Xionan's orange eyes flashed slightly, and she raised her hand and signaled that Perlin could stop. She supported her body with one hand, and looked at Nagato with some inexplicable eyes in her laziness. Since you said that, can I ask for some reward? Nagato was stunned for a moment, put down the pages in his hand, and his heartbeat inexplicably accelerated. In fact, he had already discovered the signs. Because of staying up late for a long time, Xionan was sometimes sleepy and sometimes a little excited. When he was completely awake, Xionan couldn't say such things that could make the heartbeat of the opposite sex faster. Nagato calmed down and said, "Then, Xionan, what kind of reward do you want?" Xionan's eyes flashed and said, "This seat cushion is too soft. If you lean on it, it will increase sleepiness. If you are not careful, you will easily fall asleep." Nagato stood up and said, "Then I'll find you a tough one to replace." Xionan shook his head and said, "No, it's not good to be too hard. Somehow, my skin began to feel particularly sharp. Once I touched something slightly hard, the pain would generalize." Nagato said, "I look for craftsmen from the village to customize a seat cushion that is neither hard nor soft." Xionan shook her head gently, and saw that she sat up and patted her side with her hands. Nagato hesitated and asked, "Yes, did you let me sit next to you?" Xionan nodded, "Isn't it possible?" Nagato hurriedly said, "No, no, of course, it's okay." "Then what are you waiting for? Come here." "Well." Nagato walked over, swallowed hard, and sat next to Xionan. This seat is very spacious when sitting alone, but it is a little narrow when sitting two people. So much so that the two men's bodies were tightly attached. Nagato could even clearly feel the outline of Konan's hip bones. Nagato said a little embarrassedly, "And what, that's it?" Xionan did not answer, but just tilted his head gently and leaned against Nagato's shoulder. This is the situation. Xionan, she actually leaned on my shoulder. Nagato's heart began to dance with excitement. Could it be that Xionan, she? Xionan closed his eyes and said, "Nakaman, your heartbeat is so noisy. I heard it across your shoulders. Usually, your heartbeat is so fast." Nagato said in a panic, Yes, is that fast? I will control it." "No," Xionan said with a smile. "Well. By the way, Pylan's massage technique is not her exclusive skill, right? This isn't this. It was taught to me by him during our practice with teacher Jiraiya." "Oh, no wonder it turned out to be taught by Mr. Jiraiya, who has rich experience." "Well, yes. Then, next time, you can help me press." Yes, is that okay?" Xionan did not respond anymore, but just nodded slightly. The sound of rain outside the tower was drizzling. Xionan was afraid that she would fall asleep like this, so she left Nagato's shoulders on her cheeks, forced herself to get angry, and stood up. The top floor of the tower is a human-shaped relief. "Xionan, come to the relief mouth. Those children have been running away for a long time." Nagato walked to her and looked at the continuous rain in the sky together. "Yes, it's time to recycle the kite string." At that time, the Kingdom of Thunder. After successfully fleeing from the country of my own fields, Darui, Samai, and Xi, who had been through the journey, finally saw the clouds belonging to their hometown. Darui said excitedly, "Malu, look quickly. Samai, Xi, crossed that mountain, is our village." Sammy couldn't help but burst into tears. "That's great, we are finally back." Darui laughed and said, "Ha ha 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 ha, I really don't know what kind of expression the sentimental Lord Lei Ying would look like when he saw us coming back alive from the enemy. Xi was filled with emotion. To be honest, I really didn't expect that the enemy would be careless and not leave anyone to take care of us, and even give us measures. In short, in this way, we will escape. Bang! Chapter 60 Tacit Understanding Between Each Other. Rain. The white smoke dissipated in front of him, and Darui and the other two stared blankly at the strange environment and the rainy sky, and for a moment, they were all confused. Hi! Pylon waved her little hand and greeted them mischievously. The three people who came to their senses jumped on the spot. You guy is. You can't be wrong. She is one of the attackers in Yunmen Valley. It's her. She used some means to give us. Damn it, it's almost at the door of your house. Pylon scratched her head and said kindly, don't be so arrogant, just treat this place as your own home. It's over, I can't get away. If I'm caught back this time, I will definitely be locked in the dungeon by the enemy and be humiliated. Sammy seemed to have seen his tragic ending. Xi was even more indifferent to the gods. I won't be sent to be a coolie, right? Only Darui calmed down first, and saw him pulling out his ninja knife and rushing towards Perlin. Being a ghost's own home, our only home is Yunyin. Perlin smiled and avoided Darui's blade. Hee, muley, no, only here can be done. Darui was very good at swordsmanship at a young age, but he was captured first, and under high tension, he ran around for a long distance, and his physical strength and chakra were already gone. Every attack was avoided just right. Seeing that he couldn't take it, Darui shouted, Sammy, Xi, help me quickly. If you don't kill this guy, we will never think of going back. Ah, I understand. Sammy, who didn't want to be humiliated, immediately drew his sword to help. What should I do at that time? Xi was trained as a perceptual ninja and had no ability to develop combat. Darui said, Sense, are there any other enemies around you? Ming, I understand. Xi immediately made a seal and began to sense the surrounding environment. With Darui and Samai joining forces, Perrin was a little stretched to avoid it by relying solely on her own skills, so she took out Konan and began to block and counterattack. In the high tower, Xionan looked at the three people jumping in the open space below and said to Nagato, don't you let other roads help. Nagato gently put his hands on his chest and smiled, no need, it's not good to bully the less. Ding! Sammy took the kunai away from Perlin's hand with a knife. Darui suddenly rushed over and penetrated Perlin. Bang! The next moment, Perlin turned into a piece of wood on the tip of the knife. Perlin, who appeared in another place, waved and said, do it, come on. Darui broke the wood on the knife. He said coldly, is it like I'm playing with us? It's simply outrageous. He turned his eyes to Xi, have you sensed the enemy? Xi said, no, I can't sense the existence of chakra outside this woman. That is inevitable because the Rain Tiger freedom technique used by Nagato disturbed Ki's perception. Darui thought again, as one of the accomplices of that group, this guy in front of him has absolutely great combat power, but in order to play with us, she deliberately did not have to do all her strength. In turn, using her mentality, we have a chance of winning. But there is only one opportunity, you must seize it and give it a try. Before her companions come to support. Sammy, fight for me for a while. May you want to use that trick? Ah, I want to use the only remaining chakra, let it go. I will probably be exhausted after using it. So the work of finishing up is left to you. Okay, leave it to me. Sammy swung his sword to attack and captured Perlin's figure. Darui took a deep breath, and after forming a seal, he fists together and stretched out straight out. So. I saw that a aperture was generated in his fist. Seeing this, Xiaonan on the tower was slightly surprised, that move is. Nagato said, it appears, the combination of thunder and water, lan dun shui ji ji. It seems that the boy is planning to give it a try. After the aperture was accumulated, Darui shouted, Aoa, Sammy, go away. Understand? Sammy took a feint to attack and pulled away. Zai. In the aperture of Darui spread, the strong laser light transformed from water vapor shot towards Perlin. Lan Dun and Li Zhu lock harshly. Yada, hate, ya da 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 da. Pylin's petite body, under the continuous bombardment of the laser, trembled and fell into the rain with a pounce, muttering, I was careless, there was no flash. The exhausted Darui struggled to support the ground with his hands and shouted, one big, while now. Sammy. Leave it to me. I saw Sam Yi chased over with a flip, holding the knife tightly in both hands, and using the momentum of his whereabouts, he stabbed Perlin's heart straight into his heart. Click. Pylon thrust her body and stopped moving. Hey. After pulling out the ninja knife, Samii also sat in the mud, her hands couldn't help but start to tremble. Darui picked up the ninja knife, supported himself to stand up, and looked at Xi again. How is it? Xi confirmed, there are still no signs of other enemies. Darui's heart was hanging, and then he let go. It seems the enemy did not take us seriously at all, and did not take any precautions when summoning us here. But it is not suitable to stay here for a long time, we have to leave quickly. Xi put down his sealed hand. Are you okay? Darui said, you can barely walk. Xi, I still have some strength, why don't I support you? Darui put away the ninja knife and said in a low voice, no, if you have that strength, go and help Sammy. This is the first time she has killed someone after she becomes a ninja. Maybe she is forced to do so quickly. Now she is probably cold all over, and I can feel that kind of mood. Xi came to Samii's side, helped her up, and left Perlin's side. In this way the three young girls who were imprisoned escaped with mutual help and started their escape again. On the tower, Nagato looked at them with a smile. How about it, Konan, do they have potential? Zionin said in a complicated way, yes, but what touched me even more is that from the three of them, you can see the shadow of the three of us back then. Nagato said, yes, so I want to cultivate them into the future Yuyan Sunin. The horn pair fell under the tower, summoned the king of hell, and resurrected Perrin. Buzz. Nagato's expression moved. Oh? Are you ready on Orochimaru and Deo? It's great. Eliminating all early obstacles, my plan is finally okay and it's safe to land. Under the tower, Pylon made a seal with her little hand. The psychic technique. Orochimaru and Deo appeared in the rain outside the tower. Let's go, Zionin. Nagato jumped down. Yet. Zionin followed closely, looking at the back of the person in front of her, and she said silently in her heart, Nakaman, no matter where you want to go, I will follow you. Chapter 61 The Twelve Rushing Ceremony. Meet again in the rain. Orochimaru greeted with a smile like spring breeze, it's really a new sun and moon, Nagato, it's amazing, you really defeated Hanzo. Nagato said lightly, it's okay. Are you all going well on your side? The pharmacist pushed his glasses with a mechanical hand and said, the result was smooth, but the process was tortuous, and he encountered several waves of Baiju along the way. If it weren't for Lord Orochimaru, who already had the ability to perceive them, he would probably not be able to smoothly hide the truth and bring back the experimental equipment you need. That guy is really looking for us all over the world. Sir Nagato, although I said it was a bit rude, but it really solves the urgent problem to be able to capture the hidden village when it rains at this time. The intention of those words was too obvious. Orochimaru had a helpless smile on his face and said to himself, this child is afraid of Nagato, and I don't know that I have suffered a lot along the way. Nagato walked forward and said, thank you so hard, I'll welcome you first. Orochimaru said seriously, this is not too late later. Nagato-man, hurry up and take us to see the experimental site. Nagato nodded, okay, come with me. From the first floor of the tower to the underground, the number of people walked for more than 10 minutes just by the circular staircase leading to the deep layer. Orochimaru smiled and said, I didn't expect that there is such a world underground in your hidden village. Zionin said in cold words, this is the bunker facility established by Lord Yuyan before Hanzo, which is located hundreds of meters underground. Even an attack that is enough to completely destroy Yuyan village will not affect it. Cruff. The night gate unscrewed the rudder-shaped valve and pushed open the thickened iron door. What caught my eye was a plank road surrounded by iron railings, and the crisscrossing water pipes converged below the plank road and extended to the bottomless darkness. From the darkness, the sound of water rushing against the metal pipes from time to time came, which was particularly heavy, dull, and depressing. In this environment, I couldn't help but feel scared. Amid the metal-textured footsteps, Zionin's cold words rang out at the right time, this place is the underground drainage facility of Yuxi village. Those pipelines will summarize the rainwater that has been continuously stopped here and discharge it to the outside world. Over time, geographically, the rain country where there is no sea, has emerged a sea of accumulation of rainwater. Yes, in the geography of the ninja world, the Kingdom of Rain does not have a natural sea. Pictures attached later. As shown in the picture, the Dragon and Angelica Sea, the hero Jiraiya was buried in the past was the Ocean of Rain, combined with the map, and from the original Jiraiya and Pain's sixpathy battle, it fell into the sea through the drainage pipe, and made the above setting. When we reached the end of the plank road, the Nagato opened another iron door. In front is an endless corridor, and on both sides of the corridor are several doors with iron doors. Pushing his glasses, he said to Orochimaru, Sir Orochimaru, the layout here is quite similar, we used to be the experimental base. After thinking about it, Orochimaru said in a low and hoarse manner, perhaps this is the experimental field. Since the power called chakra was discovered, people's research and exploration on it have never stopped. Humph! People who live in the light probably will never know how many shameful places have been staged or are being staged. But this is the gem called truth, the only way to be excavated, and it is also the bloody mark that must be left in the ruts of civilization rolling forward. Orochimaru's sigh made Konan unable to help but lower his eyes while moving forward. Is there a way to go? Here. At the end of the corridor, Nagato stopped. In front of me was a wall without a door, with a seal talisman sticking on it. Nagato reached out and raised his hand to make a seal. Swish! The wall squirmed like latex, turning into an arched entrance. Swish! After several people stepped into it, the entrance closed on its own. Bang! 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 After Nagato hi 3 times, the light illuminated the dark area. Sir Orochimaru, this. Orochimaru's vertical eyes flashed with light. Yes, this place is a luxury for those who long for the truth. First of all, the area is vast, it can catch up with the size of a ninja village, and can accommodate enough experimental facilities to allow multiple types of experiments to be carried out simultaneously. In addition, there are talismans everywhere that can block the chakra from snooping outside, and there is a barrier to prevent Earth escape invasion. In other words, Konoha's rolling eyes cannot successfully penetrate the eyes, and Baiju's ability to escape from the ground cannot invade here. What's even more rare is that in such a deep underground, there are fresh air circulation and power facilities. With the current relevant technologies in the ninja world, it is difficult to achieve this. At this time, Konan stepped forward and said, Orochimaru, this place was created by Nagato himself. In order to complete this place, he almost used all the skills he had learned in the past 20 years. In order to ensure air circulation, he even used the power of the Shureideo of the Reincarnation Eye to create a device to purify the air in the latest tidal generator. Even if the hidden village is destroyed, the experimental facilities you put here will not stop operating because of the loss of power. Of course you may think that the experiment you want to do is for Nagato himself, so it is natural for him to do this. However, Nagato's idea is that you can also use this place as your own experimental field and develop research that you are interested in, not necessarily for him. He is not the kind of person who only knows how to ask for but does not know how to reward him. I sincerely hope that you can understand this. Zionan's intention to say this is too obvious. Nagato was helpless and moved and said, "Konan, I was afraid that Orochimaru would not know how much effort I put into this moment." "I saw," Orochimaru said with an intriguing smile, "it really surprised me, Konan, you would say so many things to me at once. For whom?" Zionan's eyes a hint of crampedness flashed in the middle, and he said, "Can you please stop pretending to be so profound and know me very well?" "Well, this is not bad." Orochimaru smiled intellectually, turned his eyes to Deo and said, "Then, let's start to arrange it, Deo." "Yes, Lord Orochimaru." After Do responded respectfully, a white snake emerged from the spirit. Crack! A sharp knife popped out from the groove of his mechanical charity hand, and cut the snake's belly with a swish. Hidden in the snake's belly, hundreds of scrolls, large and small, fell to the ground. These scrolls are hidden. In the past half-month, he and Orochimaru traveled to the strongholds of various countries. After great hardships, the experimental facilities that were recycled were not available for marking because of the shortage of time. This is also the only remaining property of Orochimaru, except for those precious experimental subjects hidden in the concentrated area. Click! After putting away the sharp knife of the charlatan's hand, the pharmacist looked around the venue, closed his eyes, and opened his memory and spatial imagination, and began to design and lay out quickly and meticulously in his mind. A minute later, Do opened his eyes and looked extremely focused. He leaned over and picked up a scroll, walked to somewhere in the huge venue, squatted down, slowly spread it out, carefully brushed away the dust on it, bit his fingers, and dripped a drop of blood. Walking back, leaning over and picking up the second scroll, walking to another place, repeating itself, completing every step in detail. Nagato, Konan, Orochimaru, all stood there quietly, and no one made a sound to disturb him. The pharmacist did not stop for a while. After 2 hours of busyness, he finally finished. He walked to the center of the venue, with a solemn expression, and started to make seals. "For my most respected Lord Orochimaru, I present the foundation-laying ceremony of the most exquisite experimental base, and at the same time it is also the highest praise for the great truth we are about to complete together." Ninja Method and Group Scroll to Enlighten the Spirit. Chapter 62, The Second Body, Warm Up. Bang! 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 The white smoke screens rose up, and in the blink of an eye, this empty experimental base was filled with the machine of truth. With the excellent spatial imagination layout, all this does not make people feel bloated or annoying at all. "Hey, it's done." Do wiped the sweat from his forehead. Next, the power-up and debugging of the equipment, as well as the required experimental materials sorting work. Nagato said, "Actually, there is no need to be so anxious. You have been running around for so long, so you can rest for one night first. It will not be too late to officially start tomorrow." Orochimaru smiled and said, "The truth is coming, and I am already eager to try it in my heart. Then I'll stay with you." "This is not possible." Orochimaru looked at Nagato's face with shallow dark circles and said, "Nagato, you have not had a good rest for a long time, right?" That's it." Nagato didn't know what to say for a moment. Orochimaru's eyes turned to Konan, whose rich dark circles on his face and his sluggish complexion made him think. "So that's the case, are you practicing that forbidden technique? In the last volume of the Book of Seal, there is the only forbidden technique that the inventor himself has not learned." Humph! Orochimaru raised his eyes and said seriously, "Namenjun, go back and have a good night's sleep, and then, maintain a good rest and sleep, which is a must." "Why?" Your second body is not nurtured by the combination of genetic material for men and women, but a living body created out of thin air using my cell technology. This requires your own genetic material, as a gene as a bottom plate, with Hashirama cells, and the cells of 5 Uchiha people as a palate. Its essence is still cloning technology. Nagato's eyes were low, so, is it cloning? This technology will inevitably make the experimental subject defects. Orochimaru said honestly, yes, based on the data collected from cloning experiments I have conducted in the past, cloning has defects, but the most fundamental reason for the defect is the result of quick success and instant benefits. I was too anxious to get the finished product experimental subject and injected a large amount of auxin during the embryo period, so that its growth period was completed in a very short time. This is helpless, after all, no one has the patience to bet on uncertain individuals for so long. So, Nagato, in order to avoid defects in your second body, we cannot inject any auxin into the mother, allowing him to grow step by step from the embryo to the baby, so that we can achieve the results we want most. Mother body. Zionin showed a confused expression and thought to himself, could it be to borrow the embryo from Nagato to borrow the belly, and give birth to it? But she obviously was overthinking. Orochimaru raised his finger and said, "Did you see that?" Nagato and Konan followed his fingers and saw that the pharmacist Dora was debugging the vessels of a column-shaped cultivation warehouse in the center of the venue. I will create an environment similar to the parent amniotic fluid in that culture chamber. In addition, I will also obtain Hashirama cells from the golem this time and cultivate an artificial placenta. But the cultivation cycle of this placenta takes 3 months. In the first 3 months, the nutrition needed for the second embryo to develop healthily depends on yourself. So, every other week, you have to draw your blood, and that blood is not only used as nutrients, it is also the genetic bottom plate that consolidates the second body. If you are in poor condition and lead to poor blood quality, it will also affect the quality of the embryo and healthy development in the future. So, Nagato, please be sure to maintain adequate and good sleep and rest for the next 3 months. So that's it. Nagato said, is 3 months enough? Orochimaru nodded and said, yes, in 3 months, the artificial placenta made by Hashirama cells will also be completed. It will replace you and inject nutrients into the embryo until the end of the 10-month pregnancy and is born in this world. Speaking of this, he smiled mysteriously and said, by the way, 3 months later, the placenta is cultivated, and I also have a carefully prepared little gift to give to you. Zionin walked forward and said, starting tomorrow, I will prepare the food and water I need for 3 meals a day. In addition, I will fully satisfy any of the needs in this experiment. Then let's say goodbye first. Orochimaru smiled and said, thank you for your hard work, go. After leaving the experimental base, Nagato and Konan returned to the top of the tower. Nagato did not go to rest immediately. Looking at the rain outside the tower, he seemed to be worried. Zionin knew very well that he was worried about himself. Nagato, I chose to practice the art of night and the other side of the side. Before practicing, I had already made the necessary enlightenment. I understand how you want to accompany me, but this month is enough. The career you must complete is not allowed. You are looking forward to it in such a place. Konan Nagato looked at her cheek in a complicated manner. Pictures later. Zionin looked at Yukong and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and, I am far from it, you are so fragile. So, please let me do the next practice alone. Nagato held his palm tightly, and after a long time he finally let go. Okay, in the next 3 months, the night will belong to you alone, but in the future, if you have any discomfort during your practice, you must wake me up. Of course, I can tell the difference. Nagato then felt relieved, put his palm gently on Konan's shoulder and said, then I'll go. Go. After Nagato left, Zionin was alone, looking at the rainy curtain in the night sky. She had to face one thing these days, it was because of Nagato's endless companionship that she could overcome the huge physical and mental fatigue. Otherwise, she would have been unable to hold on. She took out a broken black stick from the ninja bag. It was the black stick that Nagato broke when he was making pee. She picked it up and did not throw it away. Confirm that Nagato was asleep, she gently lifted up her sleeves to reveal her white and slender arms. Her eyes flashed, she held the round end of the black stick, and stabbed the tip into her arm. Buzz! In an instant Nagato's chakra, who was still active and powerful in sleep, poured into her body along the black stick. Her spirit, which was on the verge of disintegration, was instantly rejuvenated. Xionan's body couldn't help but tremble. Ah! I feel it, chakra. Nagato's chakra is rushing in my body. But at such a close distance, chakra is not something she can bear for a long time. Click! At the critical point, she pulled out the black stick with force, and sat on the ground, gasping violently. Ah, ha, hi, ha yes, this is effective. She sweated all over her body, and the feeling of being refreshed in her body made it difficult for her to calm down. If you use this, can I hold on, right? Just like this 3 months passed quietly. Chapter 63 The Second Body, correct the name. In the experimental base, Orochimaru was doing his last blood collection for Nagato. Xionan held the outer wall of the petri dish with both hands, looking through the clear and transparent liquid inside the wall, looking at the little life that was nurturing. Recently, observing the growth of Nagato's second body's embryo like this has become her biggest hobby now. In 3 months, the fetal heart and fetal buds of the embryo have grown. According to Orochimaru, when the little guy inside grows up, he will have almost the same appearance as Nagato, but under the dual influence of Senju and Uchiha cells, his hair color will probably turn into pure black. That is, when you grow up, you will become a black-haired Nagato. This brand new life form will leave the petri dish in another 7 months and officially arrive in the world. For Nagato, this time also has a special significance, that is, it has just been traveling through time for a year. Of course, in the end, this will have to return to Nagato's new life with a new pair of reincarnation eyes and all the strength. Nagato will not let him develop an independent consciousness. In that case it is equivalent to erasing another existence one day in the future. Although there are many similar stories with such plots, people who create stories like to use this to extend it to trigger discussions on human nature. However, Nagato doesn't want to explore human nature. Even though he knows that the impact of things will be significant, then before things happen, intervene as soon as possible to avoid bad results is a necessary quality for a rational adult. When Nagato proposed the second body plan, he specifically emphasized to Orochimaru that this body must have my consciousness. This is a must, this second body carries Nagato's future. In the past, present and future, a lot of effort will be invested and must be completely controlled by Nagato. Therefore, you need to have the consciousness of Nagato. Moreover, this consciousness requires extremely strictness, and it cannot even be the same but independent consciousness like the shadow clone. This consciousness must be completely synchronized with Nagato and in real time. This sounds unrealistic, because only the 6 paths of pain made of dead people can have a consciousness that is completely synchronized with the body. But the second body cannot exist as pain's 6 paths. Because the purpose of this second body is to obtain the power of Chien Shao, Uchiha, Asura and Indra, open the reincarnation eye, and fill the ultimate carrier of the defective power of the Longmen itself. Therefore, it must be a living person and have growth potential. Then how to make it an independent living body and have the awareness of being completely synchronized with Nagato as the 6 paths of pain, it has become the ultimate problem. Faced with this problem, even Orochimaru was at first. Like a dead person, he has the characteristics of a living person. One day in these 3 months, a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind and suddenly 3 words came to his mind. That's right. Vegetative. Just like the creature of the Senju Hashimara hanging high on the golem, he is dead, but he lives. In order to verify whether his idea was feasible, he specifically asked Zionan to find a ninja who had been hurt in his early years and was on the verge of death from the sanatorium in Yuyan village. After giving his family a large amount of pension, he used it as an experimental subject. He tried to let Nagato use the 6 paths art to turn the experimental subject into pen. The results of the experiment, not to mention Orochimaru, even Nagato was shocked. That experimental subject successfully became pain. But unlike Pain's 6 paths, this experimental body, Pain, does not have any ability of Pain's 6 paths, without the projection of the reincarnation eye. And Nagato's chakra transmission does not require Nagato, but uses the chakra itself, so it is not affected by the chakra transmission distance. The only thing that could make him call Pen was his consciousness, which was exactly synchronized with Nagato as Pen's 6 paths. When Orochimaru and Nagato were both shocked by the results of this experiment, something unexpected happened again. The experimental subject, Pen, was not subject to Nagato's restraint in the end and naturally died. Yes, the experimental subject is on the verge of death, and his lifespan is not affected by becoming Pain. It was like letting Nagato's consciousness take over and finishing the life process that should have gone. What exactly happened? Of course, Nagato, who claims to be familiar with everything in the Naruto world, especially the Samkai, was shocked by this unknown phenomenon. He seemed to be able to understand with empathy why was Orochimaru so fascinated by the truth and the unknown. The unknown is not only accompanied by fear, but also with the ultimate desire that makes people find out. Yes, the desire for knowledge is a human instinct, and for those with advanced spiritual pursuits, it is even greater than the basic needs of food and sex. Orochimaru is such a person with advanced spiritual pursuits. After solemnly buried the experimental subject, Orochimaru pondered for 3 days and suddenly asked Nagato a question. Jun Changman, does the reincarnation eye really have only the abilities of the 6 realms? This question was shocking. At that time, Nagato was forcibly calmed down without showing a look of losing his composure. As far as I know, in addition to the 6 realms of the reincarnation eye, there is also the power of the heretics in the 7th realm, which transcends the cycle of life and death. In the presupposed future I saw with Ihezi, the purpose of Madara giving me the reincarnation eye is to use the power of the heretics and the born power of the reincarnation to resurrect him. Is that true? Nagato, my initial guess is that the magical phenomenon that happened to the experimental subject comes from this mysterious power of heretics. In fact, while Orochimaru asked that question, Nagato also had the same guess in his heart. Is the power of the heretics? Indeed, only the heretics who have transcended the cycle of life and death can do that, right? Orochimaru's exploration of truth is extremely rigorous. The above alone can only be considered a preliminary assumption. Could it be that not only a vegetable, but a healthy living person, can he be a pain? This possibility cannot be ruled out. Han Zhang's remnants who secretly sneaked back to Yuyan village became the second experimental subject. The result is that the other party was not successfully made into pain. Orochimaru came to a further conclusion. It seems that to trigger this phenomenon, we can only be a vegetable? Will the truth behind this be what Nagato said, is the power of the heretics of the Samsaka eye? Humph, the truth needs to be further explored. Orochimaru failed to draw a definite conclusion. However, as the holder of the Samsara eye, Nagato was able to determine based on his own feelings that the phenomenon was caused by the power of the heretics. In the original work, Nagato and Naruto reconcile and are about to launch the natural art of reincarnation. Konan said that Nagato controls the cycle of life and death, and the 7th word pain. It seems that the role of heretics is not only used to activate the innate art of reincarnation, but also has other unexpected and wonderful uses. The phenomenon that happened to that experimental subject is one of themony. Back to the topic. Orochimaru failed to fully solve the mystery behind the phenomenon, but the existing achievements and solutions to existing problems are enough. We must make the second body a living person with growth, and be able to completely synchronize the consciousness of the long men like Pen's 6 paths. Just make a little adjustment in the gene to be born as a vegetative person, and at birth, synchronize consciousness in Pen's way. That's right, the second body, and at the same time, is also the heretic pain. I spent a lot of time explaining, but there was no way. Consciousness is a very important issue. It is necessary to explain it clearly. I hope everyone will not feel water. Back to the present. Zionin looked at the small life that was about to evolve into Nagato in the vessel in front of him, and an indescribable wonderful feeling rippling in his heart. She hoped, Nagato, give another name for you. Nagato walked to Zionin and looked at himself with her, there is no other me, this is me, the same me. Zionin said, please take it. After all, it's two different bodies, so it's better to distinguish them. Yet. Nagato pinched his chin and thought about it carefully, his expression moved slightly. He put down his hand and said softly, then, just call it Feng. Chapter 64 The Shocking Little Gift. Feng. Zionin's eyes were filled with curiosity, why is it called Feng? Nagato said bluntly with a faint smile on his lips, because this life form will carry my ambitions and beliefs, blooming with fiery colors like maple leaves, and in the end, he will wither and turn into my power. So that's it. Looking at the young life in the vessel, Zionin's eyes were a little complicated. Only then did she fully understand why Nagato advocated that Feng would be completely synchronized with his consciousness like pain. That is both cruel and compassion. Feng is it? It carries my current truth achievements and the second body of the future possibility of Nagato Jun. It is indeed a good name. Orochimaru sighed and said seriously, next, Toru will use medical ninjutsu to connect the artificial placenta cultured with Hashirama cells with maple through the umbilical cord. To ensure that everything is foolproof, the operation will be carried out in the sterile bin. He pressed the remote control in his hand, and the power of the petri dish was turned into battery power. The base slowly raised and a roller appeared below. Pull forward and unplug the cable from the petri dish, push it carefully, and transfer it to the sterile bin. When passing by, Zionin asked with some concern, Do, can your left hand perform high-precision medical ninjutsu operation? Deo said, please rest assured. I have fully adapted to the Shuram moral hand given to me by Lord Nagato. It will definitely not affect the accuracy of the medical ninjutsu. Deleted the previous proposal of Orochimaru to transplant the arm of the Squidroma cell. Zionin said, that's good, please. The hatch door of the sterile room slowly closed. The three of them came to the lounge area and sat down. After Konan came back from making tea, he asked Orochimaru with concern, after Feng has a placenta, Nagato really doesn't need to provide him with blood regularly, right? Orochimaru said, don't worry, the nutrition required for embryo development will be provided through the placenta. We only need to monitor the fetal heart regularly to welcome the birth of Maple. That's it, thank you for your hard work, have tea. Zionin put down the brewed tea and sat next to Nagato. Nagato picked up the teacup and shook it gently. Before tasting the tea that Zionin made with his own hands, he must have a sense of ritual. While he was celebrating Zionin's ritual, he cared about the white moonlight in front of him. Orochimaru, in the past 3 months, you and Deo have been walking around this dark underground, and you have basically not had a good rest, right? Orochimaru picked up the tea bowl with one hand, covered his mouth slightly, and drank it directly. Don't say it, it's quite elegant. Putting down the teacup, Orochimaru said slowly, there is nothing to do about this. The first 3 months of the embryo need to be carefully maintained and there is no way to make any mistakes. Su. Nagato lowered his head and took a sip of tea, smashed his tongue, allowing the tea to fully soak his throat until a trace of throat rhyme came, and he showed a comfortable expression. After taking a few sips of su, he reluctantly put down the teacup and said, get up today and go to the ground from time to time. The dullness here will make you feel bad. As for Ban, you don't have to worry. At least in Yuyan village, I have the ability to ensure your absolute safety. Xionan picked up the teapot, first added tea to Nagato, and then added some to Orochimaru's teacup. Faced with Nagato's proposal, this time Orochimaru did not refuse or refuse. Indeed, before the birth of the second body, everything I could do, and the next step was to calm down and wait patiently. In addition, it is time to relax and adjust the mental energy consumed in recent days and the fatigue accumulated. Putting down the teacup again, Orochimaru smiled, by the way, it's time to cash out the small gift I mentioned last time. I saw that he took out an injection from the freezer behind him. I cultivated Hashima's artificial cells brought back from number 1 and purified them separately. Nagato, this is what I reserved for you. Nagato's eyes were slightly lowered. You mean I want to transplant the cells of Shimura Senju? Others I had thoughtfully considered this issue, before I came into contact with Orochimaru. The result he considered was that he would not receive transplantation of Shizhima cells. There are 3 reasons. 1. After the physical constitution of the Vortex clan reaches its extreme, it is not inferior to that of Qian Shao. 2. The mechanism by which Shimamara cells act on the receptor is too much like a cancer cell. If the receptor loses control over it, Shimura cells will proliferate wildly until they swallow up the receptor's own cells. 3rd, any person who transplants Hashirama cells in the acquired day will have a face of Hashirama. Especially the 3rd point, which is most unacceptable to Nagato, is not just a matter of affecting the perception. In his opinion, the appearance of Hashirama's face is also a manifestation of distortion and pathology in the expression of cells, destroying the original coordination of their own cells. Absolutely, it is definitely not a serious approach. In the long run, the disadvantages outweigh the benefits. But refusing to inherit Hashima cells does not mean that he refuses Hashima's power. Therefore, he had to specially cultivate the second body of Maple, not through acquired transplantation, but in the innate he gathered all the elements of the 6 paths that Nagato does not have. When the time is ripe, he would let Nagato be compatible with Maple with the same genetic base and enter the 6 paths. It is precisely because of the pros and cons of it that Orochimaru, as a cell researcher, was so amazed when he heard Nagato propose a second body concept, and temporarily let go of his selfish desires and truly wanted to promote this plan and obtain the supreme truth from it. So, Nagato really didn't understand the intention of Orochimaru preparing this little gift, but I think it should be a good intention. Nagato, this is not a transplant. Just as he was about to decline, what Orochimaru said surprised him. Not a transplant? What is that? It's more like an introduction. Introduction. Orochimaru lowered his vertical eyes and slowly raised them up. Yes, draw out your 1,000 hands power. I am the Vortex clan, where did the power of 1,000 hands come from? You really don't know. After a smile on his face, Orochimaru said in a shocking voice, Namenjun, you are the Uzumaki clan, but you are different from the ordinary Uzumaki clan. You are even descendants of Qian Shao. Ah! For a moment, even the Nagato himself was confused. Pictures later. That was the original saying that Ju said to Obito. This is how Nagato himself understood this sentence. Nagato is the Uzumaki clan, and this clan is a distant relative of the 1,000-hand clan. After all, these 2 similar words, distant relatives and descendants, are really difficult to distinguish, and I believe most people will understand them the same as Nagato. But Orochimaru, obviously expressed it, obviously not the meaning. He said solemnly, Jun Nagato, this is the conclusion I have drawn from my analysis of your blood and cells. There are both vortex power and 1,000-hand power in your cells. It's just the vortex power is reflected, and the 1,000-hand power is deeply asleep. I'm sorry? It's true or false, am I really a descendant of 1,000 hands? The sudden and important news shocked him, but he quickly adjusted his thoughts. No wonder Nagato was selected by Madara. Although there were few survivors of the Uzumaki clan, there were not none. If he was selected, he was still a child. So that's it, it's all right. What will happen if you draw it out? If you use this 1000-hand power to activate Wooden Escape, you can use the level of Malong. If you use it to increase the 6 paths of pain, you can increase the chakra transmission distance of pain 6 paths by several times. If it is used for regeneration and healing after injury, then as long as it is not a fatal injury and does not require seals, you can recover the injury in a very short time, but the effect is not limited to the above. Anyway, how to use it depends entirely on you, Mr. Nagato. Chapter 65. Still not satisfied. How is it? Are you moved, Nagato-jun? Orochimaru waited for Nagato's reply with an unsatisfied smile. Nagato's pupils, hidden among the red hair, flashed slightly. What reason does he have not been moved? Just as he was about to speak, Zionin pinched his sleeves with his hand. Nagato understood her eyes, which were eyes that had something to say but were inconvenient to say it clearly. So he said quietly, Orochimaru, I will lose my companion first. Orochimaru smiled and picked up the teacup. Well, please do it. Come to the corridor outside the experimental base. Zionin leaned against the wall and lowered his head slightly. Nakaman, to be honest, I don't want you to accept this experiment. Nagato had already expected it, and he asked calmly, well, why? Konan said with a worried look, the risk is too high. Regardless of what Orochimaru said, it is true that you are a descendant of 1000 Hands. That injection, no matter how you look at it, is injected directly into your body. If so, I mean. The words paused slightly, and she held her hands tightly in the back, saying, he is ill-intentioned. If he moves his hands and feet inside, he will be unable to guard against it. Nagato whispered, you don't trust him after the past few months of contact? Zionin shook his head gently. He and pharmacist dog have no such thing in the past few months. What are the special manifestations? I even have a very pleasant relationship with us. However, this still cannot change the fact that Orochimaru has dangerous ambitions and thoughts. Nagato, he was finally forced by you with force to help complete your second plan. Nagato added, half is force, half is truth. He is a man who is extremely eager for truth. Zionin shook his head and said, I don't understand his pursuit of the so-called truth. I only care about the real risks. It's fine. That's your second body after all. Even if Orochimaru has any bad ideas, it will at least not affect you. But it's different this time. That thing can directly affect you, I really can't rest assured. Speaking of this, Zionin raised her face, her eyes helpless and confused, with worrying about gains and losses. Her voice also trembled slightly, because, I really have nothing, Nagato, you are everything to me, I can't bear it, you will encounter unexpected risks, so. Zionin is really pitiful at this moment. After 4 months of practicing the flowers of night and the other side, she was exhausted physically and mentally, just like a broken mutton fat jade that could be touched. Please don't accept that experiment, okay? Nagato's expression was surprisingly quiet. How could he not know? Konan's suspicion about Orochimaru was a completely objective and reasonable judgment made from her limited perspective. The starting point was his concern about the safety of his life. It would be strange if Zionin did not stand up to stop him at this time. But, as a time traveler, Nagato has a more comprehensive understanding of Orochimaru. Let go of the noble words such as truth, pursuit, and bond. Orochimaru is well versed in people's hearts, so how can he not tell that Konan is still wary of him? It will inevitably stop you. If he really wants to harm himself, why should he take out the injection in front of Xiaonan and find himself alone in private? Okay, just assume that Orochimaru wanted to do a reverse operation, so he deliberately took it out in front of Konan, which in turn dispelled Nagato's concerns. How could he conclude that he had no precautions? The power of the reincarnation eye still has too many unsolved mysteries for Orochimaru. When you have backstabs at this time, unless Orochimaru is crazy. Therefore, Nagato can be determined 99.99% that Orochimaru will not make trouble. If that 0.01% happens, Nagato can only be calculated by humans and gods. But Konan dissuaded him out of sincerity, and Nagato could not let her down. He placed his hand gently on Xiaonan's shoulder and said softly, "Xiaonan, your worries are not without reason, but everything comes with risks. I choose to accept this risk. Can you help me check it? After a while, when Orochimaru injected me, you will be watching from the side. Whenever I feel any discomfort, I will give you a look. Then, you will take action to subdue Orochimaru." Xiaonan was still worried, but what if it's the kind that I can't see for a while? Nagato's expression moved slightly, his hand slowly lowered from Xiaonan's shoulders, and took out a scroll from his arms. "If that's the case, you open this scroll. This is the backup I reserved to prevent Orochimaru from betraying me one day. Now, I will hand over this backup to you." "Nakaman, you." Xiaonan looked at Nagato's eyes, unable to hide his vibration. Nagato smiled like a spring breeze and said, "I said that half of my future is in Orochimaru, so the other half is controlled by myself. In this way, you can rest assured, Konan." "Yet." Xiaonan nodded obediently, took the scroll from Nagato's hand and put it into his sleeve. "Let's go in." In the lounge, Orochimaru put down the teacup and looked at the two people who were sitting back, with a meaningful smile on his lips. "Have you decided?" "Nagatokin." "What to decide? Hurry up and start." After taking his seat, Nagato said as if nothing had happened. "That really makes me feel sincerely honored." When Orochimaru got up and came to Nagato, his eyes turned to Konan. "Xiaonan, why don't I guide you in the method? Do you come to inject Chang Menjun himself?" Xiaonan's eyes were cold and she said lightly, "No need, in the field of cell and forbidden art, you are specialized, and my expertise is only origami, and the insignificant detonation trap." "Swoosh, is that so?" Orochimaru smiled unanimously, pushing the needle into the back of Nagato's neck, right next to the black rod buried as the chakra teleporter, and pushing the piston with his thumb, one tube to the end. "Then pull out the needle." The process took less than 10 seconds. Nagato touched the place where the needle was inserted. "Is it over?" Xiaonan held his palm under his sleeve slightly, and his eyes were closely watching Orochimaru's actions. Orochimaru replied with a smile, "Yes, it's over." "Nagatokin." Nagato carefully felt the changes in his body, but as expected, the uproar did not happen. There was only calmness. He looked at his palm and said, "I don't feel anything. Could it be that it caused failure?" Orochimaru smiled slightly and said, "Naaman, do you remember what happened when you awakened the whirlpool power?" Xiaonan's eyes drooped slightly. And Nagato slowly clenched his palm. "Then however, I remember it, it can be said that it is galloping. I actually made that kind of shame declaration in front of Xiaonan. Fortunately, she forgot everything afterwards. Otherwise, I will be abolished in my life, abolished." He wished he could seal those shames with the 6 paths of earth-breaking stars. Orochimaru didn't know what Nagato was thinking. He said, "That power has been drawn out, but it still takes an opportunity to explode." "Understood." Nagato-shin said, "In other words, is it necessary to have a explosion? This time I will definitely not let that kind of shame happen again, and it will be enough to leave Xiaonan with a handsome back." Buzz. The cabin door of the sterile room opened. Do walked out with a tired face, pushed his glasses and said, "Orochimaru, the placenta connection surgery of Maple has been successfully completed. Thank you for your hard work." Nagato stood up, hugged the shoulders of both of them and said, "Tonight, let me reward you both." Chapter 66 I Can't Stop. The endless rain all year round has made the open-air hot spring a luxury in the rainy village. Building a bathhouse in a closed room has naturally become the first choice for leisure and relaxation. I took Orochimaru and Karato and enjoyed local specialty meat buns, and then I walked to Yuyan South District, a hotel with a bathhouse. I'm disturbing. Nagato greeted politely as he entered the door. The owner of the hotel is a charming woman. She was dressed in plain color and had a waist, and her hair was tied up with a high bun. She knelt on the tatami in the entrance hall, pinched the slender cigarette pole with her fingers and held it in her mouth. She looked at the three people walking into the hotel, with a slightly wrinkled corner of her eyes. He tentatively said, "A few masters are all new faces. Are there any acquaintances introducing them?" "No. If not, it's not easy to handle. Our store only accepts regular customers." The boss's wife exhaled a cigarette and directly issued an order to expel customers. "You guys, why not go somewhere else? They are foreign guests invited by Lord Payne." At this time, Xionin, accompanied by Perrin, walked into the door. "Sir Angel." Seeing her, the boss's wife turned 180 degrees in an instant. She stood up and said flatteredly, "Really? These three are distinguished guests invited by the gods." "Yet." Xionin nodded with a smile, pointed at Pylon, and said, "As for this person, she is my personal maid, named Lily Ling. Hi. Please give me some advice." Pylon raised her little hand and greeted the boss lady playfully. "Ah. It's so enviable to serve the angel." The proprietress sighed, touching her kimono's bulging belly with her hand, and said intricately, "It would be great if my child would have this blessing when he grows up." The boss's wife's husband Atai was a shinin from Yuyan village during Hanzo's reign. He died during the mission and left a son behind. Xionin lowered his eyes and asked, "Have you thought about the child's name?" "Yet." The boss's wife gently stroked her lower abdomen, her eyes shining with the tenderness of maternal love. Atai said that if a boy is called Forget Wretched Grass, and if a girl is called Purple Sunflower. We all hope that this child can grow up carefree in a peaceful village when he grows up. Hey! When he heard this name, Perlin showed a look of surprise. She walked forward, bent over, pinched the chin of the cat-faced mask, looked at the proprietress's belly up close, and said, "It should be Xiang Hua." The boss lady said in surprise, "Hey? How did you know?" "Hehe, this doesn't matter." Pylon stretched out her little hand, gently touched the proprietress's abdomen, and said softly, "Master Shen, I will bless the little purple sunflower, because peace is also Lord Shen's wish." The proprietress held her slightly red cheeks in her hand and said flatteredly, "Ah, that's really auspicious word for you. Then we will go upstairs." Nagato led Orochimaru and Deo upstairs. At this time, the boss asked whisper, "Sir Angel, I need to arrange for the masters." Xionin said, "There is no need for this." The boss lady said, "Okay, then please enjoy it. There are no other customers in the shop today. This is the cost of booking the venue." Xionin took out the banknotes from the toad's wallet, a total of 100,000 taels. The boss's wife suddenly changed her sarcastic, how can this be done? It is my honor to choose a small shop as a place to entertain foreign guests. How can I collect your money? Please take it back quickly." Xionin closed the boss's wife's hand and said, "Hold it, we will be able to stay away from us in the future, and we will visit us." After saying that, she and Perlin went upstairs. Looking at her back, the proprietress held the bag of the mask at Yushao Son and said in front of her chest, tears streaming down her eyes, "Ah, what a gentle and loving angel, I really don't know how great and respectful that Lord Payne will be." She hung up the plaque that was closed. "Ah, I'm used to hot springs, but I ignore the beauty of the big bathhouse." In the man's soup, Nagato hugged the bathing pool, and when the water surged to the ground, he finally met Orochimaru and Hiroshi. Orochimaru leaned against the edge of the bath pool, with long wet hair and her pair of vertical eyes also filled with the comfort that she rarely saw on weekdays. If this is the time, come and have a drink. Soju is even more wonderful, what do you think, Do? I soaked the bag not far away, wiped the water vapor covered on the glasses, and wore it on the bridge of my nose in a normal manner. I'm right, but I'm not old enough to drink. Nagato joked, Duo, you are all rebellious. Do you still abide by the rules of these ninjas? Facing Nagato, Dora still couldn't hide his restraint. Well, Orochimaru gently stroked the collarbone and smiled, Namenjun, don't look like this, he is a very self-disciplined ninja. Even when he was a spy, he had never violated the 3 bands of ninjas. I really appreciate this point. Sir Orochimaru, you really have an over-reward. How could I be as good as you said? Do was praised by Orochimaru, feeling a little embarrassed. Nagato was thinking. I respect me, but I always feel a little bit unwilling to let go. Now is an opportunity. He said, Do, I'll help you rub your back. Do was shocked, wrinkle your back, how can this work? Yuga, it's okay, it's okay. As he said that, Nagato had already picked up the soap and the bath cloth and stood up from the bath. He pointed to the small stool beside the bath and said, Go up there and sit. Hey! Do responded fiercely, Destroy, not possible. Absolutely not possible. It's too rude. Lord Nagato, how could he bend over and rub his back for me? At this time, Orochimaru smiled and smoothed it out, Namenjun, it is really not suitable for you to rub your back personally. If you want to be better with Dora, just let him rub it for you. He said ashamedly, Yes. That's fine. Nagato scratched his head, Okay, Orochimaru, I'll help you rub your back. Orochimaru smiled and said, Oh, then I'm disrespectful, but no one seems to care about Do's back. I have a suggestion, Nagato, look. What a good idea. Nagato smiled and made seals. The psychic technique. Bang. In the smoke screen pay airborne the bathhouse. Cute Doudou, just leave your back to me. Do petrified instantly. So the 4 small stools of male soup were lined up side by side. From beginning to end, they are Orochimaru, Nagato, pharmacist Dora, like the skull on the back, and Pei Ai. At the same time, the girl soup. Thanks to Yudao Feng, who likes Jade Lotus, the great god certification that helped him in time, thank you very much. Chapter 67 Blood Demon Luo. Female soup. Xionin sat on a small stool, rubbed the soap with both hands, and applied the bubbles all over his body. We have been in Yuyan for 4 months when we fought with Hanzo. During this period, except for Hanzo's minions, we have really spent it peacefully. Her eyes turned to the bathhouse next to her, where Perlin was swimming in an extremely unrestrained position, but her eyes were blindfolded at this moment. Konan really couldn't overcome her shame, so she let Nagato see everything about her. She agreed to go to the hot spring together because there was natural mist in the hot spring. Pylon said, Yes, the human and geographical closure of this village has bought us valuable time to allow the second plan to land smoothly. Next, on the one hand, we will do a good job in maintaining the office to ensure the smooth birth of the maple. On the other hand, we must free up our hands to further improve our combat power. A doting smile appeared on Xiaonan's mouth. Do you have any new ideas? Pylon stopped paddling, stood up in the bath, and walked towards the edge tentatively. Well, I will further improve Pain's 6 paths, and in addition, I have to take into account my ability. After all, I have only been a little more than half a year with that guy. Xionin asked, No need to mention Pen's 6 paths, how do you plan to improve your original ability? Pylon walked to the edge of the bathhouse, raised her little butt, slowly lay down, facing Xionin. I mastered 6 chakra changes at the age of 10, as well as all the mainstream ninjutsu in the ninjutsu world, but mainstream also means mediocrity. The power of blood transcendence and those powerful secret techniques are not the areas I am good at. World-loving novel transfer station 1? 3? 64? It's fine to have a secret technique, but the power of blood transcendence is not replicable, right? In addition to using cell transplantation. But Nagato, you are repulsive of cell transplantation, so you already have a solution. Pylon said in a low voice, that's right, the last forbidden technique recorded in Konoha's Book of Seals is called Blood Demon Ra. It was a forbidden technique inherited from the period of the Six Paths of Ninja sect. Even Naruto has not mastered it in previous dynasties. After cultivation, all the chakra nature can be changed and combined freely. In theory, it can restore all the blood limits. Zionen's eyes were surprised and even stopped washing. There are also this kind of forbidden technique. I haven't even mastered the Naruto of all generations, including that first generation Naruto. Perrin nodded and said, yes. Because the practice of Swamora requires extremely harsh conditions. Practitioners themselves must have the changes in the 7 chakra natures of Yin. Is Yin Dun chakra? Yes, Yin Dun is the most direct manifestation of spiritual energy. In the second half of the sentence, Pylon did not say it directly to Zionen. The reincarnation eyes that Uchiha Madara gave Nagato are the eyes opened by Madara themselves, and the power of the Sharingan is hidden under it. It has been confirmed by the immortal landscape during the 4th Ninja War in the previous life. So why did Nagato only use the ability of the Samanaka? The fundamental reason is that he himself lacks the Yin escape chakra needed by the Sharingan. Yin Dun is the embodiment of spiritual ability, but it cannot be completely equated with spiritual ability. Because everyone has mental power, it does not mean that everyone has the Yin Dun chakra. The best example is Shinju Hashirama, whose mental power is strong enough to resist the illusion of the Madara Sharingan, but he just does not have Yin Dun chakra. Therefore, Yin Dun is just a means to use mental power and cannot be completely equivalent to mental power. Nagato also has strong mental power, but he cannot use the power related to Yin Sun. This is something Nagato has figured out recently. After discussing it with Orochimaru in private, he reached a consensus. If the Yin escape can be compensated, even if the pupil technique will tomb edge prison that the original owner of the Karpan cannot be used, at least, hidden under these 2 cyclical phenomena, Uchiha Madara's Sharpenian ability can be used, including Madara's Sharingan pupil technique and Susanoo. There is no doubt that the power of the Nagato body will be a qualitative change. Therefore, it is necessary to use the power of the Mada Sharingan or to lay the foundation for practicing the Blood Demon Luo and obtain Yin Dust Chakra. Nagato thought, not having Yin Dun Chakra is probably another major reason why Madara chose me to inherit these eyes. Just imagine, if I stimulated the Sharingan that only the Uchiha clan has, the depth of the reincarnation eye and the purpose of Uchiha Madara will be very likely to be exposed. That is a branch of the spot. What Madara wanted was Nagato to develop the power of the reincarnation eye and use the innate art of reincarnation as a tool person that suited him, that's all. After calming down, Zionen washed up again. So, how do you get Yin Dun Chakra? Can you use the Hungry Ghost path? Pylon shook her head gently. The Hungry Ghost realm it is also not feasible. Because, what determines the chakra attributes that ninjas have is the chakra meridian. If the body does not have the corresponding meridians, it is impossible to create something out of nothing. In the body of Changman, there is a lack of the merids needed to produce Yin Zakra. The only way he could make up for this was to obtain a Yin Dun chakra meridian. No matter how precise medical ninjutsu is, it is impossible to remove the chakra meridians at the micro level and transfer them to another person's body. That is not something that can be achieved by medical ninjutsu. But there was a technique that was done. Yes, peel off the heart and the chakra meridians in the body together. Jiaoda was good at forbidden art. I resentment you. This is the only way for Nagato to obtain the Yin Dun chakra. I left the blood of Kota before, which was such a wise move. Pylon smiled cleverly and said, Zionin, I already have a solution. Having said that, is the financial funds of Yuyan village tight recently? Let's get some from Daming for the construction of grassroots ninjas, which is barely enough, but to maintain Orochimaru's experimental base, it will require huge expenses in the future, which is a bit tight. Zionin said, bent over, raised it toward the bathtub placed aside, and slowly raised it toward the top of his head. Suddenly, the gaze in front of her was a heavy shadow. Bang! The bathtub fell heavily to the ground, and Zionin also fell to the ground. Xiao Nan! Pylon exclaimed, took off her eye mask, and jumped out of the bathtub. Chapter 68, Be Adorable. Pu. Zionin fell on the bathroom floor. Xiao Nan! Pylon rushed to her, put her arms on the back of her wet head, and lifted her up. I suddenly lost my strength. Xiao Nan opened his scattered eyes and subconsciously blocked his chest with his arms. The bubbles fell off. Perlin saw the scars on her arm. Xiao Nan, how did this wound come about? Zionin's eyes flashed and she said, when she was walking, she accidentally got stabbed by a nail on the wall. Nail? Pylon frowned slightly, thinking, the traces of this wound do not look like nails on the wall, and even if Zionin is not in good spirits, as a shadow-level ninja, he would not have such confusion. But now she had no time to think about it carefully, and adjusted her knees on the ground, and gently placed the back of Zionin's head on her legs. I have already prepared myself and will come over soon. I'll help you heal this injury first. After Pylon's little hand was sealed, the green light of the medical ninjutsu covered it and approached Zionin's arm. In less than a minute, the wound was repaired. The green light in her palm dissipated, and Pylon held Zionin's shoulder with her hands, helped her sit up, let her back rest on her shoulder, and her little hand made seals again. Bang! Nagato appeared beside him in the psychic white smoke. Wow! He wore a black dress. The robe wrapped around Zionin's naked body, and then hugged Zionin in the form of a princess hug. I'll take you back to rest now. Zionin was speechless. She held the robe with her hands, closed her eyes, bit her lips, and leaned against Nagato's chest. About 30 seconds later, Nagato hugged Zionin and flashed out of Zionin's room in the Yuyan Tower. On the floor, there is a kunao with the words Flying Thunder God. Nagato gently placed Konan on the bed. Nagato, sorry, I've caused you trouble. Nagato's eyes were filled with heartache and he said softly, why are you talking about these things? It's obviously not good for me. I didn't notice your condition in time. Wait for me to pour you a glass of water. At this moment, on the hillside outside Yuyan village, a large number of ninjas wearing armor and masks are stationed here. Two men in white stood in front, observing the end of their sight with a telescope, as if they were crying in the rain. The 6th branch and the 7th branch have been stationed here for 4 months, and Hanzo still has not contacted us. This has never happened when Jian and Hanzo were in contact with him in the past. Could it be that something happened? No matter what, the combat power of the root cannot be bound here all the time. The latest instructions from Lord Danzang are to let us act according to the opportunity. Let's do this. I suggest that among our 2 branches, choose an elite, sneak into Yuyan and explore the truth and reality together. That's good. Not long after, 2 members of the root appeared from the ditch in Yuxi village with their water escape ninjutsu. It's easier than imagined to sneak into the ground. Don't be careless. It cannot be ruled out that Hanzo has had an accident. Let's go and investigate separately. Little did they know that they had been perceived since the moment they surfaced. And the hunter has already taken action. Under Yuyan's tower, Orochimaru and pharmacist Dora stood in the rain, looking at the coming towards him, Tiendeo Yahiko. Jun Changman, what's wrong? Pei Ai left, and his body was also left by the psychic. Tiendeo Yahiko said lightly, it's nothing, a little bit of a problem. He moved forward steadily and stopped in front of the two of them. The pharmacist said in a dove, "This adult, he was in the bathhouse just now, and he was having fun with us." In a blink of an eye, his aura changed. Sure enough, something happened. Tienduo Yahiko said, "Orochimaru, I need to borrow your filthy land to resurrect someone for me." "Oh." Orochimaru smiled and said, "Then, the matter of life is ready, right?" Tiendeo Yahiko fell a bottle in her sleeve and handed it to Orochimaru. "It's right here." Orochimaru took the blood bottle and pondered slightly. In addition to the matter of life, there is also a living sacrifice. Tiendeo Yahiko said, "You can outline the technique first. When you complete it, the living sacrifice will be almost delivered." "Understand?" Orochimaru put away the blood bottle, with an inexplicable smile on the corner of his mouth. "I have not fully mastered the technique of reincarnation in the filthy land. The power of the reincarnation in the filthy land may be far from that of the past. Is it okay?" "Lord Changman," Pen Yahiko said, "strength doesn't matter. After all, as a combat power, he is insignificant, as long as his mind is clear." "Swoosh, is that so? Then I'm relieved." Orochimaru crossed his hands in front of him and gently bit his thumb. In the dark alley, a root member who sneaked in fell into a pool of blood with bruises all over his body. "Pain, Renjiandeo," Yuzuki said coldly, "the minions sent by Danzo to assist Hanzo are still here." "Well," the member of the root, whose eyes were under the mask, stared at the person in front of him with fear, the decoration of the all on his face, and those eyes. You are one of the corpses controlled by Akatsura Nagato. There are two invaders, one person is left for the reincarnation of the filthy land. This is used to obtain information." The human path stepped forward and grabbed his head with his palm. "You can go underground to see Hanzo right away. He really has killed that Hanzo." The pupils suddenly tightened. "The way of the earth." Swish! Under the tower, another member of the root, after being defeated by Kokupi, barely breathed a sigh of relief and sent it to Orochimaru. "Live sacrifice, just use him." The heavenly Deo Yahiko made a seal, allowing the rain to stop temporarily. "Go forward and place the living sacrifice in the middle of the already arranged technique, then pour out the blood in the bottle and retreat outside the technique." The eyes were filled with solemnity. It is the first time that Lord Orochimaru has witnessed it with his own eyes when he has used the art of reincarnation in the filthy land. I saw Orochimaru had a cool seal, with long black hair, and no wind. Forbidden technique and reincarnation in the immortal land. The living sacrifice of the sacred offering made a tragic roar, and the dust rolled up from the ground quickly attached to his body. That's it." The pharmacist covered his face with his hand to cover the storm caused by the use of the magic. I saw the body and appearance that was frozen as the dust rolled up. It was. On the mountain outside the rain, two captains of the Gen and the members of the Gen of the two brigades were waiting for the reply from the two infiltrated companions. Those two people have been there for a while. Boom! At this moment, the rough figure is coming to the scene. Everyone was extremely shocked when they saw his true face. You are... Crack! Crack! Pei Ai twisted his neck, and the explosive light of lightning appeared outside, and he grinned. "Little baby, let me love you well." Chapter 69. Hello, Jiaodu. Hello, Kaoru. Kaoru, who returned from the reincarnation of the filthy land, looked at Pen Yahiko's face with his dark green pupils. How could he forget in the forest of Tianzi Kingdom, he instantly ruined his life with his strange and unpredictable abilities. "You suddenly appeared at that time, that man. Haven't I been killed by you?" Pen Yahiko said, "Kaoru, you are indeed dead. This is the art of reincarnation in the filthy land." "Immortal land? Reincarnation?" Can the forbidden technique developed by the second generation of Naruto resurrect the dead? Xiaodu looked down at his cracked palm, then subconsciously raised his hand and touched his chest. Indeed, I can't feel the beating of my heart in this body. It's ridiculous. I think I'll end up with this forever. Putting down his palm, he had accepted the reality of being reincarnated by the filthy land. His eyes turned toward the man who became a weak presence against the backdrop of Pen Yahiko. He said in a deep voice, "Then, this magician who is reincarnated in the filthy land is you. The legendary Sunin, Orochimaru, has a head worth 50 million taels on the ninja reward list." When Orochimaru smiled, he said in a hoarse voice, "Humph, that's right. It's a great honor to be remembered by veterans who fought in the same era as the first generation of Naruto Senju Hashirama, a veteran who fought in the same era." Xiaodu said in a deep voice, "Humph, the times have really changed. A guy like you has become a helper for others." His eyes returned to the face of Pen Yahiko. "So, can you tell me? Who are you? You can kill me with just one encounter like you, and conquer the existence of Sunin Orochimaru. It is absolutely impossible to be unknown. Who are you?" Pen Yahiko did not answer Kaoru directly, but said slowly, "This is Yuyin village." Yuyin. The dark green pupils of the horn suddenly shrank. These two words behind it is a huge amount of information. "Hey, Yuyin, but Shanjiao Fish Hanzang's territory. If he can stand here in a noble place, that means this guy actually killed Hanzo. You know Hanzo is a person standing at the top of the bounty list. As the peak of the ninja world, the man who gave the name of the three ninjas, his bounty is equivalent to the third generation of Konoha, which is 80 million taels. Where did you get his body?" Pen Yahiko said, "In Hanzo's body, there is a poisonous sac of the pepper fish, so I dealt with it early." Kodu's pupils suddenly shrank. "Baga, stupid. That's 80 million taels." At this time, a playful smile appeared on the corner of Orochimaru's mouth. "Kaoru, although Hanzo's corpse has been disposed of, your corpse has been preserved intact." Kaoru's eyes lit up. "Where is my body?" Cao Pei standing behind Pen Yahiko walked up and made the same voice as Kori, "Here is here." Kaoru's pupils opened wide. Although his hair color changed, his eyes changed, and there were strange decorations on his face, he still recognized that the person in front of him was himself. After all, he was a man who had been through many battles, and he immediately understood. His eyes swept through Pen Yahiko and Perrin wearing a cat-faced mask not far from Pen Yahiko. Are they all corpses like this? In other words, the one who controls the corpse to fight me is the real body. So, the horns lowered their heads. At that time the red-haired man who appeared beside the blue-haired girl was the one of these guys. Is it true? It's really ironic. I actually capsized the gutter to such an extent. In the end, I was killed without even understanding the enemy's abilities. After death, the corpse became the enemy's trophy, and the soul was attached to the corpse with unknown price, and it turned into this way. Ha ha ha, it's true that people die for money. Kaoru raised his head again and looked at Pen Yahiko. So, you can say, what is the purpose of reincarnation of my filthy land? Pen Yahiko said bluntly, there are two purposes. I will talk about the first one first. I just got from Hanzo and took over the Yuxi village. The village's finances are tight, and you are good at financial management. I want you to serve as the financial manager of Yuxi village. Ha 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 ha. Xiaodu laughed loudly when he heard this. I said, you have to underestimate people. It's true that I am good at financial management, but I can't do things that I only make money for myself and work for others. Besides, I'm dead, so don't even want to use force to coerce me. This is difficult. Pen Yahiko said, I don't like strong PEOP. Lean the difficulty. I will fully respect your stay, but if you are unwilling to contribute to my village, I can only let you pay. Fill the money. Xiaodu frowned deeply. You have been living with bounty hunters all year round, so you must have saved a lot of money. At this time, Pen Humane Deo Yuja grabbed the body of another member of the root and landed on the open space. Kaoru, Yuji. This 15 million head has also become the corpse you manipulated. Yuji said, "Ah, this corpse replaces the one who killed you at that time." Pen said, "You are not unfamiliar with that ability, right?" Cock clenched his fists tightly. How could he be unfamiliar? After he was hit through the heart by the heavy punch of the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow, he was killed directly by the ability to suck his soul. Haha, I want to suck my soul? Kill this body reincarnated in the filthy land? Then you made the wrong idea. I'm not afraid of these. But you don't know another ability of the human world, right? Yuji, who was moving forward, smiled dangerously, that is, read the information in your mind in an instant. You are hiding that huge amount of property. I believe that at least it can solve the urgent need of you hidden village. Swish. Orochimaru released his snake hand from his sleeve, fixing the horns tightly. No, don't make the idea of making money. The dark green pupils suddenly frozen. Pen Yahiko said coldly, the more you earn 30% of the year-end dividends every year, the more you earn for the village. The more small treasury you have. In a word, do it or not. Seeing the palm of the human Taoist palm covering his head, Jiao gritted his teeth and compromised, 40%. Trade. Renjian said, putting down his palm. Pen Yahiko smiled and said, then, the second thing is easy to say. I want the scroll of the Art of Earth Resentment. Chapter 73 News. The rain is hidden outside, the hills. Boom. Facing the enemy, the members of the root launched a turbulent ninjutsu. But after the scene ended, the monster covered in lightning appeared in front of everyone without any injuries. Our ninjutsu is useless to him. Ren Yin clenched his fists. If I read it right, that guy is a 3rd generation of Thunder Shadow. Under the mask of the Lunan, all of them could not hide their shocked expressions. At the end of the 3rd Ninja World War, facing the siege of Ui's troops, one fights against 10,000, and 3 days and 3 nights, that guy can't stand tall. Xin-Jo, the 7th commander of the Gen, had a grim expression under his mask. His body was used by Akatsura Nagato with the Rinnegan? No wonder Hanzo didn't contact us, I'm afraid he had been killed silently. This is the worst situation. After Ren Yin and Xin-Jo exchanged their eyes, they reached a consensus, this enemy cannot be solved by the number of people. The 6th branch and the 7th branch, all members will retreat. We will cover you up. Those who go back alive must report today's situation to Lord Danzang. The 2 brigades present, except for the 2 who died in Yuyan, had 70 people. After receiving the command from the captain, they all remained silent, put the ninja knife into the sheath, turned around and ran down the mountain. If the orders are enforced, the mission will be achieved, and you will not be bound by unnecessary emotions. You will act like a tool. This is the way of the root. The seal of Rinnegan is made. Earth escape barrier, Tuzu Hall is not available. Boom. The terrain around Pai changed, and the broken rocks were tightly pressed together, turning into a hemispherical earthen mint. Almost at the same time, after Xin-Jo was printed, he slapped the ground with both hands. Water escape and water stamping. Wow! The water that flowed out from the inside of the ditches quickly filled its interior, creating a high water pressure environment. Before now, strengthen this earthen mint. Ren Yin rushed forward, pressed his hands on the outer wall of the earthen mint to reinforce it with chakra. In this way, even if you can't break free for a moment. Boom! The next moment, the earth wall burst, and a palm covered with lightning grabbed his head. Amid Rinnegan's astonished gaze, the earthen prison collapsed and the water filled the fields. Damn it, so strong! This sentence became Ren Yin's last words. Puff! Because the next moment, Pai clenched his palm gently, and his head exploded like a watermelon. Ren Yin's headless body fell at Pei Ai's feet, splattering blood. Water escape and water dragon bullet. Wow! Behind Pei Ai, the water flow suddenly rose. It was the water dragon bomb that Xin reorganized with the water evacuated from the earthen zombie. But Pei Ai didn't even look at it. He shook his arm back and with a boom, the water dragon bomb exploded into a stream of water. Oh! Xin put down his sealed hands and sighed. He knew that he was about to follow Ren Yin's footsteps, so he simply stopped struggling. He looked at Pei Ai and said as if he was about to die, "At least, our large army has retreated, and Lord Danzang will soon receive the latest information about you. If anyone can't run away, they will die." At this time, Pei Ai spoke coldly. "What did you say?" Xin suspected that he had heard it wrong, and a far-fetched smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Stop bluffing. Our large army was evacuated in dispersion. And the speed was quite fast. No matter how strong you are, how could you drive them all out? Then open your dog's eyes and take a good look at me." After saying that, Pei Ai took off his left wrist and raised his arms high. Bosaizi. At the wrist incision, lightning was thrust fierce surge. This body transformed by Shuradeo has a chakram memory device. All chakras that have attacked me will be automatically marked and identified. And it's like this. Boom! A beam of lightning shot up in the sky. When it reached its highest point, it suddenly shot 70 strands like a celestial girl scattering flowers. The tip turned into a sharp arrow, tracking the 70 root members scattered in all directions, asking for their lives. Shuratianju Konan. The members of the roots that were scattering below were all shocked by the sudden lightning of the sky. It's too fast. Even the instant body technique and the substitute technique were too late to use, and the body was ruthlessly penetrated and fell to the ground. Crack! Pei Ai put his wrist back and walked to Xin, who was already stunned. The face under Xin mask trembled. "I didn't expect that the strength of Akatsuki Nagasun has reached such a level." Boom! Pei Ai punched through his chest. At this point, the combat powers of the two brigades sent by Danzang to cooperate with Hanzhou were wiped out by Pei Ai's own strength. Pei Ai glanced at the land beside him, then, "You can come out too." Shush! Baiju, who was hiding there, appeared and complimented, "Wonderful and wonderful, Lord Nagato, your Shuradeo pun is simply too strong." During the 4 months when Nagato and Konan were in charge of Yuyan, Baiju number 0, who entered Obito's nest, was not idle. As of now, there are no less than 20 Baiju who have been assimilated by it. These Baiju will report the turbulent movements of Obito and the ninja realm to Nagato from time to time according to the situation. The name Baiju in front of me is number 18. After a rainbow fart, number 18 said seriously, "Sir Nagato, this time I will bring you good news, bad news, and neither good nor bad news. Which one do you want to listen to first?" These little cuties, as always, like to keep them in hiding. Pei Ai said, "Let's say good news first." The 18th said, "The good news is that Obito already knows that you have eliminated Hanzang's power and occupied Yu Hidden Village." Nagato thought to himself, "Finally, I can't hide it anymore? It's a pity that I can hide it until now under Xiao's intelligence network. This doesn't seem to be good news, right?" Hehe, after all, Obito was very happy when he first received the news. He also praised your growth rate and said that you will soon become a more useful chess piece. Ha! Pei Ai asked, "What is that bad news?" On the 18th, he said, "Bad news. Over the past few months, he has asked his fellow men to search for Orochimaru and Deo without success. He is suspicious and suspects that you took them in. Next, he will probably use his divine power to sneak in to check the situation. Please deal with it early." Pei Ai's eyes condensed deeply. This information is very valuable. So, what is the news that is neither good nor bad? The 18th said, "The news is that your master, Sunan Jiraiya, seems to have returned to Konoha village." Nagato fell into deep thought. During Kushina's pregnancy, Mr. Jiraiya did go back and went to Minato's house, and dramatically named Naruto through a book. But at that time, Kushina's pregnancy was at least 9 months old. This time, Jiraiya returned to the village, a few months earlier than expected. Could it be that it was because I attacked Konoha that Jiraiya returned to the village early? So, will Minato communicate with Mr. Jiraiya? If the teacher knew that Pain had the reincarnation eye, would he think of what? Boom! A flash of lightning flashed through the sky outside the Yuyan Tower. Nagato temporarily suppressed his ups and downs and looked at the weak and powerless angel in his arms. "Xiao Nan, tell me the truth, are you?" Chapter 71. Although this young man is shy, he always has something to say. "Xiao Nan, tell me the truth, have you done something that hurts me without hiding it?" Facing Nagato's question, Konan's eyes flashed and he avoided his gaze. In order to alleviate the physical and mental fatigue caused by staying up late, when it is late at night, Konan will rely on the black stick to let Nagato's chakra flow in and get stimulation from it. Tonight she fell in the female soup and Perlin found the thorn marks on her arm, which was exposed. "I'm sorry, I really don't want to cause trouble for you." "No, I am the one who should be sorry, Xionin." Nagato blamed himself for not being able to discover this matter earlier, otherwise he would never have let Konan do such a thing. That forbidden technique, the legend of the side of the night, can we not learn it? There are many ways to become stronger, and there is really no need to practice this kind of self-abuse. I would have known that it would have become like this. I would rather burn that page of the Book of Seals than show you. Really, I can't stand you like this. An inexplicable smile appeared on the corner of Xionin's mouth. "Nakaman, you finally said what you said in your heart." Yes, Nagato knew that with Konan's enlightenment, he would not allow him to retreat, but he still couldn't control his mood and said something he knew was against his wishes. "Then you have to promise me that you are not allowed to stab yourself with a black stick." "If I don't have a prick, what should I do if I fall asleep?" "I'll finish sleeping, but I'll just not be stabbed anyway." "Hi, no prick, I won't prick, I won't expect you to be so childish." Having said that, this matter has to be solved. If Xionin continues like this, it will not be a solution. I have to think of a way to relieve sleepiness in addition to using a black stick. Looking at the black stroke that had turned into a part of Konan's eye makeup, a light of inspiration appeared in Nagato's mind. By the way, when it comes to guys who never sleep, isn't there one in Sand Village? Although it has not been born yet. Gaara, his father Luosha, implanted the Shajishu crane into his body since he was a child. Once he fell asleep, the killing intention of the Shajishu crane would invade his consciousness. Over time, due to fear, he suffered from insomnia. It was not that he did not want to sleep, but his brain had lost the reflexes and functions related to sleep. The impact of sleeplessness on Gaara is just that his dark circles are relatively strong, and he still looks refreshed on weekdays. From this, Nagato can conclude that the biggest challenge that Konan faces is not the burden on the body that does not sleep, but the instinct of sleepy brain is difficult to overcome. If there is a way to make the insomnia of Gaara disappear, or temporarily suppress it, like the sleepy instinct in the cerebral cortex, like Gaara's insomnia, perhaps, Konan can successfully overcome the next difficulties. When Nagato had this idea, he immediately spoke through Perrin, who accompanied Orochimaru back to the experimental base. After hearing this, Orochimaru fell into deep thought. Is it insomnia? To suppress the reflex of the nerve center, the most direct way to prevent sleep-related areas is through medication. The drug has the side effects. Of course, if it is a drug, there are side effects, which is inevitable. Orochimaru sat on the sofa, holding her chin with one hand, and smiled. Anyway, I'm idle at this stage. If you need it, I'll try to develop it, and strive to minimize the side effects. How long will it take? Orochimaru thought for a while and said, 1 month is enough. On the high tower. Nagatoshi Orochimaru told Konan the original words. Orochimaru, is that what he said? Well, it doesn't matter. If you don't want to take medicine, let's use another method. It seems that there is nothing we can do about this. Zionin sat up and held the water cup. At this time, Nagato said, Kamen, can I ask you a somewhat private question? Zionin's eyes turned to Nagato, and seeing that the latter looked serious and a little shy, he couldn't help but hold the water cup in his hand tightly. He lowered his head slightly, yet. You said. Nagato's eyes turned unnaturally, are there a ring on your navel? Suddenly quiet. Nagato turned his eyes and saw Zionin looking at him without blinking. His face turned red. That's right, I accidentally saw it when I put on your clothes for you. Sorry, it's really not intentional. Nagato clasped his hands, and, I swear. I really saw a little bit. I didn't see anything else. No, it's okay. A hint of undetectable crampage flashed in Zionin's eyes, it's normal to see it, nothing. Then will you ask me about this matter have anything to do with the topic we just talked about? At this moment, Konan seriously met Nagato's sight. Talk about relationships, it's true. Nagato took out a navel ring made of a black stick and turned his eyes to the side. It will take about a month to develop the drug. You can use this instead of the ring on the navel. This way, it will have a black stick similar effect, and it will not cause any harm to you. Of course, if you don't like it. Thank you. Ha ha ha, sure enough, it's a bit unreasonable to do this. I love so much. In Nagato's surprised gaze, Konan took the navel ring from his hand, and the inexplicable smile appeared again. Nagato, is this the first gift you gave me after the common Goffage gift? This is not counting. After Nagato adjusted his emotions, he solemnly said, to be the first gift after the common Goffage gift, I actually have something better to give to you. There was a light flashing in Zionin's eyes, is that true? I am really looking forward to it. Instead, she said playfully, by the way, it's not just the navel ring, but I also want to lip nails, but I just haven't made up my mind. Nagato smiled and said, I don't think there is any need to lip nails. Why? Zionin asked with his eyes blinking. That look made Nagato's mood, which had just calmed down, become restless again. But although this young man was shy, he always said something straight. Because, in my opinion, Zionin, your face is already flawless and you no longer need any unnecessary things to decorate. After saying that, Nagato scratched his head and said embarrassedly, with that being said, I am indeed not suitable to interfere with your personal hobbies. If you like it, then. Lips, I won't hit it. Zionin replied calmly and firmly. To be honest, I've been a little bit lately Konan, add some emotional scenes. I hope everyone doesn't think I'm embarrassed to write, shy. Chapter 72 Zionin and Kaoru. The rain is hidden in the tower, the bathroom of the fragrant boudoir. Zionin stood in the shower, letting the clear water flow through her flawless body. The tight belly was already inlaid with the navel ring given to her by Nagato. 3 inches below the navel is where the human body's chakra meridians gather, and is also called the Grin chakra. She could feel that Nagato's chakra was participating in her chakra flow in a gentle way. That would not cause any harm to her, and it would effectively relieve her sleepiness. In this way, I will be able to concentrate on sharing my worries for Nagato in the next month. Close the water valve. She came to the mirror and looked at her truest appearance after she left the bath for a long time. Of course, she knew that she was a real beauty. Drying the water droplets on her body and putting on her close-fitting clothes made of fishing nets, she sat down on the chair beside her, slowly putting on light purple tight trousers along her slender legs, putting her backless top on her body, stretching her hands back, and pulling the zipper on her back. When she came to the mirror, she used light foundation to cover the black that spread around her eyes, tidied up the bun, picked up the light blue paper flowers at her hand, and wore them on the right side of her hair. He got up, took off the rope hanging on the wall, wrapped it around his body, and tied Yu Yinkin's forehead to the right side of his waist. Yaoxi. He raised his hand and gently patted his face, cheered up and walked out. How about it, is it difficult to master the technique? Nagato put down the scroll of the Art of Earth Resentment in his hand and smiled and said, the difficulty is probably half that of the incomplete version of the Flying Thunder God. 3 days is enough for me to master it. Seeing that Xionan's face turned significantly better, Nagato's heart was slightly relieved. Okay, then you can concentrate on your studies first. I'll meet that short-lived gentleman. In the small house in the southeast corner of Yuyan, the corners were watching the accounts of Yuyan village since the third battle. After accepting the reality, he had entered the role of the financial manager. Looking at the shocking expenses, Cao was so angry that he was so angry. Hanzo, the deceased son, used almost all the aid funds after the war as defense of his bedroom and raising dead soldiers. From the changes in the numbers in these accounts, I can see his turtle's nature. Humph, it's still the peak of the ninja world. If I had known that he was such a person, I would have personally taken the title of 80 million yuan, just like when I was dealing with the first Naruto back then. The corners were dipped in the fingertips and turned to the next page. Crack! At this time, the wooden door opened. Along with the sound of the door opening, a cold greeting came. You can't take off the head of Hanzo's neck. Looking at the blue-haired woman walking into the door, her dark green pupils flashed through her embarrassment. It is because he looked at this woman in the forest of the Tian Kingdom that he fell to his current level after he looked at it. For a mere 20 million, he spent most of his life on business, and after his death, he had to be forced to open business and became an accountant in this down-and-out village. That was the most loss-making deal he had done in his life. This woman with a delicate appearance in front of me diagonally, she can be called a plague god and a broom star. Xiao teased without hesitation, haha, you are the so-called angel among the villagers. It just so happens that I have a question to ask you. His fingers lit the account book and questioned, after you took Yu Yin from Hanzo, the 100 million taels of aid distributed by Daming of the Kingdom of Rain, in less than 4 months, why is there only 1.6 million taels left? Xiaonan said calmly, it's 1.4 million taels. I spent another 200,000 taels last night with a meal and a bath. What did you say? Xiao stood up with a slight slam, rolled up his sleeves, revealing his black fists. Kaedu, let's understand. We used to be orphans from Yuyan village. We lived a hard life and were afraid of being poor. We didn't want to live a stingy life anymore. Pei Ai walked in with his head raised. Seeing him, Cao sat back. You have fought for half your life, and it is understandable to enjoy it, but it is hard for a good cook to cook without rice. Don't worry, it's hard to start with. You're so light, my boss. A village with a civilian and ninja, with a population of 30,000, has only 1.4 million taels in the public account. How do you make a decision? Seeing Xiaodu's face full of trouble, Pei Ai was also a little sad. Just now, I solved a group of Konoha root members outside the village. Unfortunately, their heads should not be worth it, right? You said the root of Konoha. Keiru's eyes suddenly shone brightly. Yes. Where is the corpse? The morgue is preparing to be cremated in a concentrated manner. What, you burn the bun? Take me over, hurry up. Several people hurried outside the morgue. Fortunately, Yu Yin's boiler who handled the corpse had not been cremated due to diarrhea. Looking at the remains of the entire hall, the coroner was suddenly excited, so many. Konan asked, it is said that Konoharo's ninjas were all cultivated since childhood, and they didn't even have their own names. They always wore masks when they were in action. However, you can't be on the reward list. Can you exchange money in this way? Similarly, this is also Nagato's question. Generally speaking, this is the case, but the members of the root are special. Cock squatted beside the corpse of a root member, put on gloves, pried open his mouth, pulled out his tongue, and said deeply. Danzang, the leader of the Jin, will put the Dong's genie mantra seal on the tongue of each genie member. The existence of this mantra is only linked to Danzang's own life and death. This is equivalent to the anti-counterfeiting sign of the root member. Being able to be selected by Danzo, who symbolizes the darkness of the ninja world, and joining the root is itself a recognition of his ninja value. So, in the black market gold exchange center, the body of each certified root member is clearly marked with a price of 5 million taels. The corpses of all the recovered root members present were verified in turn. This is a pity. All the staff have confirmed that except Ren Yin, whose head was blown out, all the certification has been completed. He looked around the audience, his eyes radiating. 71 root members, total value, 355 million taels, if, plus my own head worth 45 million taels, haha, 400 million taels, as startup capital, it's enough. Pei Ai said, well, I have to say first. I have to use your body. I can't let you exchange it for money. Well, 355 million, barely. At this time, Zionan said, I have to leave 200 million taels as our daily living expenses for the next 6 months. You are simply angel? Haha, I'm really a hell. Keiru's face suddenly became bitter and revenge. Never mind. Who made me stand up? If that day I didn't chase Yuji to Tian's Higuo. I only have one request. Don't let me see the face of Yuja again in the future. Pei Ai said, yes. Jiaoda said in surprise, I just said, did you really agree? Pei Ai showed an amiable smile, of course, Keiru, you are my important subordinate now, hope for the rise of Yuheng village. Kaedu, for a moment, was a little flattered. Nagato thought to himself, haha, that's right. Pen said, I want to officially replace it. Chapter 73 Pen's Human Way, Candidate. Under the Yuyan Tower. The King of Hell stopped chewing and opened his mouth wide. The dusty ashes of Ren Yin's body were spit out with the body of the nameless Hanzang's remnant. There are still several black sticks in the dust. Sure enough, did you fail? Nagato put away the King of Hell, pinched his chin, thinking about something. Zionan asked curiously, why did you suddenly have a whim and think of using the reincarnation of the filthy land to make pain? Nagato smiled and said, the reincarnation of the filthy land has an immortal body. If I want to be Pen, I don't need to rely on the hell to be resurrected. Is it true that I have thought too much? This is a lie. Nagato made this attempt because in the original work, Obito personally performed it, using the reincarnation of the filthy land to create the 6 paths of pain. But the sample selected by Obito is very special. It was reincarnated and resurrected by the medicine Buddha through the filthy land. It was formerly known as the Jiji Riki, and he also used the power of the heretic golem. Then, maybe it cannot be used as a general example, so Nagato will come to verify it. Sure enough, the kind of pain 6 paths is a special case that can only be born under special conditions. It must be the predecessor Zuriki, so that he can have excellent characteristics with the tailed beast chakra in the golem. Only by combining the lock of the heretic golem can he forcibly compress the tailed beast chakras into the bodies of the 6 filthy land people Zuriki, and realize manipulation. In the above link, Obito's role is secondary, and golems are the fundamentals of manipulation. It is no wonder that Obito controls the black rod of the 6 paths of new paths of pain, which has the suppression force beyond the 6 paths of Nagato, and even if he touches it from the outside, he will be unable to move. It's not because Obito has a single eye that he has exerted a stronger pupil power than Nagato, but he has just taken advantage of the heretic golem that sealed the 7-tailed beasts. After falsifying the 6 paths of pen in the filthy land, Nagato also had a clearer idea. Underground experimental base. Pei AI was communicating face-to-face with Orochimaru. Sure enough, the guy I liked needs to find his body and make pain step by step. Pei AI supported his cheek with his fist and changed the subject, but, then the guy is not like I'm. He just died not long ago. He died during the first ninja war. He was a ninja in his past life, and his body might have been rotten in the soil. Humph, just like the will of the stone in the hidden village of Iwaku. Orochimaru looked at the giant man sitting opposite him with pleasing eyes. Recently, he discovered a wonderful little detail. Nagato Junjun borrowed every pen to have subtle differences in the personality. In Tiandao Yahiko, he showed more of the calm and cold side of his personality, and in the Beast Daolan, he showed his lively and naughty side, while in the third generation of Shuradao in front of him, he was also a real tough guy. What kind of growth environment has created such a vivid and interesting soul of Nagato-jun? Humph, I am really curious. Su. Orochimaru lowered his head and took a sip of tea slowly. A hoarse voice rang out, second generation of Doraemon, no, chosen by Nagato, pain the way of the earth. That's right, let's not talk about dust escape. That guy's Wuchen misty envelope is a perfect match with the human Tao. The light and heavy rocks and the heavy rock techniques are even more of the magical skills for assisting. It is no exaggeration to say that the guy's strategic significance is not even less than this Pia, but the reincarnation of the filthy land cannot become pen. Humph, Nagato, there is no need to worry about this. Orochimaru put down his teacup and whispered his black hair, after all, Iwahidian village has the ancient anti-corrosion technology of pyramid tombs. The body of that Manwu should be preserved intact. Hey! A strong light suddenly burst out in Pei Ai's eyes of reincarnation, really? Has the corpse of the first generation of Taing Shihi also been preserved? Orochimaru smiled and shook his head, maybe, but the bodies of the first generation of the shadows were buried secretly by each village, and the highest secrets in each village. Even the contemporary of the shadows do not know the burial place, and even my information has not been collected. In addition to the burial site of the first generation of the Naruto Senju Hashimara, the other 4 first generation of the shadows are buried. That's it, Nagato thought. No wonder, in the 4th Ninja World War, even pharmacist Dora was unable to allow the first generation of the shadows in the country and villages to be reborn as a filthy land. Well, those that can be seen and touched are more realistic. You know the place where the burial is not buried, right? Well, I know, the land of earth, the immortal river at the foot of Yangtze village, and the pyramid is not on the ground, but is buried 100 meters deep underground with a special talisman. Once the talisman is touched, it will make a shocking sound. The difficulty of this trip is probably not under the Battle of Yunmen Valley. Pei Ai pondered slightly and said, is there any way to not be alarmed? Orochimaru said, there is, but it needs to be done with the help of immortal art. Is it a fairy art? No wonder, in the original work, pharmacist Dog used to hide the truth from now on, and successfully acquired the no-life matter. Orochimaru said intriguingly, Neimen, do you want to get the power of immortal arts? No hurry to do this. Nagato has his own ideas. Although the immortal art is powerful, its essence is blessing with his power. According to the principles of immortal arts, physical energy, spiritual energy, and natural energy build a new balance. Physical ability and mental energy can be summarized as self-power. Then the essence of immortal art is the organic combination of its own strength and natural strength. The stronger your own strength, the more natural energy it can activate, and the stronger the extracted magic chakra will be. As for Nagato himself, not to mention that the power of Thousand Hands in the sleeping bloodline has not yet been triggered, he also needs to use the land to resent you to obtain a meridian of yin escape chakra. As for him, there are still too many things that need to be improved. Only when those are perfected in immortal arts can you exert your maximum power. And there is another important reason when learning immortal arts, he must go to the holy land of the immortal family, and even the 6 paths of pain will inevitably fall into dormancy. His second body is infertility. In the information brought back by Baiju on the 18th, Obito seems to have doubts, and Orochimaru and Deo are hiding in Yuyan village. His mentor, Sunan Jiraiya, returned to Konoha, and it is possible that through Mizuno, he learned that the reincarnation eye still exists in this world. By then what actions he will do is still unknown. Therefore, during this year, the original of Nagato should not travel far, at least, it is not advisable to leave Yuyan for a long time. Pei Ai's fist was lowered from her cheeks, and a rough smile rose from the corner of her mouth. Then I will be relieved by myself and free the poor mummy from the pyramid that bound his freedom. Chapter 74. By chance, Pylon summoned the Yata bird and rode with Pa, rushing towards the sky northwest of Yuyan. Konan and Nagato stood side by side on the tongue of the relief of the tower, looking at the outline of the rain curtain that disappeared in the sky. Iwaki's strength is quite strong. Are 2 enough? The purpose is not to have a full-scale war. These 2 most mobile paths are more important. If necessary, Perlin will communicate with other paths. Zionin turned his eyes and looked at Nagato's side face. The distance of the destination this time should be much greater than the limit of the transmission of the chakra signal, right? Could it be that the power of 1,000 hands has awakened? Nagato stretched out his hand and stroked the back of his neck. No, so, I've got some technology and ruthlessness. Swish! The Yata bird flew away in the sky and flew 20 kilometers away in a short while. This was very close. Nagato was now controlling pain's limit. On the bird's back, Pei Ai's reincarnation eye glanced downwards, locking in a mountain. Just there, Perlin manipulated the Yata bird and circled it, approaching the top of the mountain. Pei Ai jumped down, looked around and locked in a relatively hidden rock, surrounded by weeds. Pei Ai squatted down and pulled out the weeds. He cleared out an open space in the grass, pressed his palm on it, and the eyes of the reincarnation turned with light. Click! A mechanical column rose in rotation. Pei Ai took out a pre-processed large-diameter black rod from the ninja bag and embedded it into the hollow groove at the upper end of the mechanical column. Buzz! This mechanical column is activated and emits from the upper end several small black sticks spread out like umbrella bones. Yaoxi, it's done. The chakra signal relay tower made by Shuradeo can effectively extend the manipulation distance of the body to all pain. However, the premise for taking effect is that Pen Shuradeo must survive. If it weren't for this impeccable Pei Ai, he wouldn't be assured to use this black technology. Pei Ai jumped onto the Yatabi and murmured, however, the dust escape of the 2 Libras of the Earth Shadow is still a threat to me. If necessary, maybe he will summon the Hungry Ghost Road to the field. The Yata bird gallops around the sky, and every distance, it will install a relay tower in the right place. In this way, on that night, it successfully arrived at the airspace of the Land of Earth, which borders the northwest of Yuyan village. This moment is just like that moment. Konoha village, a warm little home. After the busy day of work, Shuman was wearing home clothes and sitting quietly at the table reading a book. A calm and powerful palm was gently placed on his shoulder, and a sound full of warmth sounded in the thick and tenderness. Oh! Are you reading my strong and perseverance? While Jiraiya was happy inside, he laughed at his beloved disciple and said, but this is my debut work after all. His writing style is relatively immature and has not been handled well in many places. Minato's eyes moved from the book to the face of his mentor and blinked and said playfully, it's not that. This story is very exciting. Many of the stories in it are adapted from legends left by the teacher. It feels like your autobiographical novel. /H. The protagonist of this book never gave up until the end, so he is so handsome, very much like a teacher, this protagonist. Minato's praise made Jiraiya feel embarrassed. Yes, is that? Minato squinted his eyes, his face filled with an infectious smile, so I thought about it. If my child, who will be born in less than half a year, would have become a ninja like this protagonist. As he said that, he put down the strong perseverance and forbearance in his hand and said seriously in Jiraiya's flattered gaze. So, can I borrow the name of the protagonist in this novel? Jiraiya opened his eyes wide and gestured clumsily in front of him. Is this really good? Is this a random name while eating ramen? Naruto. The gentle voice was refreshing. Kushina. Kushina, under Jiraiya's gaze, held her pregnant belly and walked to Minato. Yes, I've decided it, it's this name. Even the name that the teacher thinks casually when eating ramen is better than Minato's brains and thinking about those strange names. The second half of the sentence is not necessary, Kushina. Minato said helplessly and dotingly. Even so, Jiraiya was still flattered. Is Kushina really okay? It's okay, teacher, I have the same expectation as Minato. When this child grows up, he can become an excellent ninja like you. Really, that is, have I become the father of naming this child? Is it really okay for a person like me? Kushina held Minato's shoulder and the two of them faced the teacher together. Mizumi smiled and said, it's because it's your teacher. When it comes to great ninjas with real ninja skills, there is no one else except you. Thank you. In this way, Jiraiya smiled and accepted the proposal of his beloved disciple and his beloved disciple's wife. Naruto's name was confirmed in the warmth that was several months earlier. After dinner, Kushina consciously went back to her room to rest. Jiraiya and Minato were sitting face to face in the living room, and the book Strength, Perseverance, and Forbearance was temporarily put away. Teacher, this time you are back, in addition to visiting Kushina and me, you are also attacked because you heard that the village was not long ago. Yes, I just learned the news not long ago. Jiraiya shook the teacup gently and said in a deep voice, you can escape unstoppable under the joint efforts of Mr. Sarutobi and you. The enemy is really extraordinary. He raised his head and swallowed the tea in the cup, but his thoughts were hanging high. I don't know if is it related to Orochimaru. Minato said in a low voice, well. It's indeed a very powerful enemy. After the war, we held an intelligence analysis meeting and successfully solved the truth about some of the enemy's abilities. However, the enemy's true identity has no clue yet, but I think it shouldn't be done by Mr. Orochimaru. Isn't it? Jiraiya was slightly surprised. Why can you make such an assertion? I'm not surprised at all to say that those guys can manipulate the body. Minato said, I have heard of Mr. Orochimaru's abilities. He has defected to Konoha for less than a year. Such a short time is not enough to make such a qualitative change in the way of fighting. And, there is something more important that makes me make such a judgment. Hey? What? Mizuman's blue eyes became deeper. Teacher, you once mentioned that you have also received 3 disciples in Yuyan village in the past, one of whom has a pair of special eyes, right? Jiraiya couldn't help but hold the teacup in her palm. Why suddenly said this? Mizuno supported his chin with his hands and his eyes traced back. I didn't really look at it at that time, but afterwards I recalled the scene at that time, and that subtle feeling always lingered in my heart. After thinking about it, I still thought that I had read it right. That background color and texture should be in line with the same reincarnation eye as the disciple you once told about in the past, the same as the 6th-path immortal. Jiraiya's pupils trembled suddenly. Chapter 75, A Devil's Fault. This is impossible. My 3 disciples, including Nagato, are all dead. Just nearly half a year ago, they died in Yuhang village. Jiraiya stood up excitedly. When he saw Minato's expression full of astonishment, he was stunned at first, then sighed and sat down slowly. He whispered, sorry, I lost my composure. Minato returned to his usual calmness and said rationally, Teacher, I understand your mood. But is it possible that Nagato actually escaped from death? Jiraiya held his palm tightly and lowered his eyes. Maybe so, but I couldn't imagine the reason why Nagato would attack Konoha. Minato reasonably inferred, they were all war orphans during the Second Ninja World War. At that time, Yu Yin, as the main battlefield of the three major powers. Was it possible they lost their homes because of this? Although he expressed his expression very tactfully, Jiraiya also understood what he meant. His 10 fingers were tightly clasped, and his 2 thumbs were rubbing uneasy. He has never mentioned the death of Nagato's parents, nor have I asked him. It was a topic that was tacitly avoided between our master and disciple. Perhaps it was really because Konoha lost her parents, and maybe it was. Jiraiya's mind flashed through her mind, especially the scenes of getting along with the 3 disciples of the past, especially the little things with Nagato. Frozenly, when parting, he touched Nagato's head, with a bright smile on his face. Pictures attached later. Jiraiya's restless hand movements stopped. He raised his eyes and approached Minato's gaze and said confidently, "Even if that's the case, I still believe that my disciples will not be such a narrow-minded person. There must be other hidden information here. I think there is either another person with the eyes of the samurai, or Nagato's samurai fell into the hands of some people, and the other party used the power of that eye to act against Konoha. Always choose believe. Do you have a disciple you have high hopes for? It is precisely because I, who is also a disciple of my teacher, and I also have a disciple whom I have high expectations, that I can fully understand the teacher's mood." Minato nodded and said, "Indeed, the attacker behind the scenes is not Nagato, but only the situation the teacher said." Jiraiya said, "Mizusa, can you tell me all the information about the attacker's abilities analyzed at this stage?" Of course, I knew the teacher would definitely care, so it was ready. Minato took out the scroll prepared in advance. Jiraiya took the scroll, put it in his arms, stood up and smiled, "Minamon, I will say goodbye first. Go and spend time with Kushina and have a rest early." Minato was caught off guard and said, "Don't the teacher stayed for one night before leaving? I originally wanted to talk to you about the candlestick night and ask for some secret questions." "Oh." Jiraiya's expression became intriguing. "Is it a woman's secret?" "Minato, as my number 1 disciple, you are indeed the best." He leaned closer to Minato and said quietly, "In this way, wait for Kushina to sleep tonight, and you can use the Flying Thunder God to go to the back mountain and take you to experience it. As a scenery that even Hokage can't appreciate." In an instant, Mizuno was a little moved, but suddenly, he felt a murderous aura coming from the other end of the door behind him. He immediately said ashamed, "Teacher, you don't want to take me to Peep, do you? Please spare me. I can't do something to be sorry for Kushina." When these words were finished, he clearly felt that the murderous aura behind the door disappeared. "Ha ha 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 ha, it's watering eggs, joking. After Jiraiya laughed heartily, he patted Minato on the shoulder and said earnestly, "I know, what you want to ask for is about immortal arts, right?" Minato scratched his fluffy blonde hair and smiled, "Yes. The attack in the village made me realize that I was not yet mature as a Naruto, so I wanted to find an opportunity to perfect the magic that I was not good at." Jiraiya smiled helplessly and said, "As a teacher, I really can't help you with this, because a teacher is not good at immortal arts than you. Although your immortal mode cannot last, at least you can enter alone." Minato said shyly, "Teacher, you are too humble. At least your own chakra can communicate with the 2 great immortals. And I can only communicate with the psychic Mr. Wentai." "Back to the point," Jiraiya said earnestly. "Mizuman, I believe that with your understanding of the technique and the creativity of the Raise Nan, you will definitely find your own immortal model. Don't be bound by existing common sense, just use your inspiration to the fullest." "Well, inspiration sometimes depends on physical and mental pleasure and relaxation. In this regard, the teacher can give you some help and guidance." As he said that, Jiraiya reached out and gave another book to Mizuno. "Intimate Paradise, this is it also a teacher's work?" Jiraiya smiled and said, "Well, my new work has not been officially released yet. As my number 1 disciple, I will be considered a special treatment for you." Minato is like a treasure. What a great honor, after the teacher's strong and perseverance and another masterpiece, what an honor it is. I want to know the teacher's personal experience as a great ninja, and the ninja that has been accumulated from that hard-working experience, must have been sublimated in this work with the mature and experienced writing style. Teacher. I will definitely read it with Kushina. Ha 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 ha. Jiraiya smiled thoughtfully. It's just right for the couple to read together, but in this special period, don't imitate the dangerous actions inside. Minato said excitedly, oh. Is it a difficult movement that is like a blazing wind, thunder, lightning, and fire in the battle between ninjas? Unexpectedly, the fighting scenes of the new work are also perfected and strengthened. Then I have to understand the true meaning of the words word by word to try to apply them to the actual combat of protecting the village. After saying goodbye to Mizuno, Jiraiya came to the woods at the entrance of Konoha village and slowly unfolded it, the information scroll given to him by Mizuno. Reading the text about the invader's ability that night, his eyes gradually became solemn, and his hand that pulled the scroll was a little slower. Information, above. Along with the signature of the information text, a kunao engraved with the sword of forbearance and love was reflected in Jiraiya's eyes. That is Mizuno's flying thunder god Kyuwu. Jiraiya holds Kyuwu in his hand. At the end of the scroll, where it was originally kunao, it reads the farewell message of Mizuno. Teacher, I understand very well that when I mention the reincarnation I and your former disciple, Nagato, you will definitely find ways to find out what is going on. From my position, I can't stop you. So, please bring my flying thunder god Kyuwu with you. Once something happens, I will give up all the matters and arrive by your side in an instant. Minato, what a gentle and considerate child. Jiraiya smiled and was in her arms. He turned around and rushed towards the border west of the fire country. Are Nagato and the other three still alive? Is his Rinnegan still stolen by Konoha's enemy who is suspected of Orochimaru, and used it to revenge Konoha? To figure out all this, we must start with the hidden village, which Nagato and the others have suffered. Chapter 76 The Grave Digger on the Immortal River. After 3 days of flying and stopping trekking, the Yata bird finally arrived at its destination, the land of Earth, the Immortal River. Looking down from a high altitude, the ups and downs of mountains are like giant dragons lying on the vast land. The fortress, standing among towering mountains, with a natural chasm, and built of hard stones, is the birthplace of the 5 great ninja countries. The unshakable stone will awaken Ninja Village. In the ethereal sea of clouds, the huge figure of the Yata bird also seems inconspicuous. Pei Ai laughed out loud, ha ha ha, this place is really suitable for a Earth-exploding star. If all the rocks can be transported to the sky, it would be no problem to make another moon. Perlin smiled and said, it's good to have a look at Super Shinra Tianzheng. It's conducive to the unity of the ninja world. In the second dimension, it is common to talk to yourself. Changmin has long been following the local customs. Pylon took out the parchment from her arms and spread it with her little hands. That was the hand-painted map of Immortal River before departure. In different directions, there are 2 red crosses, and the pyramid tombs are marked. But there is only one tomb where no lord is sleeping, and the other is a suspicious tomb. It is said that the suspected token was built by Toki Onaki, which is to prevent the appearance of those who are interested in life like the previous life and the present life Nagato. Moreover, the technique used by the suspect is no different from the genuine one. That is, once it is touched, it will make a shocking roar, and Yunyan will quickly move out to encircle and suppress the tomb robbers. Pei Ai said, if that boy Ai, if he had the charm of old man Onaki, it would be really not easy to deal with my configuration at that time. At present, Nagato had already thought about how to deal with the suspicious array set up by Onaki. The method is simple and crude, that is, Pylon and PA are divided into 2 groups, and the mechanism of the tomb and the suspected tomb will be triggered at the same time. The Yata bird dived straight from the clouds and stopped at an altitude of about 300 meters. Further down, the risk of being discovered is quite great. 1 gram swoosh. Pei Ai lifted Perrin with one arm, carried it on his shoulder, and jumped down from the Yatabi's back. Boom! As they landed, the rock and soil collapsed, but the movement seemed insignificant in the vast mountains and fields. Pylon did not remove the psychics of the Yata bird in the sky, because the psychic beast's vision was shared with Pen. If you keep the psychics, you can have an extra pair of eyes and pay attention to the movements of the awakened ninja from the air, which is crucial to the next step of action. Pei Ai let go of Pei Lin. Pei Ai said, "You can go to the tomb closer to Yanyan, you are better at hiding." "That's the point." Pylon made a seal and sent a chameleon to the spirit. "Suck it." The chameleon's sticky tongue curled up Perlin and swallowed it into his mouth. Swish! After hiding his body, the chameleon shook his head and ran towards the destination. After Pei Ai withdrew his gaze, he ran towards another marked place at a speed. Iron Hidden Village. It was noon, and Toshiki Onaki had a mealtime. The place for the meal was his tying office. He sat in a high chair, enjoying the lunch box, and in the swaddle clothes tied around his waist, the cute little baby was blinking at him with his shiny black eyes. Onaki carefully held the spoon and a loving smile bloomed. "Little Hiju, open your mouth, Grandpa will feed you." "Dad, your work is so heavy, so it's better to leave it to the people below to do the task of taking care of black soil." Sitting on the stone bench in front was Onaki's son Huangtu. He was less than 30 years old at the moment, and his appearance was a little green, but his tough temperament had been developed between his eyebrows. He just returned from the Slevel mission. Onaki said stubbornly, "Humph. It's just half white, but I'm in good health, and I'm not going to work and take care of my children." After saying that, in order to prove to the Lois that he was getting stronger, he put down his spoon, wrapped his waist in black soil, left the seat, and floated in midair. He first used the heavy rock on the black soil, and then used the power of his waist and abdomen to drive the heavy black soil to circle and play. After the rotation stopped, he smiled proudly at Huangtu and said, "Look, I'm not old." Falling back on the chair, Onaki wiped his sweat, looked down and his eyes flew out. "How come Black Soul's eyes have become the family emblem of the Vortex clan? Oh, if this continues, sooner or later, the white-haired person will send the black-haired person." Huangtu sighed, called the nurse who raised Haitu, and carried her back. "Close the door." Lois raised his head and cleaned the lunchbox. "Dad, I actually have a situation when I come back this time and I want to report it to you." Onaki said, "You swallow the food in your mouth first before you speak." After saying that, a cup of tea floated in front of him. "Oh." After taking it, Huangtu finished drinking a big mouthful and swallowed the food in his mouth. He said, "The news I found along the way is that the grave of the third generation of Lei Ying seems to have been dug up, and it is in front of the fourth generation of Lei Ying." "Yellow Tuyo, you believe this kind of rumor? Who in the ninja world can prick his father's grave in front of that boy AI? That person is either a fool or a madman. He may have turned into a corpse at this moment." Onaki expressed disdain for this and picked up the teacup and wanted to drink tea. But Huangtu said solemnly, "I don't know whether the other party has turned into a corpse, but we saw the eyeliner installed in Daming Mansion of Thunder Country. AI lost one of his arms and went to see Daming." "What did you say? What?" Onaki was stunned and almost sprayed something with a mouthful of tea. "Is it true? That boy AI lost an arm?" Swish! At the foot of the mountain beside Yangtze village, a chameleon appeared. Pylon walked out, looking around with the reincarnation eye. It went smoothly unexpectedly. She walked to a seal talisman and squatted down. On the other side of the mountain, in front of the same seal talisman, Pei AI is ready. The two people's sights are perfectly interconnected, so they can cooperate perfectly like the left and right hands. 3, 2, 1. Swish! Swish! The two twisted off the seal talisman at the same time. Iron Hidden Village, in the tying office. Onaki came to his senses from the shock, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He lowered his head and took a sip of tea, and said gloatingly, "Haha, I really didn't expect that boy AI suffered such a big loss. Well, it's his fault for himself. He's so arrogant when he holds a funeral. No wonder he's been missed by others. Only by relocating the bodies of his previous generations like us can we ensure that there is no foolproof." Boom! The roar suddenly came. The earthquake. No, this movement is the grave of the ancestors, no one. Chapter 77 Jiraiya, sneak into the rain and invisible. Under the rainy sky, the water surface is constantly rippling. Wow! The toad that floated out of the water opened its mouth and stretched out one arm, then it was the whole body. The toad closed its mouth and dived into the water. The white-haired boy squatting on the water raised his head in the rain, looked at the cold-toned building complex in the rain curtain ahead, and raised a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. "Yaoxi, you have successfully sneaked in the high tower in the hinterland of Yuan." "Hey!" Nagato's expression moved slightly. "Someone blocked my rain, and the feeling of chakra is quite familiar." After he thought about something, his eyes drooped. "Is it Teacher Jiraiya? I knew from the time he went to Konoha to visit Minato in advance that this day was not far away." Zionin walked up and asked for instructions. "What should I do, Nagato?" Nagato said, "Although what we are following is not the path that the teacher once placed on us, he has been kind to us after all. Without his careful guidance for 3 years, we would have died in the Warden Yuan. Now that he broke into our territory, war is inevitable, but it is enough to capture him alive and not to hurt his life. Is this so good?" Zionin smiled relievedly. "Do you want me to go over?" "Go, I'll stop the rain, use your ability to search, pay attention to his specific location, and don't show up." After Nagato formed the seal, the rain stopped, but the sky was still dark. "I understand." After Xiaonan made the seal, he stretched his arms and thrilled. Nagato smiled slightly, and, too, was also a little curious. "I just paid my condolences to my teacher not long ago. Now, how do you view my existence?" Jiraiya walked alone in the dim alley and stopped. Looking at the scattered raindrops ticking in the sky, he frowned slightly. "Has the rain stopped?" Although the rain in Yuxi village is said to be endless all year round, in fact, there is still a short vacuum period. Well, although the enemy used the Rain Tiger Freedom technique when invading Konoha, no one would use this chakra-consuming technique at all times on their own land, right? Unless the enemy's existence itself is a chakra monster and a tailed beast. Jiraiya gave up his concerns and continued to move forward, muttering to himself. Akatsuki, led by Yahiko, was ambushed by Yuyan. The information I received was that all 3 children were dead. Soon after, Konoha was attacked. The enemy manipulated the corpse remotely, and its ability was suspected to be related to Nagato's Rinpoche. So I infer that Nagato either entrusts his eyes to someone before he dies, just like Obito and Kakashi in the past. Or after he dies, his eyes are taken away. If it is the latter, I have 3 candidates in my mind. Shanjiao Yuhanzo, he has the convenience of being close to the water, and with his knowledge, he should recognize the reincarnation eye. In addition, he also has a stance on revenge on Konoha. Danzo, it is rumored that he and Hanzo had colluded inside and outside, but there is no real evidence. Using the ability of the reincarnation eye, he directed and acted to attack Konoha in order to dissolve the rule of Minato. This makes sense. Jiraiya clenched his palms. There is another candidate, that is Orochimaru. The time when he defected to Konoha was almost the same as those children were attacked. His motive for revenge on Konoha for the sake of his lost parents is the most complete and powerful. In addition, it deepens my suspicion of him. It's the suspicious actions of the enemy mentioned in the Minato intelligence scroll in the Uchiha clan. I know you the most, Orochimaru. You have coveted the power of Uchiha Sharingan for a long time, right? In addition, you met those 3 children in Yuyan with Tsunade and me back then. Maybe you discovered the potential of that child earlier than me who was slow. World Weary Novel Transfer Station 2948-327800. Orochimaru, if you really took away Nagato's reincarnation then your plan will not be just Konoha. Then the purpose of my trip is... Jiraiya's solemn steps stopped. The rain paradise with pink lights in front of him made his eyes suddenly pop out, and hot air spurted out of his nostrils, and his 5 fingers repeatedly held it together. Enjoy the fun of drawing materials. How will this country with exotic style be investigated in depth? I really look forward to it. Jiraiya walked into the rain paradise reflected by colorful lights. Customer, welcome, ... Crash. The paper butterfly flew past the vicious corner. On the high tower, Zionan's body gathered, it's indeed teacher Jiraiya. Nagato turned his eyes and saw that there was something strange and cramped about her face. Is there anything wrong with the teacher? Konan said, the teacher seems to have identified you as Orochimaru. He thinks it was Orochimaru who took away your eyes after you died and acted on Konoha. Nagato sighed, I am worthy of being a teacher. My persistence towards Orochimaru is extraordinary teacher, where have you been now? Zionan shook his palms and said with some slight gaze, I'm going, the store I just allocated funds to support. Nagato smiled and sighed, oh I can only say that I am worthy of being a teacher. Zionan asked for instructions, what should I do next? Nagato said, the teacher came from afar, let him enjoy it first, let your clone monitor outside. When he finishes his enjoyment, Pylon and PA will reach the immortal river. Yes, time is a little ahead of schedule. 3 hours later. Dear? Welcome again. He, I will definitely come again. Jiraiya walked light steps and left Yuyan Paradise. When the door behind him closed, his face was filled with chatter and laughter, and was instantly replaced by seriousness. He is not only for enjoyment, but also for inquiries. The young girl with the name Konan was a little wary of his problems, but under his tactful language trap offensive, she revealed something to him. In the sky hidden. Rain once again became the main theme. His expression was extremely solemn, Hanzo's rule of the mountain pepperfish has been subverted. Mr. Pain as a god and Mr. Angel who conveys the oracle to the people instead of God. If all this is Orochimaru, would he do these tricks? It doesn't match my impression. Although it cannot be ruled out that it was Orochimaru's work, the impression given by the 4 words angel always reminds me of that child. Jiraiya clenched her fists hard. On the high tower. Zionan said complicatedly, it seems that the teacher has noticed something. Nagato was lowly, Pei and Perrin are already on the immortal river. We have to take action. In order to facilitate the protection, we have to make the ending place a little bit simpler. I already moved that body. That's probably the only one who can let him submit without hurting the teacher. Chapter 78 Triple Symphony. Immortal Kawakami. Amid the roar of the earth and the mountains, a majestic pyramid rose in front of Pei Ai and Pei Lin. Pylon's eyes flashed, it's really spectacular. The Yata bird above the sky, through the reincarnation eye, took Ai Weiyun's actions in full view. Pylon murmured, all the rock ghosts dispatched are gathering towards me. Could it be that this is the main tomb? Do you want to summon Pei Ai directly here? No, let it go. After thinking about it, Pylon gave up the idea of summoning Pa. There are some military tactics, if the real one is empty, if it is empty, if it is real. Who is the Oi Wood? Will you not understand the principle of setting up a suspicious array? In the tying office. Onaki has changed into combat attire. Looking out the window, he looked deep, the seals of the 2 tombs were lifted at the same time. The enemy must have sufficient plans and preparations in advance. Huangtu was puzzled, Father, why did he put all his combat power into the suspicious tomb? Onaki said, this is to set up a suspicious array to disrupt the enemy's pace. It is possible to remove 2 seal talismans at the same time. The enemy who divides troops into 2 groups must have real-time communication methods. Huangta said lowly, so that's the case. Let the enemy in the main tomb go over to protect the enemy in the suspicion of the tomb, so that the enemy can be prevented from succeeding. No. Onaki floated into the air, pushed open the window, looked at the flowing clouds in the air, and said with a far-sighted vision, my purpose is to let the enemy predict what you just thought of. Ah! Huang Tu suddenly raised his eyes. After all, if too many people are present, my ability will not be able to be implemented. Lois, follow me to the location of another tomb. The light and heavy rocks that Onaki used on the Lois, and the 2 flew towards the sky at the same time. Onaki's mouth curled up a scheming smile. The target is also the body of the previous generation. If it is the same group as the one who attacked Lei Ying Ai, then we may be able to reap the benefits of the fisherman. If his body can be obtained by us, it will be a powerful ace. Hey! What's going on with these big guys? When Yan Yinzong rushed outside the pyramid, he stopped. Because 4 giants that made them feel strange and terrifying were guarding there. The hellhound, centipede, lizard, and chameleon respectively. The leaders of the team were Iwaki Nashiro Kazuki and Fumiya. Hun was a genius who had been famous for a long time, while Fumiya was a young and promising ninja like Kakashi Hashiki. The enemy who manipulates these psychic beasts has entered the tomb. Wenya, our blasting troops use explosion escape to restrain these big guys hidden. Your regular troops directly use soil to escape into the pyramid. Huo led the members of the blasting troops behind him and jumped up. Explosion escape mine fist. Rumble. Outside, has it started? In the tomb, a stone panda stands with candles on his head, and is used as a candlestick. Pylon looked at the 3 sarcophagus erected on the stone wall with candlelight. In the view encapsulated by the stone panda, a figure appeared. Under the cat's face, the corners of his mouth raised, in all senses, it will really cause trouble for people. Swish! She leaned over and avoided the kunao that was attacking behind her. The 2 Yunyan who appeared with Wenya said in surprise, how did she do it after avoiding the attack behind her? Wenya was not overly surprised, but just looked at the petite and delicate back in front of her and said in a deep voice, in this closed environment, you have no way to escape. Just surrender. This is our home court. After saying that, he put his hands together. Whoosh! Call out! Call out! Call out! From all parts of the tomb, a stone platform with sealing techniques is highlighted. Pylon recognized Wenya. Although this face is younger than the original work, it is him, Wenya. I remember that in the 4th Ninja World War, he was the one who defeated the Immortal Hunter. In addition, he was also the captain of the Ninja Alliance SEAL Squad. It can be called Haki Kakashi. Iway is in the west. Pylon recovered and smiled cleverly and said, you said, this is your home court, right? Bang! She put her palms together and her psychic technique appeared on the stone wall behind her. Nanny! Wenya's eyes suddenly changed, she wants to perform psychics in such a narrow place. Bang! From the wall psychic technique, the hell crab appeared, destroying the sarcophagus, and 3 bodies wrapped in bandages fell from it. You can't let him succeed. Wenya formed seals with both hands, and a powerful fire escape erupted from her mouth. Pylon smiled and said, what a good response, I'll give you a thumbs up. Water escape and bubble dance. In the mouth of the hell crab, foam sprayed down, quickly extinguishing the flames and rolling them down. Not good. The Wenya seal method suddenly changed and the earth-flowing wall was used. 2 of the 3 corpses fell into the foam dissolved quickly. Oh! It's made of wax oil, so it melts when it comes to heat. I really want to thank you for saving me time cost. Bang! The hell crab disappeared, and from the hole that the psychic broke, the chameleon's tongue wrapped Perlin and the body of no lord, to be determined, into his mouth. Bang! Bang! After the chameleon disappeared, he shook his head and ran away. Boom! Outside I was hit hard by a centipede. Damn it, can't my explosion escape do anything to these guys? As the chameleon ran, Perrin's face was grim, the Yatobi's vision disappeared. Was it discovered by Okawa Onaki and killed quietly? It's so powerful. He is one of the few who can threaten the existence of Pei. If Pei Ai is killed, the chakra relay station of the Shura agency will also be invalid. I, who have long exceeded the scope of the body's control, will also lose control. The body cannot even conduct reverse psychics on me, just like the body of a male beast brought back by teacher Jiraiya back then. So, no matter what, Pei Ai can't get Onaki's dust escape. The Immortal River, another pyramid tomb, two bodies that were also disguised with wax oil, melted, and Pei Ai also obtained the other body of no lord, to be determined. Boom! Carrying lightning, he broke out from the top of the pyramid. But I just appeared and entered the real ambush circle. Earth escape and mountain soil technique. Boom! Boom! On the left and right, two earthen mountains closed and attacked them. Pei Ai held the body in his arms and couldn't make a move. However, two rough robotic arms were borne on both sides of his left and right shoulders, covering the thunder escape armor, which blocked the storm of earth, but he was also restricted and could not move for a while. Pei Ai murmured, "Oh, have you said it? Do the body need to be redirected to the psychic and escape from difficulties? However, to psychicize the guy I was holding, I need to mark the psychic mark with Perrin. It is not impossible to give up after a gamble, but if this guy is the righteous master, my trip will be in vain." Huangta shouted, "Dad, do it!" 2 libras, Big Nori, looked down in the air. I can't believe that although the hair color has changed slightly and the body structure has also changed, that kind of strong body and strange power are 3 generations of thunder shadows that have changed like a fake. If the attack from the mountain earth art is for the 4th generation, you may be able to avoid it. After all, your strength is the spear and shield, not the speed. This will ruin you because, in front of my dust escape, the strongest shield is meaningless. Swish! Onaki's hands formed a seal, and the transparent cubic crushed it into it. At this moment, Perlin fell on the earthen mountain with a somersault. Onaki Wuvai said, "Oh? Is it reinforcement, but it's just a matter of increasing casualties. Dust escape, the technique of stripping the original world." Whoosh! The dust escape cube between his palms expanded and turned into a beam of light to sweep down. The psychic technique. Yuyan village. Jiraiya was walking, and his body suddenly stagnated. Swish! Pen, who was hiding his figure with camouflage hidden art, appeared and hugged Jiraiya from behind. Feeling the continuous loss of chakra, Jiraiya's afterlight light turned in shock. Wheel, the reincarnation eye, you are the enemy in the intelligence that can absorb chakra. Damn it, it's not mentioned in the information that he will use the camouflage hidden technique to eliminate the breath. How did he feel me? Is it really rain? He really has the chakra who activates the rain tiger freedom technique throughout the whole process. Jiraiya struggled hard, trying to break free. Pen said, "Please stop struggling, it will be over soon." With the feeling of strength loss brought by the loss of chakra, Jiraiya was unwilling to accept it, but he also knew that he was in trouble. Damn it, I just entered the door and explained it. Is there any more embarrassing situation than this? Bang! Suddenly the feeling of restraint behind him disappeared, Jiraiya staggered and fell to the ground. The shock was still undecided. What's going on? That guy suddenly disappeared. No matter what, I'm saved. In short, avoid the rain first. Jiraiya glanced at the pipe above, without caring about ease of fatigue, and stepped in one step. While running, his eyes were low. Do you want to escape? No, he just used the honorific you to me, he must know me. I must confirm that guy's true identity. It is said that the enemy's vision is suspected to be shared, and there are also 3 generations of wind shadows that summon the armor of the mechanism, as well as the existence of using gravity and repulsion. But the guy who absorbed chakra still has the ability of the camouflage hidden technique that is not recorded in the information. It can be seen that the information of Mizuno may not include all of it. Crack! He bit his fingers, dipped them in blood, and painted his face on his face. Sure enough, to fight with that kind of guy, the immortal mode is essential. Summon the 2 great immortals. His palms were folded together. On the high tower. In the distant sight, in front of Perlin, the hungry ghost path absorbed the dust escape, and the smoke and dust disappeared, which was Onaki's shocked expression. The dust escape just now was a critical moment. Nagato said, I have lost one thing. Zionin asked, where is teacher Jiraiya? Nagato said in a low voice, based on my understanding of the teacher, he will not give up easily. Just counterattack him whenever he wants to. In any case, I don't plan to hurt his life. Whoosh! In the rain the dark and ominous vortex is rotating. Click! Nagato's face immediately darkened after he noticed it. Konan, you should immediately go to Jianjiadu and take it to the underground experimental base, and instruct Orochimaru and Deo to act according to the emergency plan. There was also nervous sweat on Zionin's face, and his fists were slightly clenched under his sleeves. Can you say? Nagato said in a low voice, that's right, that guy is here. After the vortex settled, Obito looked at the rain in the sky from A-Phase eyes. Oh? Is it his specialty rain trick again? We are probably already seen by him. It doesn't matter, I didn't plan to hide it. Swish! He escaped into the vortex of divine power. On the relief of the tower, Nagato's light glanced coldly at the vortex that suddenly appeared beside him. You're here. Ah, that's right. In this way, Obito, who appeared openly, slowly took off his hood and shook off the rainwater. I heard that you took Yuyin and then came to see your current situation. Well, by the way, let me tell you the information that Baiju found. Obito's Sharingan narrowed and flowed with a faint light. Sunan Jiraiya has already sneaked into the rain and fainted. I think you should have noticed it, right? Nagato. Chapter 79 Dance in the Sky. Catch it up. Perlin murmured, putting down her sealed hand. It's a critical moment. Pain-hungry ghost and put away the sealing technique and sucked the seal. The disappearing dust escape beam turned into Onaki's shock. His small eyes were staring at the dark and strong blonde man on the mountain soil. Huangtu looked up at him and said, Dad, is he? Onaki clasped his palm tightly, Ah, Yamagata. He and Toya, AMU, lost their whereabouts during the patrol mission of the Thunder Country not long ago. Just now the little girl in the mask made a seal of spiritual communication? Huangtu, what did Yamagata do? Onaki, I've absorbed my dust escape by him. What? Huangtu's horror was conceivable. At this time, the mechanical arm summoned by Pei Ai began to exert force, and the cracks continued to expand on the mountain soil. Damn it, the mountain and earth technique can't be maintained. After all, the Lois is hard to maintain, but it is hard to support it. With the boom roaring, the mountains and earth collapsed, the rocks penetrated the sky, and the pyramids in the distance were affected and destroyed. Pei Ai and the hungry ghost Deo fell together on the Yata bird that Pei Lin resummoned, and put down the Naogong, to be determined. Together with the unloaded goods from the chameleon and handed over to the Yatabi, another no-adult, to be determined, was marked with a psychic mark by Perrin. At this time, as long as the original body is in Yuyan village, we can pack all of us away, but there is a guy who is in trouble, staring next to the original body. Looking at the Yata bird rising from the sky, Onaki's eyes became deep and sharp, staring at Perrin. He asked from a distance, "Are you planning to take away the body of an old master, just like the third generation of Thunder Shadows, to use it?" "Oh." Under Pylan's mask, her elegant eyebrows raised slightly. The third generation of Lei Ying had already died, which is an indisputable fact, and Yamato was undoubtedly. Both of them were corpses. So, naturally, Onaki treated me with a mask as the person who manipulated the corpse? Thinking of this festival, Pylan smiled and said, "Who knows?" Onaki said coldly, "Don't think you can succeed. Don't think that I am like that boy AI, a soft persimmon that I can handle at will." As he said that, he formed seals with both hands, swish. The cube of dust diversion condensed again in his palm. Pylan smiled and said, "Master Mu useless. To deal with that kind of absorption ability, you must have a feint attack." Onaki glanced down. On the ground, Lois lifted a huge rock with brute force. Ao 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 ao. After he helped out, he threw his all to the point where the Yatta bird was hanging. The huge rock rises towards the sky. Pylan smiled and said, "Do you want to use a stone to knock me down? What a terrible strange power, but unfortunately it's not reaching." The huge rock rose to its highest point, but it still failed to reach the Yatta bird and began to fall. But I saw the Lois seal method suddenly. Earth escape Iwano's arm. Boom! From the huge rock, a rock arm emerged, instantly covering the sky above the Yatta bird and slapped it hard. Pylan was amazed, "So, that huge rock is the carrier for displaying the rock's arm." Huangta shouted, "Wait for now, Dad." In front of Onaki's palms, the beam of light blooms. Dust escape, the technique of stripping the original world. Boom! However, Iwano's arm shattered under Pei Ai's strong fist, and the sealing barrier spread by the hungry ghost's hands once again made the dust escape Mengchen that Onaki was proud of. Pei Ai put down his fist and said, "Do you really think I don't exist?" Under the control of Perlin, Yatta's reincarnation eye glanced at the shocked Lois on the ground. Crack! The pointed beak opened, and a giant dome came from his throat. Squeeze out and land downwards. Not good. Onaki's expression suddenly changed. He swung straight down from midair. After forming a seal, the rigid stone giant rose from the ground, supporting the Lois with a bent waist, and was bombarded by the Yatta dome on his back. Perlin sighed, "Onaki of this period is indecisive, in terms of adaptability, combat awareness, chakram magnitude, and physical fitness. Hehe, I got the things anyway, let's get away." Swoosh! The Yatta bird hovered and flew towards the horizon. Huangta shouted, "Dad! Don't worry about me, chase me." Snort! Onaki snorted coldly, and his small body, like a cannonball out of the barrel, chasing towards the Yatta bird. As he approached, his mind was turning. "I'm the most threatening dust escape, which can be absorbed by Yama. Even if you use the physical technique of super heavy rock amplification, you will not be better than the third generation of Thunder Shadows. In addition, the flexible and easy psychic technique of the masked woman and the combination of triangles are impeccable. Realistically speaking, I can't get any advantage. But my triangular array is more luxurious than you." Two tall figures stood on the two peaks on the way to advance. When I saw their appearance, Nagato, hundreds of miles away, his pupil shrank. Onaki is cruel enough. Iwi's two men, Kuriki, were all out. Fused Lao Zi, steamed Ninja Han. Boom! Boom! On the immortal river, the two figures rose into the air, and two terrifying hot winds hit. Pei Ai hit him up with both fists. Boom! The convective storm rages in midair. In this way I can free my hands to get close. Crack! Onaki's arm covered with rock fist, and accelerated the attack. The variables are too fast and cannot be released. Nagato made a decisive decision. Pylan started to communicate with the spirit, and connected the hungry ghost path and Yamata to the front. Yamada blocked Onaki's rock fist with both hands. Hungry Ghost Realm. This rock fist is a phenomenon created by chakra, so it cannot escape the sealing technique of the Hungry Ghost Realm. Click. Click. Onaki's rock fist began to collapse in front of Yamada palm. That's it. You can see that you rely heavily on these hands. Click. Onaki's wrist flipped, and he actually grabbed Yamao's arms and folded them behind him. Crack, 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 calculating, crack, 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 calculating, crack, crack, calculating, crack, 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 calculating, crack, 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 calculating, crack, 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 calculating, crack, 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 crack. Yamao opened her eyes. Hungry ghosts devour. Whoosh. Feeling the rapidly losing chakra, Onaki was stunned. So that's it. Your ability is this mechanism, but you're one step slower. He pressed the back of the mountain and made a seal in an instant. Earth escape super heavy rock technique. Buzz. Yamashita's super heavy body fell from the Yata bird and fell heavily downwards. The roar rang. Onaki floated in the air, and after forming seals with both hands, he swept down. Dust escape, the technique of stripping the original world. Whoosh. The light of dust escape erased the mountain below, and also erased everything that exists in the Hungry Ghost Path and Yamada. Who Onaki breathed heavily. Boom. Boom. Two figures shot down from the air, and Lao Ziai and Han were knocked out after they met just now. It shouldn't be. Lao Ziai and Han are both good at physical skills. When Onaki saw the thunder escape armor covering Pei Ai's body, his pupils suddenly shrank. The strength of that thunder escape chakra mode, can you let that guy use his power before he was born perfectly? Pylon smiled and said, you found the ground too late. Why? Do you want to continue to attack with dust escape? That sounds like a good idea. Onaki made a seal again, and the dust escape blocks gathered, aiming at the Yata bird flying far away from sight. And Pylon stood there motionlessly in the face of the wind. Hungry Ghost Pain has been killed. There is no way to deal with dust escape. But in the end, I don't know what I was worried about, but Onaki finally put down his palm. Lao Ziai got up and asked, Sir Tying, why did you stop? Onaki said in a deep voice, my chakra has consumed too much. If I fail to hit it, the situation will be reversed. With your two people's control over the power of the tailed beast at this stage, you will have no chance of winning against the third generation of Thunder Shadows who can use their power in their lifetime. Han hurriedly knelt in front of Onaki, I am ashamed. Enough. Onaki held his palms tightly and said in his heart, I should be ashamed if I was given a word by her. After the Yata bird escaped from the pursuit, it rushed to the sky. Hapilon was still scared, just it was so dangerous. Pei Ai said, yes, on the ground, you can still try to avoid dust escape with your speed, but in the air, there is no way to dodge. Pylon smiled and said, at the last moment, Onaki was still shaken. I pretended to be calm, but he must have noticed it too, right? Will you be upset? First, I was shocked by the power you showed, but because I was concerned about the consequences of being counterattacked by one move, I chose to escape and retreat. Pei Ai said in a deep voice, the crack of the will of the stone in his heart will surely hurt him deeply for a long time in the future. The rapid sound of the immortal river echoed and did not pass over Yuyan. On the tower of Yuhan village. Under Obito Sharingan's gaze, Nagato's eyes were quiet. No matter what, I cannot let my ace be exposed to his eyes early at this moment. Pei Ai and Pei Lin cannot be recalled in front of him. He came to confirm 3 things. First, confirm whether Orochimaru and Deo were hidden by me. The second is to confirm my attitude towards Jiraiya, my former master. The third is to confirm my current strength and ability. From the past to the present I have refuted his face several times. I guess he had quite a bit of prejudice towards me. The second body is in a critical period of pregnancy. Xionin is in a critical period of practicing the flowers of the night. This time, Nagato really couldn't let his temper be tempted and refute his face. Well, since you want to see it, I will let you see it anyway. It's just my scrap of pen's strength now, and I'll see it when I see it. Nagato said calmly, that's right. Sunan Jiraiya has already invaded Yu Hidden Village. I am preparing to dispatch combat power to fight. How about it? Are you interested in witnessing it together? Mr. Madara. Listening to Nagato's reputation to himself, Obito's aggressive tone also relieved a little. Oh? What kind of combat power is it? Day. In the darkness, a tall figure walked out. That's it, King Pear. Chapter 80 The Way to Entertain Guests. Obito looked in front of him. Nagato attacked Konoha Knight, the brand new pain he had never seen before. Oh? Which Tao's ability is this? Hell Road. Nagato said. Obito frowned, don't you move the way of heaven? Shura, the human path, but the hell path used for resurrection? What are you going to do? Nagato said with reasonable evidence, Koi has collected relevant information from these channels. Using the ability of this hell path, you can achieve unexpected surprises, and Obito meta, besides. Nagato was eager to try and say, I'm using hell as the main attacker or my first experience using pain's technique, it's a bit new. Okay, your fun is really good. Obito sighed and said to himself, I thought you were going to use other pain to watch out for me, haha. Obito's sleeve robe shook, came over and stood side by side with Nagato, and said, if you play, don't misjudgment the strength of both parties like Konoha's trip, and then play it out. Oh. Nagato raised his eyebrows and asked, Mr. Madara, do you know the purpose of my trip to Konoha? Obito said coldly, humph, what else can I do? It's just to vent your hatred for Konoha. In addition, I'm waiting for an opportunity to take away the scroll of Konoha that records the forbidden art, the Book of Seal. In the end, you ended in failure, right? You only took away a few arts. Now Konoha, the leader of Minato, has a very strict information even the land cannot steal the most core secrets. Okay. A crystal ball appeared in Nagato's hand. On the crystal ball, Jiraiya was running in the pipeline with her hands together. In Obito's surprised gaze, Nagato said, this is one of those few techniques. With this type of telescope, you can see clearly here. The next battle between Pain and Jiraiya. Oh. Obito held the crystal ball and said, you are so considerate. Why don't you hate me before, for Yahiko's refusal to save her? Nagato smiled relievedly, I have figured it out. You just want to use this to speed up my growth so as to realize the grand dream of infinite moon reading. To me, Yahiko is a close comrade, but to you, Yahiko is just a simple person who is in the way. During this period, I learned to think from the perspective of others. I tried to stand on your side and understand your motivations. In the end, I felt relieved of my resentment towards you. If I were you, I would probably do the same thing. Because Mr. Madara, you and I are people who regard our ideals as superior to everything. Your ideal is peace, and my ideal is also peace. We are all dreamers who practice our own path for the lofty ideal of peace, so why should we repay the revenge? Nagato's sincere sigh made Obito unable to help but move. You have become stronger, Nagato, your body and mind have become stronger. No wonder, you can defeat Hanzo in such a short time. Since you and I have all settled our past grudges, it's better to start working together sincerely from now on. Please allow me to refuse this matter. Nagato interrupted Obito's words and said, our cooperation will be officially launched 7 months later. Why is this? Obito stared at Nagato, his palm lifted up intentionally or unintentionally. Nagato said in a deep voice, I no longer complain about Yahiko's death, but it does not mean that his death itself has faded in my heart. This year is the mourning period. After the words came, Tiendeo Yahiko walked from the darkness behind her. Obito glanced at the quiet and cold face, and finally put down his hand that was trying to reach Nagato. The eyes slowly retracted, turned to the crystal ball. Forget it, it's up to you. So, as compensation for once again, I want to let me see a good show. Day. The sound of footsteps with a metal texture. The 3 pairs of pupils with golden light were particularly eye-catching in the darkness of the pipe. Little Jiraiya, it's time for you to learn to enter the immortal mode alone. You are not even as good as your own disciples. Don't be too harsh, kid, Xiaojia is already very good. After all, not everyone has the talent of Xiao Mizuno. After that being said, although the way to enter the immortal mode is not perfect, this immortal mode with our cooperation is more practical value than Xiao Shuman. I'm so sorry, I disturbed the time I spent with my children. With the glimmer of light from the exit of the pipeline, Jiraiya, who became immortal, appeared from the darkness. On his shoulders, Shenzuo Immortal and Zhaima Immortal were already in place. Okay, let alone these misunderstandings, what is the purpose of summoning us here? Day. Jiraiya's steps paused and he said heavily. My disciple I was most proud of died not long ago. But the eyes he had appeared again in the ninja world, and the person who manipulated those eyes attacked the village not long ago. What? Is this happening? Is the village okay? Don't worry, the other party didn't get any advantage. With the joint efforts of Minato, Sarutobi, and everyone in the village to resist the enemy, they successfully repelled the invaders. Is this true? Then I'll feel at ease. Then, a few days ago, I learned from the invaders with the Nagato's reincarnation eye, and I sneaked into the hidden village where he died to investigate, trying to unravel the doubts in my heart. Oh! Is your disciple named Changmin? You really have a destiny to be with the sect. Wait. The child. The point is not the point. Xiaojire also mentioned the reincarnation eye. That's the reincarnation eye, the eye of the 6 paths. Oh, I almost forgot. Old Master Daigua has indeed mentioned the 6 paths of reincarnation eye. Is it the reincarnation eye that is being used? Is the doubt in your heart? Do you have any guesses about the person who steals this power? Yet. Jiraiya said, I'm going to hide it from you. Before you sneak in I can almost determine that it was Orochimaru who stole these eyes. But after learning about some things, and just escaping from an enemy, my opinion changed a little. Shima Zionran, Orochimaru is really a name that makes people feel uncomfortable. Mitsusa Sage, little Jiraiya, I'm following your opinion. Now I feel that the person who steals those eyes is not Orochimaru. Jiraiya lowered his eyes and held his palm tightly. No, I can only say that the initial judgment was a bit arbitrary, wishful thinking that those children were dead, and even if they survived by chance, they would not be able to do something unfavorable to Konoha. The immortal sitting in Shen Shao smiled lovingly, well, I understand your temperament. After all, the master has always had high expectations for his disciples. The immortal's Haima looked at the exit of the pipe sharply. Actually, it's very simple. Just press the enemy to the ground and verify it. So, I think so. Jiraiya's hands were made into seals. Immortal Art Toad Oil Flame Bomb. Boom. On the platform at the exit of the pipeline, looking at the surging fire, the horned peach jumped backwards. Did you discover me in the immortal mode perception? Well, that's fine. The horned penis and the reincarnation eyes reflect the fire, and the hands form seals on the chest. Because the source of the novel cannot be verified, if the resource inadvertently infringes on your rights, please trace the original disseminator and please notify us to delete it in time. Thank you. Fire escape, hard work. Boom. They collided with each other and created a fierce convection of flames. Underground experimental base. The telescope technique used by Konan presents the battle scenes before Orochimaru, Deo, and Koto. Of course, the focus of this telescope technique is the horn pier. The dark green pupils of the horns were shaking. Damn it, how did he do it? He didn't use the mask of Daijuyu's nature. He started hard and had such power. What's going on? Orochimaru smiled and revealed the mystery. Namenjun has learned the art of resentment, so he not only used pain to mobilize your body's abilities, but also integrated into his own understanding. Keiru's face turned pale. I have mastered the technique that I have only mastered for 3 years and 3 days, and it even surpassed my understanding of this technique. It's simply outrageous. This guy named Nagato. What's even more outrageous is that I was reincarnated in the immortal land until now, and this guy didn't even meet me personally. Does he understand the way of treating guests? Hello. Chapter 81, Kadapi vs Immortal Jiraiya. Boom. The colliding fire curtain burst outside the pipeline. The counterattack heat wave is rolling back in the pipeline. Jiraiya raised his hand to protect the two immortals with a serious expression. The fire escape released by ninjutsu alone blocked it, the toad oil flame bomb I released with my immortal skills. I thought the enemy was so good with the pupil technique used by the Rinnegan. I didn't expect that even the basic combat literacy would be so difficult. Sorry to have brought you in. Immortal's Haima smiled and said, why are you so panicked? The one who was blocked is just the immortal technique you released by Xiao Jiraiya alone. We didn't take action. The immortal Shenzuo smiled and said, that's right, right. This further shows that it is a wise decision to call my child and I to help. Shima Xianren said, hurry up and end this battle. When I go back, I will prepare insect dishes for the children. You two are so grateful. Jiraiya's half-frog feet stepped out of the gravure mark on the pipe. The next moment, it was like a shell shooting out from the pipe entrance, attached to the walls of the outside building. Hey! The toad's horizontal pupils saw the true appearance of the corner pupil standing below. This enemy is not the one who sneaked into me from behind and absorbed chakra. The immortal's Haima stared at the eyes. Is that the reincarnation eye? It really gives people an ominous feeling. Jiraiya looked around. In the information, Luju once made a guess that the enemy was hiding in the dark and manipulating 6 corpses to fight. That is, in addition to the enemy who absorbed chakra just now, there were also the one in front of him, potentially, 4 corpses. The immortal Shenzuo said, oh? It's a conjecture, but hasn't it been confirmed? Confirming that there were no other enemies around him, Jiraiya retracted his gaze and refocused the following, yes, after all, no one of Konoha's people had seen the existence of the enemy's body with his own eyes, so there was another guessing voice, the so-called original of the enemy is among the 6 people. Immortal's Haima said, what a pity ambiguous information sometimes leads to misleading the direction. No matter how many enemies there are. Where is the original body? Killing the enemy in front of you is a good choice after all. Ha 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 ha. This is true. Jiraiya looked up with a heroic laugh and saw a scene that made his smile solid. I saw that the vast rain in the sky condensed into an extremely terrifying rain dragon just when he was just talking to the two immortals. In the seal of the horned pendant, under the black mask, a cold murmur sounded, but no one is obliged to wait for you to finish your words in the battle. Water escape rain dragon roar. Wow! In the sky, the vast rain dragon fell down with great force and heavy posture. I have seen someone use this trick on Yuyan's battlefield in the past, which makes people feel numb. For a second just now, I suspected that the real identity of the enemy was Hanhide. Boom! Jiraiya rose into the air to face the rain dragon, and the blue spirals expanded rapidly on his advancement palm. But I'm getting stronger too. Immortal Technique Extra Large Jade Rays Nan. Boom! The violent and heavy spiral collided with the rain dragon. In an instant, the raging water turbulent curtain became the main theme of this battlefield. Wow! 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 The super spiral advance finally, the momentum of the roar of the rain dragon. The obvious slowdown in front of Rasengan made Jiraiya's mouth show a temporary relief smile. It seems that this showdown is me well. Suddenly his face suddenly changed. He felt an overwhelming penetration force hit the front end of the super spiral. After the water escape, will there be an additional attack? The corner pendant stands at the top of the building, with his hands folded his seals and stares at him coldly. Thunder escape and false darkness. Crack! The big thunder gun shot down from the air penetrated the dense curtain of the immortal magic and super large jade spear Yuan, causing it to explode in the sky. At the critical moment, Jiraiya turned around in the air to avoid the sharp lightning, and landed on the water surface that had exploded and accumulated in a slightly embarrassed manner on the explosion of the rain dragon roar below. Boom! The horned peach rose into the air, jumped directly above Jiraiya, his hands formed seals again, and his chest was bulging high. Jiraiya's pupils trembled. This time it's again. Is it wind escape? Wind escape and suppress the harm. The strong wind falling from Kaorp's mouth turned into a terrifying pressure cannon, instantly blew the water surface accumulated after the Yulong roar exploded. Jiraiya's feet fell to the ground, and the heavy pressure made him almost unable to stand. There were bloody mouths on his body. This is simply a disaster-level wind escape. Jiraiya dipped his hands in his blood and made a seal with difficulty. The psychic technique. Bang! In the face of the wind, the huge figure that was descending quickly raised the big shield in his hand to block the storm above Jiraiya and the two great immortals. Jiraiya, who had room to breathe, looked at the tall figure in front of her, and smiled and said, "Aegean, thank you." Bang! Bang! Under the pressure of the strong wind, Toad Jian took several steps in a row. When he was about to step on Jiraiya, he forced his feet to hold the shield with one hand, and supported the iron fork in the other frog's palm to strengthen his defense. When Jiraiya's voice came, he turned his head and said honestly, "After all, I'm relatively clumsy. Immortals Haima, you can't be passive anymore. After the enemy's move is over, let's fight back hard. Try to kill the enemy's arrogant arrogance with one blow." Shenzhou Immortal, that's right, right. Jiraiya, it seems that I decided that's the trick. One person and two immortals have made signs of sealing. At the end of the wind escape, Toad Jian held the shield with one hand and lowered the iron fork, allowing Jiraiya to step on it. When the enemy's wind escape ends, just throw the three people to a high altitude. Is it enough? That's right, I'm going to trouble you. No trouble after all, I'm awkward. On the Yuyan Tower, Nagato saw this scene through the crystal ball, his eyes slightly condensed. Oh? Is that trick coming? The damage ended, and Toad raised its iron fork and threw Jiraiya into the air. Then he blew up and disappeared into the white smoke screen. Xiaozilai uses oil. The kid uses fire. I use wind. One person and two immortals, the seal method is settled, and you are condescending. Immortal Art Goman. Boom. The wind strengthened the fire, and the fire rolled away the oil, and the oil rolled down like a waterfall, burning and the air in Kaoru's eyes. This is really hot. Click. Click. On his shoulders, the Huofeng mask of De Zhongyu finally protruded, but unlike the mask of Kaoru, the eyes of this mask are also holed, which is the reincarnation eye. Cooperate with the seal method of the Keel Pai's hands. Boom. 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 The fire, thunder, and wind that have been released before merged into a terrifying cluster cannon. Then let's just touch it. De Qianyu finally shot. Chapter 82, Unconventional. Boom. The immortal method, Gomen, and Kokupi's version of the Earth Revengeful Guru, finally shot and collided with the hell-like chaos. Not to mention the buildings that are affected by flames, strong winds, thunder, and are riddled with holes by these chakra air bombs. The boiling oil rolling and sputtering to the 8 sides is the most terrifying. The rain lines in the sky were directly evaporated when approaching this convection area. Fortunately, this area is a no man's land in Yuyan and does not affect innocent people. After the end, Jiao Pei was in a scorching and blurry air. Jiraiya has disappeared. Nagato was on the tower, and said in front of Obito, and murmured from Kokupi's mouth, "Have you escaped?" To be honest, he just escaped like this, but it's the wisest thing. Bang! A piece of the steel pipe above that was quenched to the melting point was blown off and fell down, falling on the ground behind the corner peach, making a chirping sound. Caudle looked back. It's now. The person lies in the dark, seized this short gap, rushed from the dead corner of the horn's site with his powerful physical skills. Bang! But Kao raised his right hand lightly and grabbed Jiraiya's fist. Nanny! Jiraiya's eyes were stunned. In amazement, the black line of the ground squirting from the forearm of the Keel's forearm was wrapped around his body, and the fire escape mask on his right shoulder opened his mouth, and the terrifying fire flow instantly directly swallowed Jiraiya's body into white smoke. Jiao Pei put down his palm and murmured, "Is it really a clone? You are not stupid." Jiraiya, who was hiding in the distant ruins, said in fear, "It's so dangerous. If it weren't for the clone just now, I would probably be seriously injured if I didn't die." Shenzuo Immortal said, "It's strange. Why can the enemy respond so accurately and quickly when attacks from blind spots be attacked?" Jiraiya said quietly, "To be honest, in the existing information, the enemy has the ability to visual sharing." What? The two immortals were shocked at the same time. Jiraiya said, "I didn't mention it before, because in the intelligence, the ability to share visually is limited to between him and other manipulated corpses. However, in the perception of the immortal mode, there are no other chakras around. So I can't figure out what's going on now." At this time, the immortal's Haima secretly observed a detail. "Xiao Zilet, the child's father, look, the mask on that guy's shoulder is rotating. Will it have anything to do with that?" Shenzuo Xianren said, "Then let's verify it. Xiao Jiraiya, you are ready to launch a quick and extensive attack." Jiraiya smiled and said, "I understand." Sigh. The immortal's Haima's long tongue shot out, curling a stone pillar, driving it to spiral, allowing Jiraiya to fall behind and fall on the cooled wall under the baptism of hot oil. She crouched in a frog shape. After the white growth, her hair became hard and sharp, and it shot down like a rainstorm. Immortal techniques, thousands of bottle needles. Crack! The wind escape mask on the left shoulder, the Rinpoche discovered this scene, and the strong wind blew away the 1,000 copies that were coming. The immortal of deep, sure enough. Those masked eyes share their sights. Boom! Dichinayu's tentacle fist hit the wall where Jiraiya stood. After the latter jumped urgently, his expression became even more serious. In addition to spitting silk, the arm can also extend the attack, and its power is extraordinary. Swoosh! The immortal's Haima retracted his long tongue and suggested, "Then use it, an invisible attack, to lay the victory and defeat in one fell swoop." Jiraiya was surprised and said, "Hey? What you are talking about is that magic trick. But I have never mastered it well. Deeply made immortal, he said, that's because, Xiao Jiraiya, you always feel a little impatient at critical moments. Well, you know the general method. Just force yourself to grow up in the fierce actual combat. Ah! I will try to surpass myself. Jiraiya closed his eyes, temporarily left all missions and burdens, and increased his concentration to the maximum, and traced back to the feeling that his body remembered when he was practicing. Without its like, natural energy is my own arm. Swish! Jiraiya turned around and attacked towards Cao Pei. Oh? Did you just rush over like this? But this time it's the original body, I still have to pay attention to it. Earth Escape and Earth Spear Technique. After being hardened by the Earth Escape, Kairei's arm turned black and hit Jiraiya's fist. Boom! The two fists fought each other, and Jiraiya became a fairy, and his arms actually hurt slightly. Oh? Is the conjunctivist technique so powerful, but the next fist that is invisible is fatal? Wow! The rapid flowing natural energy rippled on the right cheek of the horn pie. This, is this? Frog group hands. Bang! When Nagato reacted, the terrifying sound wave had knocked Kairui away. Boom! After the horned pendant crashed through the wall, he got up from the ruins of the building, and his steps were staggering, and even the sight of the reincarnation eye was blurred. Well, this trick is really amazing. If the teacher didn't seem to be using it and was not proficient in using it, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to stand up with one blow. Swish! As he was speaking, the slander of the immortal's Haima had tied up his body. What followed was the water spit out from the mouth of the Shenzuo immortal. Click! Xiao Pei dodged with all his strength, but the left arm carrying Feng Dun's heart was still cut off by the sharp edge of the water knife. With the help of the verbal battle, Jiraiya also soared into the air, and the immortal technique, the super-large jade spirulina pressed down from the cover of the head. Start with the frog group hands. What a beautiful reversal counterattack! Xiao Pei murmured, his right hand made a seal. The technique of instant body. Wow! Under the immortal technique and super-large jade spirulina, the shape of the horned pendant exploded into a splash. Jiraiya couldn't hide his shock. This trick is... Shenzuo Xianren said, are you familiar with him? Jiraiya said solemnly, ah, this move is Shui Shishi. Like the previous Rain Dragon Roar, Hanzo's specialty, and even avoided Orochimaru and my hidden snake hand and needle Dazang's attack. Shima Xianren said, I have been Hanzo's ability twice. Since he is called the peak of the ninja world. Then his signature ninjutsu cannot be easily imitated. Shenzuo Immortal said, so the enemy's true body is Hanzo's possibility, has it increased again? Jiraiya looked at the broken arm on the ground, and a heart that stopped beating suddenly appeared from the scattered black line. So that's it. Jiraiya clenched his fists. I know the truth about the enemy being able to use Hanzo's ability. He probably, after killing Hanzo, he took Hanzo's heart through some kind of technique, and the ones he was taken away were Hanzo's water escape ninjutsu that reached its peak. Hey, could it be that the mask of fire escape was released on his right shoulder? Yes, the other heart is the heart of fire escape. Hanzo water escape's heart was not released in his body. These are three. Plus, he released the heart of light escape. He is afraid that he has 4 hearts. Are 4 hearts, 4 lives? This enemy is really terrible. That's right. Take down this enemy in one go. Jiraiya's eyes followed the direction of perception and launched a pursuit. In the rain at the tower, Nagato said in a deep voice, is it really a bit far-fetched to face the immortal mode teacher Jiraiya who tried to defeat him with a body? Pen Human Road walked to Pen Heavenly Road, and jumped into the rain of the tower and rushed forward. Obito Minami said, finally, are you planning to act really? Chapter 83. Looking back suddenly. Jiraiya's half-frog limbs were lying on the ground, chasing him, and the flaming bullets erupted continuously. Boom! 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 The fire flashed, and Jiao Pei jumped left and right, dodging in a slightly embarrassed manner. In the underground experimental base, Jiao was extremely angry. Hey, fight back! Run the yarn! I don't need money anyway when I die. Konan's focus is no longer on the battle between Pain and Jiraiya. She knows very well that Jiraiya will definitely lose, and Nagato will definitely not take Jiraiya's life. It was nothing more than an uninvited guest staring at him, and he was trying hard to deal with Jiraiya. She walked to Orochimaru and Deo and said coldly, "The main purpose of Madara to come to Yuyin is to confirm whether you two are hiding under Nagato's tent. Since Madara has gone to Nagato, she just doesn't plan to spy on herself, and it is more likely to use Baiju. This experimental field is equipped with methods to block perception and barriers to prevent Earth escape from infiltration, but accordingly, Baijuruo spied on this area. This place will also become a suspicious focus because of its blockage." Orochimaru smiled and said, "The purpose of transferring the Kodashi of the Immortal Land to this is to prevent him from entering Baiju's vision, and make Madara have unreasonable associations with the technique of Immortal Land reincarnation." Zionin said seriously, "That's right, there must be no mistakes in Nagato's second body." Orochimaru stood up gracefully and said to Deo, "Go and prepare that." "Yes, Lord Orochimaru." The pharmacist pushed his glasses and walked into the warehouse next to him. Soon, he came back, holding several talismans in his hand. Zionin asked, "What is this?" Since the 18th Baiju specially conveyed the information that Obito intended to sneak into Yuyin, I was wary of this moment. Orochimaru smiled. "This is the invisible talisman I invented, for Baiju. As long as you put this talisman on your face, even if Baiju passes by our eyes, he will turn a blind eye." Konan glanced at the pattern of the talisman and said expressionlessly, "Are you serious?" Orochimaru said, "It's absolutely true. I have thoroughly analyzed the existence named Baiju. H.R.D. stands in the stakeholders' tent. 7. 0. Press this talisman on your face, open the shielding technique and barrier, and let the Baiju in. After patrolling around, they will naturally leave as if nothing is wrong." Zionin looked around and said, "What about these instruments?" "Just put the same spell on it." When Orochimaru spoke, Dori was already busy. He put the talisman on his face himself, and at the same time, he handed a talisman to Zionin. Looking at the pattern on the talisman again, Konan tightened his palm. "Orochimaru, are you sure? Aren't you really teasing me?" Orochimaru shrugged helplessly. "Konan, I understand your feelings of escorting Nagato, but I also hope that as a collaborator, you can give me more trust." Zionin gritted his teeth and said after a long time, "Don't say a word to Nagato, otherwise, I'll kill you." Orochimaru smiled and said, "I'm so happy, of course." Zionin put the talisman on his face. There is a picture later. "Kaedu, wear this." "Hey! What's this? What a joke, why do I wear this kind of thing? You kill me." "Orochimaru, tie all the horns with snakes." "I understand, What a lot of strength. Has the power of reincarnation of the filthy land been enhanced?" "Do, come and help." "Yes. Lord Orochimaru." The three of them finally put a spell on their horns after spending a lot of effort. Orochimaru and Deo tried hard to hold the still fluttering Koto. "Xiao Nan, it can be lifted now." Zionin raised his hand to make a seal. The techniques and barriers located around this experimental base were temporarily opened. 5 minutes later, Baiju, who were peeping underground, appeared in shape. There are 7 in total. What an empty place, it seems to be a hiding den. Baiju and others walked around looking for suspicious signs. A Baiju walked towards him, and Zionin gently moved away from the place and let it pass by. "Well, it seems that nothing is suspicious. Obito, isn't that guy too careless?" "Obito? Baiju's unfamiliar name made Xionan slightly stunned. Orochimaru's eyes were low, speaking of which Konan has never known that the real identity of that masked mask is Uchiha Obito. Dong! At this time, a Baiju bumped into a glassware while moving forward. Everyone was shocked. That was the petri dish of maple. Baiju said, "Hey, what's going on? It seems that there is an invisible wall here." The other Baiju looked at each other. Is there any? Where is it? Everyone's hearts suddenly rose. After all, this talisman just blinds Baiju's sight, not lets the existence itself disappear. Sure enough, it's still not possible. Xionan's eyes were cold, and he was ready to kill the silence. At this moment a Baiju walked over and patted his hand on its shoulder. The rest of Baiju said, "Hey! What's the matter?" Baiju turned around and said, "Ah, I was the one who made a mistake. It was me who accidentally fell down." "What are you doing? Ha ha ha, I thought you broke some shocking secret. Let's go, there's nothing to see here, let's look elsewhere." "Hey!" Baiju and others fled one after another. However, Baiju, who patted his shoulder, bowed deeply to the air behind him before hiding from the ground. "So, have you come together on No Zero?" Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If the dialogues were done just now, Nagato might have a way to explain to Obito. But I'm afraid the seeds of doubt in Obito's heart will be further intensified. It is a trivial matter to turn against each other. Strictly speaking, Nagato's current configuration is already qualified to compete with Obito. But if Feng's safety is affected, it will be a real big deal. Orochimaru sighed in his heart. Also fortunately, Baiju and Heiju's simultaneous body did not go to investigate in person, otherwise, the second body plan would almost have been declared a miscarriage. The technique of psychic and toad mouth binding. Gu. Suddenly the flesh wall that emerged on the cold building completely blocked Xiaopei's way. Jiraiya walked over and said with a certain victory, "This is Miyamu Mountain, Suyan's big toad's esophagus, you have no way to escape." The horned pendant took a step back and shishi, and immediately a burning white smoke rose from his feet. "Oh Udo, should I melt the stomach acid first, or should I explain it truthfully first? Who is your body? Orochimaru, Hanzo, or?" Jiraiya's playful smile slowly calmed down and she clenched her fists. The name he faintly appeared in his heart but did not want to mention was ultimately unable to be pronounced. Kori looked at Jiraiya, and for the first time, he formally spoke to him. "I know that this technique has its own body. Whether you or Konoha, you are really very capable, but you don't really think that such a place can trap me, right?" Jiraiya's eyes sank and said, "Stop bluffing. With your ability, it is impossible to break this esophagus from the inside." Xiaopei Yu said, "Maybe, but it's not necessarily true from outside, right?" "Hey!" Jiraiya Muron was shocked. "Can you say?" Crash! Xiaopei released the black line of resentment from the broken arm on his left, wrapping himself. "Not good." Jiraiya was shocked and used the chaotic lion hair to wrap himself and the two great immortals on his shoulders. Shenluo Tianzheng! Boom! The violent repulsive force swung from all directions. The building to which the toad esophagus collapsed with a bang. Under the strong stress, the inner wall of the toad esophagus was torn apart, carrying the strong wind of rocks, rolling it backwards. The Kokupi squirted a flame forward, and with the reverse thrust, he escaped from the sky. "Has I been touched by a rebellion? I have implicated you, Su Yan." Jiraiya leaned over to remove the toad's esophageal psychic, and then avoided the gravel that kept falling from the sky. The dust settled. Jiraiya stood in the open space surrounded by ruins. Above 3 figures stood. His eyes swept across the Hell Road and the Human Road and Yuja frozen on the face of the third figure. His pupils suddenly shrank into a black dot, and then suddenly enlarged. You are... Well... Around Obito, Nagato was in his heart and sighed. Then Tiandao Yahiko raised his calm and cold face and greeted him in a voice that could not hear any emotions. Long time no see, Jiraiya, teacher. Chapter 84, The person who is involved in the play. Hey Xiao Jiraiya, what's going on? He calls you, teacher. Mitsusaki gave Jiraiya a questioning look, but the expression on the latter's face made it dumbfounded. Can he really be? Ah! Yoshui, no, the cold sweat mixed with rain shui slipped off Jiraiya's face. He clenched his fists hard and said heavily. That face is impossible to be wrong. There is no doubt that it is Yahiko among the three children. Moreover, he also called me teacher, which is even more certain. When he thought of sneaking into Yuyan and exploring the true face of the enemy, he was mentally prepared. However, when the enemy's true face was really his own disciple, it was like a boomerang, spinning hard in his chest, tinging his heart. At this moment, he hoped that Orochimaru was holding Yahiko's face behind the scenes and making a bad joke with him. But he knew very well that with Orochimaru's personality, he would not do such meaningless things. He forced himself to calm down quickly. In the information, the body of the 6 people is manipulated, or the body is hidden among the 6 people. No matter what possibility it is, it determines the true body of the enemy, and is one of the Nakaman or Yahiko. Haha, it's really ironic. I wishful thinking that no matter how bad my disciple is, he will not really attack Konoha. It seems that as a teacher or a ninja, I am still far from the same temper. After accepting the reality, Jiraiya raised her eyes, smiled, and said in a dashing tone, Yahiko, is the way to greet the teacher the same as swords and weapons? Tiandao Yahiko said, I have thought about it too. It's a pity that things went against my wishes. Ah! Jiraiya was stunned. Speaking of this, the enemy who can absorb chakra is not among these 3. And the 6 people in the intelligence have only 4 people so far, and the other 2 are unable to participate in the war for some reason, or has he deliberately kept it? Tiandao Yahiko said, don't worry, there will be no other pens in this battle. Jiraiya looked at him, pen? Are these guys with the Samka eye, just like Yahiko? Okay, the greeting has been finished. It's time to end this farce. Tiandao Yahiko raised his palm, and the dark gravity in his palm activated, blurring the air. All things are in the sky. Swish! Jiraiya staggered and then subconsciously took a step back. The force field of Vientiantianyan is in a band-like manner. The evidence is that when Kakashi and Pain were just fighting, they subconsciously took a step back when they were just in the battle of Vientiantianyan. The next moment, Jiraiya's figure was no longer under control. Flee forward in a row. The immortal Shenzuo and the immortal Shima both exclaimed, this ability is... Jiraiya's mind was circulating, it appeared. In the information, the 5 people who had recorded their attacks, showed the most difficult ability to control gravity. It turned out that pen with this ability is Yahiko. But I knew some of the enemy's abilities. Before I came, I had done some homework and had conducted practical simulations in my mind. If it weren't for this, with my fighting mind, in a hurry, I really couldn't think of a way to respond. It was a little slow to say, but in the blink of an eye. Jiraiya made a print with both hands, and a fairy magic toad oil flame bomb, which was driven by gravity and reached the heavenly Dao face. Oh! Tiandao Yahiko's eyes were cold. Recently, there are more people who know how to adapt. But keeping pace with the times is not your expertise. As the control of the reincarnation eye increases, I can do this too. Tiandao Yayan's 5 fingers slightly closed, and his pupils suddenly condensed. The direction of gravity changed sharply. It changed directly into a repulsive force. Shenluo Tianzheng. Under the boost of inertia, the substantial impact caused by this repulsion is even stronger. Boom! In an instant, the toad oil flame bomb that was the first to be hit collapsed and disintegrated. Awkward. He immediately vomited blood and shot it into the ground. Yuji, who fell beside him, said, "Teacher Jiraiya, you should be more at ease, right?" At this time, Jiraiya's eyes suddenly opened, he supported himself with his left hand, and quickly sent a Ruswenwan with his right hand. Ka! Renjiandeo Yuja, accurately grasping his right wrist when he was raiding. After getting hit just now, you can launch a surprise attack. Is it an enhanced ability to resist hits in the immortal mode? But the movement has slowed down, and there must be 2 or 3 broken ribs. As the Renjideo Yuzuk said, his other hand and palm caged towards Jiraiya's face. Jiraiya was shocked, "Not good, I can't avoid this situation now." But the hand hesitated and paused in front of him for some reason. Mitsusaki shouted, "It's now, Xiao Jiraiya!" Ao. Jiraiya suffered a sudden pain, and the powerful kick exploded on the shoulder of Yuja's shoulder. Boom! The latter crashed into the ruins fiercely. Immortal's Haima, with a immortal art wind Dunsane covering his body, Jiraiya's half-frog's feet jumped on the ground with all his might, and escaped from the 3 encirclements. The human Deo Yuja climbed up from the ruins and with a click, he restored his right shoulder that was kicked to the dislocated one. On the Yuyin Tower, Obito was watching this scene through the crystal ball, and his eyes turned to Nagato. That's the way of the world, right? He has the ability to take away his soul with one blow, and he is about to succeed just now, so why did he stop? Could it be that he can't make up his mind to kill his former teacher? Nagato said calmly, "So what? After all, he is a person who is as kind as a mountain to me. Even if he has different positions now, how could I be at the moment when he is about to take his life? There is no fluctuation in my heart." As he said that, Nagato's eyes suddenly turned to Obito's face covered by white vines, and asked in surprise, "Can't it be that Mr. Madara is the kind of person who can kill his mentor without hesitation?" The palm under Obito's sleeve robe held up with force and said in a deep voice, "I am Uchiha Madara. I have fought all the way through my own strength in the Warring States period. The strong enemy I have ever fought is my best teacher. In this sense, I can indeed do it without hesitation. Nakaman, as your senior and guide, what I want to warn you is that if you have unrealistic emotions towards the enemy in battle, one day you will die. This is my strongest opponent in the past, and the lesson that Senju Hashirama personally interpreted for me. I don't want you to repeat the same mistake. In this kind of battle, kill Jiraiya. Otherwise, he will sooner or later become your stumbling block." Okay, I've been taught." Nagato withdrew his gaze and said to himself, "This guy is really putting himself in the ground thoroughly. Well, as an actor, I will accompany you to perform this scene to the end." Pen jumped to chase after him 3 times. Jiraiya was running at full speed. The free conversion of gravity and repulsion unexpectedly, Yahiko's power is so terrifying in actual combat. To be honest, you two, even if the other 2 pain are not present, Oneo none, I may not have a chance of winning. Please leave my shoulders immediately." Without a response, Jiraiya looked at his shoulder and saw the 2 great immortals clasp their palms together, their cheeks stimulating. Something was brewing. "You two, are you planning to?" "Little Jiraiya, it's not only you who can judge the situation. We know better than you how difficult the enemy you face is. I'm so old I still have to perform a duet in front of others. It's so shameful to think about it." 2. "Little Jiraiya, shut up first, we must concentrate." Ajire couldn't help but moisten his eyes. 2. "I am really grateful." This scene, of course, faithfully accepted by the technique of looking at the glass. Obito said in a deep voice, the 2 toads on Jiraiya's shoulders seemed to be brewing some kind of technique. "You are his disciple. Do you know the background of that technique?" Nagato said, "I don't know, Jiraiya has never mentioned the number of homes in Myomushin. However, it is certain that no matter what trick he uses, he can't do anything to pain." Chapter 85 The Toad is Singing. Jiraiya ran around the buildings, paying close attention to the traces behind him and adjusting his running route. Pen kept chasing him like flying a kite 3 times. Tiendeo Yahiko smiled. The teacher deliberately avoided the residential area. Should he say he is gentle or naive? Dong! Dong! Jiraiya moved back and forth between the striped steel pipes in the building, and said urgently, "Are you okay?" 2. When the toad is singing, you need to let the other party hear a specific melody before you can successfully fall into the illusion, so the audio effect of the environment is also very important. Little Jiraiya, go to the pipeline, but you have to let him see you before you can successfully attract you. I understand. Jiraiya jumped down from the top of the building, saw the entrance of an oval pipe and slowed down. When 3 figures appeared behind him, he jumped into the pipe. At first, Jiraiya was worried that the other party would think he was cheating and would not follow him, but he felt relieved until the metallic footsteps came from behind him. He couldn't help but laughed at himself and said, "Yes, at this moment of the battle, except for the end of the 1v1 battle, I have gained some advantages, and I have almost been passively beaten at the rest of the time, so he didn't take me seriously. But it is this contempt that gives me the opportunity to reverse. Xiao Jiraiya, we are ready and can start singing at any time. Don't be impatient, please be on the safe side. Let's sort out the current situation a little. Pen has 6 bodies, each with independent abilities. Pain, who absorbed chakra, attacked me before I summoned 2, but for some reason, suddenly disappeared. I think back to the previous scene now. The phenomenon when he disappeared was spiritual. Psychic. That's right, according to the Minatoon, there is an enemy, that is, Pen, who can communicate with others. It should be the one who absorbs Pen's ability and temporarily communicates with others, because of some reasons. For some reason. I don't know the specifics. There is also information that Pen, who can summon the armor of the mechanism, did not appear in the battle with us. In addition, Yahiko said before no other pain will appear. Jiraiya's eyes were filled with a clear light. I'll think about it boldly. The 3 pains who could not appear were unable to appear, but they could not be drawn in other emergencies. Ah! You said this to me by Xiao Zilet, and it seems to make sense. But, that's just a guess after all, right? If that guy just talks nonsense and wants us to underestimate the enemy and finally launches a sneak attack, wouldn't we be just right? Jiraiya's eyes were lowered, and his tone became heavier. I regret to tell you that if this is the case, even if the 2 successfully launched the toad singing, it would be useless. We cannot have a slight chance of winning, and even both of them will be in danger of their lives. So, this will be a gamble and it is extremely risky, so, weighing the pros and cons, it is the wisest choice for you to leave my shoulders at this moment. Ha ha ha, Xiao Jiraiya, you are the only one. You can say something to give up when we are all holding our ultimate moves. Actually, you're over-concerned. Even if the enemy has 3 bodies dormant, it takes time to enter the battlefield. My child's father and I will sing a song to the fullest and knock down the 3 enemies behind us. It's not too late to decide to advance and retreat. Well, the child's fucking words make sense, just do it like this. 2. Don't be grateful number. You have to keep your singing state and speak, but it's quite awkward. Okay. I'm so grateful. When he was about to run to the exit of the pipeline, Jiraiya stopped suddenly and turned around, listening to the sound of footsteps that were constantly approaching in the pipeline. Only Yahiko, his abilities need to be paid special attention. Just start at this distance. Gugyagu? Gugyagu. Jiraiya's shoulders and the cheeks of the 2 immortals were swelling. The extremely penetrating frog croaked rhythmically, floating forward. Hearing the croaking frogs floating, Tiendeo Yahiko was running, his eyes drooping. Is the final killer move in the teacher's immortal mode? Well, it's reasonable, I should have hit this move. Not only to accompany Obito to finish this scene, I am also really curious about what kind of sense it would be after being fed up by Nagato. Pen ran 3 times, as if he had not heard of the sound of frogs, and he ran toward him. Jiraiya and the other 2 were excited at the same time. Okay. He didn't notice any abnormality and rushed over like this. God helps us. He made a big splash and got him into the illusion. Gugyagu. Gugyagu. The 3 gazes in front of Pen began to appear in colorful and blurred ghosts. Is this feeling coming? Okay, let's pretend to be like that in the end. Skide Yahiko accelerated her sprint and squeezed into Jiraiya's sight, probing her hand from the air. Teacher. So. Buzz. Suddenly his reincarnation eye began to rotate in his pupils without any rules. What? His palm was stretched out stiffly in the air, and he thrust his whole body and fell in front of Jiraiya. The following closely behind, Yuji and Kori also followed in the footsteps. Hey. On Yuyin's tower, Nagato suddenly curled up and started to retreat violently. This is not pretending, this is true. Pain's vision was shared with him, just like the picture of a surveillance camera. At this moment in the 3 of the scenes, they were like rotten seafood internal organs, rushing wildly in his eyes. Not only that, he could even smell the decay smell coming from the depths of his soul. Damn it, I'm really put on a trick. This move can even have a certain impact on my body. Nagato, are you okay? Obito asked with concern, and walked over and was about to pat his back. Nagato pushed his hand away without a trace and stood up. It's okay. I really didn't expect that Jiraiya still had this trick hidden. All 3 Pain were hit. From this point of view, it's so bad. Obito asked, where are the other 3 Pains? Nagato said without blushing, apart from the beast path, everyone was destroyed in a battle with Hanzo, and it has not been added yet. Obito pondered slightly and said, oh, the beast path, that is, the woman wearing a mask I saw in Konoha before? Where is she? Chapter 86, Bo Feng Shui Gate, join us. Nagato said lightly, I'm accompanying Konan to go shopping. Why? Do you want to meet me? Why should I come here to psychic now? Looking at the picture on the crystal ball, Obito's eyes fell down. That's not necessary, you really don't have any sense of urgency. Let her engage in the battle with Jiraiya early, and maybe the situation will not be reversed by Jiraiya. At this moment, in the world presented by illusion, there are warriors standing on all sides with swords and toads standing on each side, with frogs facing each other, and the dark purple liquid barrier in the gap imprisoning the spirits of 3 Pains. Wow! Suddenly, their eyes widened, their consciousness began to uncontrollably move towards the closure, and bubbles kept rising from their mouths. In reality, Jiraiya stabbed their bodies with a big knife summoned from the scroll. Especially Kyurui, because Jiraiya was determined to have 4 hearts, he added several additional blows. Apart from the left arm that had been destroyed in the previous battle, until the 3 hearts were seen, thunder, fire, water, and the masked monsters with black tentacles surged out of the knife's mouth and stopped beating. Jiraiya finally felt relieved. Walking to the side of Tiendeo Yahiko, who had been stabbed with a big sword in his chest and had not yet died, he said with a dim expression, I never thought I would go to this point. Tiendeo Yahiko said in a faint voice, things often happen suddenly, and the reasons are found afterwards, teacher. Jiraiya held the hilt tightly and said in a low voice, so, what is the reason you are looking for afterwards to attack Konoha for yourself? Let's listen. Tiendeo Yahiko said, Koba ninja, in the war, killed my parents. Is this reason enough sufficient? As a matter of course. Jiraiya said in a low voice, you have never mentioned this matter during my practice, and I have never asked, just because I am afraid that this possibility will be vague. Now I think about it, it is a kind of escape mentality. It's also my fault. I would have been fine if I didn't avoid these things at that time. If I knew that there was a hatred towards Konoha ninja in your heart, I would definitely try to reconcile and resolve them, and I wouldn't have reached this point. But as Konoha's ninja, I will not allow others to attack my village, even if I am my former disciple. However, before the break, allow me to sincerely say sorry to you. I'm sorry, I didn't notice the darkness hidden in my disciples. I'm not a qualified teacher. Crack. After the words came, Jiraiya's palm turned the hilt of the knife, and the light in Tiandao Yahiko's eyes disappeared, completely silenced. Mizusa said in a low voice, "Little Jiraiya, will this person named Yahiko be the enemy's body?" Jiraiya stretched out his palm and touched Yahiko's cheek, his eyes slightly sunken. This kind of cold touch is not something that a person who just died should have. This means that Yahiko has become a corpse for a long time. Jiraiya gently closed her eyes for Yahiko. Stand up and said heavily. Then, there is only one possibility, and it is the reality that I am most reluctant to face. Pain's essence is indeed Nagato. He must be hiding in this hidden village, two of you, next, I'm going to go to Nagato. Cough 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 cough. At this time, the immortal Shenzuo and the immortal Shima coughed heavily. Jiraiya was ashamed. This toad is just singing, but it's a waste of throat. Right. The consumption of chakra is also first class. The ability of the enemy's body is still unknown. With our current state, the risk is too great. Little Jiraiya, if you can figure out the true face of the enemy on this trip, it will be worth it. I think let's just stop here. Take the existing one's information, return to the village and formulate corresponding measures. The purpose of Mitsusaki and Shima were to persuade Jiraiya to leave. However, Jiraiya also has his own long-term considerations. Maybe, when you go back now, you will gain something. However, it also means that the investigation of him will be stranded. Nagam, after all, replaced Hanzo and became the new leader of Yuyan village. There is no evidence to directly prove that he was the Black Hand attacking Konoha. From a diplomatic perspective, Konoha cannot attack him openly. And the second half of the sentence was said in his heart by Jiraiya. Nagato, is the real intention of attacking Konoha really just to avenge the death of his parents? It would be fine if he could plunder the Book of Seals, so how could he explain his strange actions towards the Uchiha clan? If Nagato tried to get involved in Uchiha's power, the hidden truth in it would be earth-shaking. Thinking of this, Jiraiya raised his eyes and said, with Nagato's unpreparedness, it's already difficult for us to fight here. I really can't imagine what kind of hell-level difficulty it would be when he was more prepared. It's no exaggeration to say that there is probably no one who can go so close to him. So, I have to go and find out. This is my personal wishful thinking. I sincerely hope that you will leave my shoulders. Mitsusa and Shima looked at each other, with helplessness and doting in their eyes. Yuyan on the tower. Obito's eyes were dark and said, Nagato, are you really going to let go? Jiraiya comes to you. Nagato was really helpless. Really, to be honest, I am really speechless about this regarding the teacher. As an outsider I don't have much, even admire him. But now that he has become a person in the game, that's different. Really, teacher? At this point, you made the same paranoid mistake as Itaki. That is the power of blindly believing in yourself and looking down on others. That's right, after all, Naruto has not become your disciple yet. At this time, Obito, you said, let's do it, Nagato, if you can't do it, I'll deal with Jiraiya for you. It's also considered that I'll give you some compensation for Yahiko. Nagato said in a deep voice, then you don't have to bother you. Obito looked sideways and said, oh? Is the body going to appear in the battle? Nagato said, no, there is no need to use the body. Those 3 pains have not been killed yet. Obito was slightly surprised, what did you say? Click. Jiraiya turned around, and her shoulders were suddenly penetrated by tentacle fists. Xiao Pei, who should have died so much that he could no longer die, actually stood up behind him. Jiraiya trembled, what's going on? Xiao Pei said in a deep voice, I'm sorry, there are 5 hearts. It's really a pity that you can find 4 of my external hearts, but ignore my own heart. I don't know if you should evaluate whether you are smart or stupid. Swish. Swish. Among the king of hell summoned by the hell, the dead heaven and human paths came safely and soundly. Fukasaku and Shima said in shock, the 2 killed. Resurrected. Jiraiya was in a state of decay and sighed, so that's it. In the Uchiha clan, the pen who was killed without a record of action, used his ability to resurrect the dead individual. It's too late to find out now. Tiendao Yahiko stretched out her palm coldly. Shenluo Tianzheng. Boom. Jiraiya, like a kite with broken strings, flew out of the pipe exit the thread that stuck to his shoulders, which was torn off, carrying a dripping blood. Tiendao's heart murmured, under the gaze of that guy, I have already kept my hands to the greatest extent. Walk 3 roads to the outlet of the pipeline. On the sea surface accumulated by groundwater, Jiraiya supported it with one hand, and blood stained the sea surface red. Tiendao Yahiko said, run away, I won't stop you. Fukasaku and Shima also hope so. Little Jiraiya. Enough. Let's go. Too sorry. Jiraiya raised his hand to make a seal with difficulty. Boom. Boom. The chakra that burst out from him shook the deep seed and Shima on his shoulders at the same time. Little Jiraiya, you. It was my negligence that led to this situation. You shouldn't let the 2 of you continue to take risks. Bang. Bang. The immortal Shenzuo and the immortal Shima, who were seriously injured in the Shenluo Tianzheng, both disappeared into the white smoke screen. Hey, Jiraiya collapsed on the water. Tiendao Yahiko said, now, it's not even the immortal mode. Hey. Jiraiya put his hand tremblingly into his arms and touched a kunao in his hand. Hey. The reincarnation eye of Heavenly Dao noticed that Kyo's unique shape. So that's it. It seems that you are indeed prepared, teacher. Thanks to this, I finally managed to penetrate the killing intention through the entire under the gaze of his. It's over, Mr. Jiraiya. The way of heaven, Yahiko, the way of human beings Yuja, Hell Road, Kade, and the black stick fell into his hands at the same time. It rose from the crack of the pipe and faced the water. Jiraiya, who was already seriously injured and exhausted, came to kill him. Obito's eyes narrowed slightly, that's right, that's it. Even my mentor has an indomitable murderous intent, which is exactly what I want. In the end, I'll ask you to clean up the mess for me. Jiraiya murmured guiltily, injecting only chakra into the bitterness of the flying thunder god. Swoosh! The blond man's wrist lowered Jiraiya's figure and avoided the black rods of the 2 paths of heaven and earth as the white cloak swirled. The water surface was stormy. At the same time 3 flash bombs fell into the water. Ding! At the end of the turn, the man's hand was kunao, pressed against the black stick in Jiao Pei's hand, and pried it gently and broke it. The man's empty hands covered Jiraiya's eyes at the speed of light, and closed his eyes at the same time. The next moment, the flash bomb that fell into the water exploded. The swaying white light filled Pen's 3 visions. The man's quiet voice rang in Jiraiya's ears, teacher, I'm sorry, I'm late. Let me handle the next thing. Jiraiya smiled and entrusted, please. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar 3-way style. The man opened his eyes and flashed, and he struck his neck across the corner and used a spiral ball to force him to retreat to the way of heaven. After Tiendao Yahiko took a firm foothold, she closed her eyes and asked in a deep voice, who are you? Let's sign up. Wow! The cloak fell, and the blond man, with the light corner of his mouth, said with a stern voice, Koi, the 4th generation of Naruto, Hakumaizuma, join the top. Chapter 87 Nagato and Minato meet historically. Oh? Is the yellow flash? Yuji, the human Taoist, rushed forward stepping on the water surface and grabbed it with his palm. Could this straightforward attack method be? Click. As the thoughts flowed, Mizuno raised his hand and had already grasped the hand that the Renjiandeo grabbed. The kawaii in the other hand pointed straight into the throat of Renjiandeo Yuja. You have to be careful, if you have the ability to extract souls. Ha! Just as the moment he was wiped by Kunao's throat, Yuji, the left fingers hidden behind him suddenly hooked up. Wind escape wind blade. Swoosh! The vague wind breath instantly enveloped the sea where he stood. The sign of this technique is... Minato's eyes were slightly condensed, and Kyo still wiped the throat of the human Taoist Yuja, making him follow the footsteps of the corner where... Swoosh! Then, during the millisecond interval between the wind blade from generation to burst, he protected Jiraiya and retreated 10 meters away. Boom! The wind blade raged in front of him, and Yuji's corpse fell down. Minato turned his eyes to Tiendeo Yahiko and said, using the soul as a feint attack, the real killing attack of wind escape and wind blade. Sure enough, whether it is the strength configuration or the tactical choice, you have improved it when attacking Konoha. Jiraiya's face suddenly changed. He thought of the previous battle. The hand of the human Taoist almost reached in front of him. Is that Pen's ability actually, is it? Soul drawing. Tiendeo Yahiko did not follow the words of Mizuno, but just raised his palm indifferently. Jiraiya exclaimed, Miniman, be careful. Yahiko's ability is to use gravity to pull the enemy. He can even switch gravity to repulsive force in the middle, and it is hard to defend against it. Minato murmured, so, Yahiko, he is. His hand quietly clasped Jiraiya's shoulders, and with the protection of the Naruto cloak, a special delayed detonation of the jumping thunder fell from his sleeve. All things are in the sky. Swish! The moment the gravity sucked, Minato had already taken Jiraiya and escaped. Tiendeo Yahiko put down her palm in a boring way. As always, what an unreasonable guy. In Konoha village, Minato placed Jiraiya, who was seriously injured, on his own sofa. Kushina exclaimed, Teacher, why are you so injured like this? Wow! Minato said calmly, Kushina, let's prepare the bleeding bag and bandage for the teacher first. Kushina was stunned and quickly calmed down, Vagata, I understand. Jiraiya turned his head and looked at the motionless Minato next to him. He immediately understood something, and felt complicated. Mia, you. Minato closed his eyes and said, Teacher, while I can't move now, I will tell me concisely what I have discovered when I visit the hidden village of Rain. After Kushina took the medicine box, she carefully bandaged Jiraiya's wounds. She didn't say a word throughout the process. She knew that her husband was going to take risks and had to ensure that Jiraiya fully conveyed the enemy's intelligence. So, even if she is curious and worried, she can't interrupt. The above is what happened to me during this trip, as well as my judgment on Pain's true identity. Jiraiya said heavily. Sizzling. The orange eye shadow appeared on the eyelids of Mizuno. His closed eyes opened, and the toad's unique horizontal pupils had already appeared in the blue pupils. I understand that Pain's ability is more difficult and terrifying than I imagined. Moreover, the one who manipulated Pain was your most expected disciple in the past, Nagato. Jiraiya sighed and said, I am so ashamed. As a teacher, I haven't even been able to walk up to him to understand what happened to him. I also have to rely on my disciple, Minato, to deal with me after I take care of the aftermath. Minato's mouth appears a shallow smile. Teacher, how can this be called the aftermath? I am not only your disciple, but also the senior brother of Nagato. Walking up to him and understanding what happened to him is also my unshirkable responsibility and obligation as a senior brother. Jiraiya looked at Minato's face full of responsibility and felt moved. Is this the will of the torch? Mr. Sarutobi, I feel more real. He instructed, then go. Don't fight hard. The strength of that kid from Nagato is now unfathomable. I'm afraid even you, the senior brother, may not be able to get a bargain. Minato smiled and said, Don't worry, I have my own ideas. The Hell Road has also been killed. Now I have to be resurrected and I have to control it. Tiandao manipulated Jiaopei and Yuja's corpses with force fields in the air, and was about to turn around and leave. Goo! At this time, a wave suddenly came from the water surface. Hey! He stopped and looked back. Wow! I saw a thunder jumping up on the water surface. Tiandao Yahiko looked slightly, at that time, is it a delayed launch design? Boom! The thunder-jumping explosion, more than a dozen of the flying thunder gods were shooting in all directions. Swoosh! Mizuno rushed out from a kamikaze that flew towards Tiandao Yahiko. Ha! Play with this hand. Under the Tiandao sleeve robe, a black stick fell down and stabbed towards the water gate. Minato's eyes closed slightly, his palm raised lightly, and with a click, he broke the black rod. He caught the black rod with his left hand and turned his body in the air. In his right hand, the immortal art Rusuchio mixed with the immortal art chakra instantly condensed, and he hit Tiandao Yahiko. Is it a fairy art? Shenluo Tianzheng. Boom! Repulsive force explodes. This is another growth, that is, when manipulating external objects with a force field, you can also use Shenluo Tianzheng or Wangxiang Tianyan. But that seems to make no sense to Watergate. At the moment when he was repelling his strength against his face, he had already traveled to the distant Kunao. With the aftermath of the force field, he kept retreating on the sea. The two sides set aside, no one can do anything about this close round. Tiandao Yahiko put down his hand and said, "What do you want to do when you come back?" Minatom said calmly, "Continue the teacher's unfinished mission and go to your body." Tiandao Yahiko, "Oh? I'm so arrogant. Let's pass this level first." "It's not impossible, but it's not necessary," Minato said with a smile, cutting the black stick in his hand into the palm. Swish! Chakra traces the origin in an instant. The immortal eye and the reincarnation eye opened in Nagato and Mizuno's minds. Since the meeting was called, I have long speculated that these black sticks were not simply decorations, but a medium for manipulating corpses with chakra. Sure enough. Click! Minato pulled out the black stick in his palm and put it in his arms. "Do you use the immortal mode to conduct reverse tracking?" Tiandao Yahiko murmured in his heart, "He is really worthy of being a father and son. Sorry, I'm not used to talking to the corpse, so let's face to face, Nagato." After speaking, Minato disappeared from the sea instantly, towards Yuyan's hinterland. Ha! Tiandao Yahiko's lips raised lightly, "I can stop you, but there is no need." Swish! Swish! The rain was quickly broken through. Yuyan High Tower. At the end of your sight, you could vaguely see the golden figure. Minato's eyes were also tempting. As he was traveling through the high speed, he covered his face with his hands. "It's that tower, you can vaguely see the red-haired figure like Kushina-hum? There is still someone behind him. It's so fast, it's worthy of being a yellow flash." Nagato's eyes turned behind him. "Mr. Madara, to be honest, my chakra has consumed a lot facing the fierce fourth generation of Naruto, you may need your..." Swish! However, Obito had quietly retreated into the shadow of the relief, pulled up the hood, and escaped into the vortex of divine power. Ha! Nagato sneered. "Coward!" Swoosh! Kyuuba came through the air with a strong sound of wind. Nagato gently sideways to avoid it. Ding! Kyuuba was nailed to the place where Obito just disappeared. The white robe fell in the flying manner, and Mizuno stood up and looked around. "Just, is there anyone here?" At Hatsuki Mizuno, he came to Nagato in such a slightly domineering and unreasonable way. So much so after years of change, the relationship between the two has undergone earth-shaking changes, and whenever they think of today's meeting, they still have a joke. Who knows? Nagato silently complained in his heart, this guy is really the standard long Aotian in the timeline without plot killing. Well, Forget it first, compared to this kind of thing. Minato retreated his gaze and looked at Nagato. You are Mr. Nagato. Unexpectedly, after attacking Konoha for just a few months, you defeated Hanzo and became the new lord of the Hidden Village. Nagato said in a deep voice, I defeated Hanzo and took Yuhang Village back from him, but I have never attacked Konoha. I hope that Lord Naruto must speak rigorously and be honest and evidence-based. Minato said, it's true that it's Pain who attacked Konoha, right? Yahiko is also among them. You can't argue. I'm looking for Pain. Nagato retorted, what does it have to do with me, Nagato? Chapter 88 Junior Brother and Senior Brother. Do you play with this hand? Minato scratched his blonde hair, turned to look at Nagato and said sharply, are you trying to say that those corpses with the Rinnegan pen, weren't you manipulated? Isn't it you who injured Mr. Jiraiya? Nagato turned around, met his gaze, and said calmly, Hoke, can you figure out your position before asking others? To be honest, I feel terrified of the fact that you are standing in front of me and asking questions as if nothing had happened. Isn't it me who should ask questions at this moment? I was on my own ground, enjoying the rain in a wonderful mood, and I was greeted by Konoha, 2 Naruto-level figures, repeatedly. Who am I going to ask for this reason? Isn't it true that if you don't say hello to the door or even make a fuss, is it Konoha's tradition as a great country? Is it your style as Naruto? Well. Minato sighed in his heart. Teacher, it seems that my junior brother is a master of diplomatic rhetoric. I became an invader in just a few words. We knew that the person who attacked Konoha was him, but we could not catch decisive evidence. At this time, using force to force him to submit is the best solution, but his force is not inferior to me, Naruto. Well, after all, we are inferior to others and there is nothing to say. The aggressive expression on Minato's face disappeared, and replaced by his usual gentleness. Please forgive me for not inviting Gillette for the first time, but the incident happened suddenly. To be honest, I don't know that Jalea would suddenly summon me in Yuxi village. But I think the teacher's purpose of coming to Yuyan was not to have invasion or other evil intentions, but to confirm the safety of his former disciples. The means of force failed, and Mizuno chose a weapon that is more powerful than force sincerity. Nakaman, like me and Yahiko in Pain, they were all disciples of Mr. Jiraiya, right? Nagato's eyes were slightly lowered, I don't deny this. If you still recognize this, then we can continue to talk. Minato smiled, it's raining heavily here. If you don't mind, can you invite me to sit in the tower? Nagato stretched out his hand, please. Thank you. Minato smiled, her fairy mode facial faded and she pulled Kyuubi away. When they arrived in the tower, the two sat on the sofa. Nagato said, you are in a hurry. I may not have any good tea here to entertain you. It's okay, I don't drink tea normally. Mizuto didn't see him at all, and started chatting like a common conversation. I just graduated from ninja school and became a disciple of Mr. Jiraiya. At that time, the Second Ninja World War had not yet broken out. If it comes to strict terms, I am your senior brother. But although I am your senior brother, my life experience is obviously not as ups and downs as you. Short after joining Mr. Jiraiya, the Second Ninja World War broke out. Affected by the war, the Chunin exams in those years were also forced to be cancelled. Minato scratched his head, as if he was talking about an embarrassing thing, and felt a little embarrassed, so, I stopped at the level of Shinen. I have been a rookie for several years, and therefore I have not been allowed to go to the battlefield and be tempered by the war. Official information of Naruto, Hakumizu Gate, graduated from the 10-year-old ninja school and became a Chunin. Nagato asked, oh, after the war is over, have you become a Zongnin directly? Minato said shyly, well yes. In the same year as the Chunin, I was promoted to the Shanginin and formed the Minato class in Konoha. I also had it, where is my own disciple? Nagato said intriguingly, Haki Kakashi is your favorite disciple, right? But I have never heard of the other two disciples. A gloomy expression flashed in Minato's eyes. Obito died in the Third Ninja War that ended not long ago, in the battle between Konoha and Iwairo's Ken Mubihashi. And Lin, it was not long after that. Is that true? Nakaman. Having said that, although you have experienced the baptism of war earlier than me, I have entered this stage of life earlier than you in becoming a teacher, an elder, and taking on the lives of younger disciples. Therefore, I can better understand the mood of teacher Jiraiya than you. Minato raised his gaze. His eyes particularly serious. That's right, Mr. Jiraiya, I can fully empathize with the feeling after hearing your death news. Before he came to Yin, he didn't know that this place had been ruled by you. He was brave enough to face Hanzo's enlightenment and wanted to find out the information about your life and death. I didn't expect that I would be ruthlessly attacked by you. As he spoke, the topic of Mizuno changed again. But I believe you have a last resort. After all, you are the same as me, the same village chief, and often you have to establish prestige in front of the people below. Teacher Jiraiya, the fact that you did not suffer a fatal injury is enough to show that you are showing mercy. I think it's because of God's will that our brothers meet in this way. Is it convenient to talk about it? How did you survive in Yuyin, as an ambush of peace, survive in Hanzo, and what did you experience after that? Nagato was deeply impressed by this combination of hardness and softness. Good guy, I have laid so much preparation, I am waiting for me here. I am really a man with needles hidden in the cotton. It is also mouth escape, Naruto only has sincerity, no skills. In this sense, sincerity that makes people feel nauseous is Naruto's skills, and the Minato in front of him is a combination of sincerity and skills. He is really worthy of being Naruto's father. Seeing Nagato's expression flashing, Minato hurriedly added, don't get me wrong. This is purely because of the care of the senior brother for the junior brother, and there is absolutely no other meaning. Nagato raised his eyes and smiled, what are you nervous about? I didn't say it's not, senior brother. Minato scratched her head and turned into that shy look again. This time, she seemed really shy. It's the first time she's called her senior brother to be so old. How can I say this feeling? It's like suddenly finding a brother who has been separated for many years, not foreshadowing, don't interpret it too much. Nagato didn't respond, so he lowered his head and took out the water cup from the drawer. Don't you drink tea, boiled water, do you drink it? Drink, it's best to cool down and bloom. Good. After pouring a glass of water for Mizuno, Nagato put down the kettle and his eyes sank. Senior brother Mizuno, since you've been talking about it, there's something that needs to be made known to you. You said that Hanzo was the one who ambushed us back then, and this is a bit inaccurate. Minato raised his eyes, what do you say? Nagato said, Hanzo chose to trust us at the beginning and sincerely wanted to cooperate with us. However, a man sowed the discord and bewitched Hanzo, and later, he set up an ambush outside the Yuhang village at the same time as Hanzo. Minato's brow frowned deeply, who is that man? Nagato said in a deep voice, Konoha, the leader of the head of the tree, Shimura Danzo. Chapter 89, Heart o' Heart? Mr. Danzo conspired with Hanzo and ambush Akatsuki. Minato raised his eyes in shock. Well, what happened half a year ago? Nagato said calmly, sipping the cold white in the cup, your other junior brother, Yahiko, died at that time. This Mizuman's azure blue pupils trembled violently, and he held the water cup tightly. Nagato raised his eyes and said, what, don't you believe what I said? Mizuman took a sip of water slowly and put down the water cup, his eyes had returned to calm. No, it's just what you said, which is too much like Mr. Danzang's style, so I hesitated for a moment. Have you been premeditated and blamed him? Oh. Nagato's expression moved slightly, hesitate? In other words, Do you believe me at this moment? Minato nodded heavily. Teacher Jiraiya talked about the relationship between you three. I think my junior brother, no matter what, you will not make such an obviously not funny joke with your senior brother. His eyes lowered. But, in this way I can understand many things. Why did Danzo have such abnormal behavior during your attack on Konoha? And also convened a meeting to analyze the information about you. During the third generation mentioned Hanzo and Danzo's evasive behavior. All signs indicate that what you said is true, but it makes me feel most terrified. He clenched his palms. It was Danzo who knew from the beginning that Pain's true body was you. It would be fine if he concealed it and he deliberately or unintentionally led the suspicion to the Uchiha clan, which shows his prejudice against Uchiha in his plot. Dong. Nagato put down his teacup and said with a calm face, Senior brother Minato, I would like to emphasize again that the person who attacked Konoha is not me. If this principled question is wrong, I'm sorry, I'm going to see you off. Minato showed a helpless expression. Your junior brother Nagato, you really can't tolerate sand in your eyes. Well, the person who invaded Konoha was Pen. And between Pain and Nagato, except for breathing the wet air of rain and hidden together, they share the Rinnegan together. The leader is your closest friend and my junior brother Yahiko, and you have no other contact with you. At least at this stage, I cannot prove that you were manipulating them to attack Konoha. This is okay, right? Nagato smiled and said, Hehe, you are holding a gun and a stick when you speak. Well, you are your senior brother, I just don't care about you. He added water to the water gate and himself again. Minato did not forget the fundamental purpose of this trip and learned more about Nagato. He drank a sip of water, his eyes flashed, and was about to change directions to enter. But Nagato took the lead in breaking the silence. Senior brother, you are married, right? Yes, you're quite informative. A rosy color flashed across Minato's face. Nagato said with a smile, can you tell me about your teacher's sister-in-law? Minato's eyes flashed with gentle light, and his tone was gentle, just like telling a fairy tale. Your teacher's sister-in-law, Kushina, is the most beautiful and charming girl in this world. No one can combine the excellent qualities of all the girls in the world like her. In my mind, she is simply angelic incarnation. Sorry, Minato, Kushina may be very good, but the only angel is the only thing that remains unchanged in my mind. Nagato's lips curled up a faint smile, listening to Minato's knowledge and talking about Kushina's goodness. When my throat was dry, I remembered to drink a sip of water to moisten my throat. After putting down the teacup, Minato wiped the corner of her mouth and showed an unsatisfied smile. To be honest, my wife Kushina has the same red hair as you. I'm wondering, are you all the blood relationships of the same clan? This seemingly inadvertent question has a profound meaning. Minato thought, it's so dangerous, he almost took the rhythm away. I blamed me for talking about Kushina and I forgot it. Nagato thought to himself, Minato looks very nervous, and his mind is really delicate. He has said so many things about Kushina, but he just doesn't mention that she is Jotala Jiraki and is pregnant, and even cleverly avoids the fact that she is the Uzumaki clan. However, your last question is too obvious. Nagato smiled slightly, I don't know much about my origin. I only know that my parents are civilians who migrated to the Rain country in the war years. Regarding hair color, I inherited my mother's red hair. I have never met my teacher's sister-in-law, so I don't know if I have a connection with her in the clan blood relationship, so can I say it in detail? The same clan mentioned by my senior brother. Minato thought, Nagato he really doesn't know? Or pretend not to know? Things about the Vortex clan. I'm not sure, Mr. Jiraiya has mentioned it to Nagato. After all, not all the Uzumaki clans have red hair, not all the red hair, they are all the Uzumaki clans. Well, the only thing I can be sure of is that Nagato has a huge chakra no less than Kushina. When I used the immortal mode to track him in reverse, I felt it. While Minato was thinking about this problem, he suddenly cleverly evaded the problem. Nagato suddenly put down his water cup. Compared with these, brother Minato, are you not going to give me an explanation about what I mentioned earlier, Danzo's actions? This caught-off-guard question put Minato into silence. Nagato decided to take advantage of the situation to pursue, also, since we have just talked about parents, I have said it straight to this day. My parents were both killed by Konoha during the Second Ninja World War in the great country headed by Konoha, as the battlefield Yuhang village, at our home in the Yuhang penthouse district, in front of me. Since you, as my senior brother, are the Hokage of Konoha village, the country of fire, can you tell me, what do you think of the harm caused by Konoha ninja to innocent civilians in small countries during the wars in the past? How should those children who have lost their relatives because they are involved in the disputes between your great powers, and have nowhere to vent their hatred deep in their hearts? This me? Minato was speechless for a moment. Yes, no one can face this problem directly. Even Naruto in the original work fell into confusion and hesitation after hearing it at first. Naruto defeated pain and faced this problem again during his conversation with Nagato. However, he still did not give a positive answer, but awakened Nagato's lost original aspiration through sincerity and determination to move forward. Strictly speaking, Naruto did not solve the problem, but solved the person who asked the problem. But today's Nagato is not the past. Minato is not Naruto either. Almost the moment Nagato asked a sharp question, Minato understood. So that's it. The reason why Nagato was willing to sit down and talk to me, the uninvited senior brother, was not because he avoided fighting with me. He told me that Danzo's conspiracy and his parents were all because for him, the three most important people were both directly or indirectly, and lost their lives because of Konoha. But I didn't understand his thoughts, but I was just trying to test his background. Speaking of which, I am really a little ashamed. My brothers and sisters were sitting face to face like this, but they were full of defense and could not really communicate with each other in a heart-to-heart manner. It seems I have to show my sincerity. Minato put away all his tentative heart, raised his head, looked at Nagato's gaze, and said forcefully, "As Hokage, I have never denied the mistakes that Konoha has made in the war, and I have never denied them now, and I will not deny them in the future. I cannot completely compensate for the damage that Konoha's past UI and the small countries with similar circumstances like UI have suffered in the disputes between great powers. As Naruto, what I can guarantee is that Konoha, who I am in charge, will not happen again. Because the Konoha I am in charge will never be the first to start the war. All we will fight in the future is the only defense war. The so-called defense war is the fire of war, which will only be staged in our own homes or the territory of the belligerent countries, and will never affect innocent countries. But at the same time, I also declare here that as long as Konoha is under my leadership, no one will be allowed to do anything that hurts my village and partners for any reason." Nagato said, "Danzang also includes your partners." Minato said without hesitation, "That's right. Mr. Danzo's way of doing things is very extreme. I personally hate it to the extreme. But as long as he is still a Konoha ninja, he is my partner and is within my guardian range. Of course, it made his behavior more clear after my work style, I will not hide and indulge him like the third generation. From now on, I am going to gradually keep him away from the center of Konoha's power and reduce the power of the root. As for what you mentioned, the hatred that you have nowhere to vent, I will just say it, Nagato. If you have a knot that cannot be opened to Konoha because of your parents or Yahiko's death, then look for your senior brother. Whether you want to communicate peacefully or force, I will accompany you to the end. To be honest, junior brother Nagato, I can't see through your strength, so I don't think I am your opponent. But my determination to protect Konoha has nothing to do with strength. I believe that one day, those I trust and those who trust me will fight side by side with me." After speaking, Mizuto pressed the table with his 5 fingers and stood up. The above is what I am going to take over, Teacher Jiraiya, and I will come back to see you and really want to convey the words. Well, after all, Teacher Jiraiya and I both broke into your territory. What's the difference between you? In the future, we will all abandon our past grudges and let Konoha and you Hidden Village try to communicate in a friendly manner. What about? Nagato lowered his eyes and raised his lips gently, then stood up and said in a deep voice, "What's mine? I'll emphasize it last time. I don't know if it was Pen, it's not me, Nagato." Hearing that Nagato was beaten to death, he was unwilling to admit his resignation. Minato had no choice but to sigh in his heart. Now, there is no need to mention the matter of the Book of Seals. In the end, Nagato still did not reach an alliance agreement with Minato and Ui and Konoha. However, after this interview, the two seemed to have reached a subtle tacit understanding that is both enemies and friends. It's getting late, and it's time for me to go back. Minato stood on the tongue of the tower relief and looked back and said, "By the way, I'll say hello to my junior sister on my behalf. If I can be praised by the people of Yuyan as the angel, I guess it's the girl in this world second only to Kushina." Nagato said firmly, "No, you are wrong. She is the only angel in this world." Minato was stunned, then smiled knowingly and stretched out his little finger. "Is that true? She belongs to you, right?" Nagato did not comment. It was not yet, but it would definitely be true in the future. Minato smiled and said, "But Kushina is unique. There is no better girl in this world than her." After saying this, Minato disappeared, and did not even give Nagato a chance to refute him. Nagato smiled helplessly, going home to Minato. "You are still a character in the underworld as always." His eyes slowly turned to the wall beside him. Then, "It's almost time for you to come out." Chapter 90 Invincible Way? Peiwu was born. Then, "It's almost time for you to come out." Sushi. About 5 seconds after the words of Changmin finished, Baiju, who was hiding there, emerged and said tremblingly, "Don't kill me. I'll just convey what Lord Madara means. Tell me this is also the reason why I tolerate you here." Nagato could see at a glance that this Baiju was not assimilated, so it must have been instructed by Obito to dare to hide so close to him. "The scene still needs to be done enough," Nagato asked. "Maru, why did he leave without saying goodbye?" Baiju said, "The Bofeng shaman cannot do anything to you in the reincarnation eye. It is a bit unrealistic for you to force the shaman to keep it. The yellow flash is like this, so Lord Madara, who was foresighted, had long expected that you two would not be able to fight, so he left the court first." "Hehe, it sounds better than singing." Nagato asked, "Then why didn't he come back and tell me?" Baiju said, "Mr. Ban is here to express his congratulations to you for regaining Yu Yin, and to confirm your current growth and your growth, just as the adults expected. So Lord Ban is very happy. He hopes that the two sides will officially start cooperation in half a year. He wants me to tell you that during this period, he will no longer disturb you." "That's it." Nagato said, "I understand, but you have to figure it out one thing. It's not half a year later, but 7 months later. 6 + 1 = 7, understand?" Baiju complained in his heart, "This guy is so polite that he doesn't understand at all. It dares not say this because it wants to live." "I understand, Lord Changmin, I wish you a prosperous martial arts fortune. I'll go back first." After saying that, Baiju shrank into the wall, and his breath disappeared without a trace. Nagato withdrew his gaze. It seems that after using the White Jew and his friends to sneak in and investigate, Obito finally dispelled his suspicion of providing protection for Orochimaru. But you still can't be careless. After all, if Obito is willing, his divine power can appear in this Yuxi village at any time. It's time to finish my masterpiece. He gently raised his palm and formed a seal. He flashed and disappeared into the tower. If Mizuno saw it, he would be shocked. Although he needed to make a seal, there was no doubt that it was his best flying thunder god technique. In the underground experimental base, Nagato was beside Konan and flashed out. Orochimaru greeted with a smile, "Thank you, Nagato, thank you for your hard work." Nagato said, although it's out some twists and turns, but finally settled the trouble. Kaoru looked at him with wide eyes, "It's you. I remember, you were summoned by the little girl in the mask at that time, that red-haired ninja. So, you are Pain's body." Nagato said with a smile, "Hello Kaoru. I've been busy all this time, so I haven't met you in person. It was all done by Konan and Pain, so I've neglected it." Even though in private, Xiao even called him Little Devil, when he saw with his own eyes that such a terrifying power was actually such a young man, awe still arises. And the other party's attitude is so sincere and polite. This made Kaoru feel a little flattered, and most of the anger of being neglected and roughly treated before immediately dissipated. No, you just took over Yuyan village and couldn't get rid of it. This is understandable. However, if the village wants to develop stably for a long time, it still needs to increase revenue and reduce expenditure. I hope we will discuss more about the funds in the future." Nagato said gently, "Well, I actually think so too. There is something I want to discuss with you." Kakuto said politely, "Tell me, as long as it's not too much." Nagato said, "Then I said, you can see all the battles outside before, through the crystal ball." Kak nodded, "Indeed, Pain, who was made of my body, has used my skills that were almost in his heyday. This is remarkable." Nagato said, "Thank you for your praise. I have also heard of you in your heyday. You were once a war with the first Naruto." "Well," Kaoru touched his nose and said embarrassedly, "That's right, it's hard to do. Someone knows about such a long time. When I fought with the first Naruto, it was still in the growth period, not in its heyday. But I admit that even in my heyday, I am still quite far from the first Naruto." "Mr. Kakuto, you are too humble." Nagato narrowed his eyes with a smile and narrowed into crescent moon. "Then, the buildings destroyed in today's battle will be damaged. I will allocate the corresponding maintenance fund. Since the ground is about to break down, I will simply repair Yuyan's ninja school. After all, no matter how hard it is, the child cannot be miserable, right?" Xiao Mu left cursingly. Nagato came to the open space of the experimental site and formed a spiritual seal. Bang! 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 Tiendao Yahiko appeared, and at the same time, the bodies of the human Dao Yuzuk and Kakyup appeared. Then, Pylon and Pa, who were far away in the land of Earth, appeared. They brought 2 bodies of no lord, to be determined. As for the hungry ghost Dao Yamada, they have become molecules under the dust escape of Onaki and can no longer be resurrected. Nagato first personally used the Hell Path to resurrect the horned pendant and looked at the 2 mummies tied with bandages on their bodies. One is the tomb and the other is the tomb. To be on the safe side, I brought back all the bodies buried there and let's verify the correct ones. Okay. The pharmacist walked forward, took out the syringe, pierced the bandage and took the cells under the instrument, and compared them. "How so?" But the comparison result surprised the pharmacist. "How is it?" Nagato and Konan's hearts suddenly became tight. Pharmacist said absurdly, "It's impossible. The genetic maps of these 2 people are 100% completely consistent. Even twin brothers cannot be like this." Xiaonan frowned deeply, "What does this mean?" The pharmacist pushed his glasses and said in a low voice, "I'm sorry, this shows that these 2 people are not the ones who are unparalleled, but individuals created by Wahidun village using similar cloning methods." Xionan clenched his palms, "How could this happen? Nagato has worked so hard. Or maybe, they are all right." Everyone looked at Orochimaru with surprise. Orochimaru's hoarse voice rang. "Split? It is rumored that the second generation of tying has no ability to master. From power to existence itself, it will divide itself into two equal parts. After it is split, it will truly become two bodies. In order to prevent one day, my power was used by those who are interested. Master Wu split himself before his death. After his death, he left two bodies and buried them in two tombs. You guys, can you explain it in this way? Orochimaru sighed with a smile. Therefore, there is no distinction between the main tomb and the suspicious tomb. Both are real bodies and fake bodies. He thought to himself, what a pity this arrangement is meaningless to the art of reincarnation in the filthy land. He looked sideways and said, Jun Nagato, you made a wise decision, so you brought back the two bodies of Lord Wu at the same time. Nagato had actually guessed it, but after obtaining Orochimaru's personal verification, he felt relieved. How to combine the two bodies into one? Orochimaru said, make pain separately and release the division. But Nagato was slow to take action. Orochimaru asked with a smile, Namenjun, do you have any concerns? After pondering for a long time, Nagato said, Orochimaru, do you think after reunion, can I use dust escape as pain? Orochimaru pinched his chin and thought for a long time. He gave an authoritative reply, as the blood restoring elimination, there will be restrictions. Pain, who has no adults, must use the dust restoring dot unless it's like. The chakra used to manipulate pain's 6 paths can only be used when it is concentrated on the body of pain without the adults. This is like heavenly way super. In this case it's a bit of losing the foundation. Because, in the split state, all powers can be used freely except for the dust escape. Moreover, pain's chakra source is the Nagan. The split state and the complete state will not be much different as the remains. The hungry ghost realm and the human realm. In fact, there is the beauty of the different ways of working together. During the journey to the immortal river, losing the hungry ghost realm may be God's will. I am not in a hurry, that right master. Nagato made a shocking decision. I decided that I would make the two unparents into the human way and hungry ghost way respectively. Orochimaru smiled and said, I am really worthy of being Nagato. I think of going with me. Nagato began to implant black sticks. With his intention, the black sticks on the bodies of the two unparalleled men were arranged exactly the same. Zionin asked, don't you remove the bandage? Nagato smiled and said, yes, but there is no need. What Wu Lord mainly calls is a weak sense of existence. Yes, it's like a ghost. The king of hell in the hell is ignited. While chewing pain, the human world is no, and the hungry ghost world is no, both of them come, with the picture below. Please make up for X2 by yourself. Nagato smiled satisfied, then, Pen, who was made with Master Wu, has a clear name Pei Wu. Chapter 91 Drinking with Nan. At night, the rain curtain hangs outside the relief of the tower, and the heart-wrenching sound of rain hits people's hearts. Even the cracked thunder sounds from time to time from the depths of the rain curtain seemed particularly healing. Today is a meaningful day. With his former mentor Jiraiya, he had a break in a sense, at least, which made him understand Nagato and Konan's current position. The Orochimaru crisis was resolved, and Obito dispelled his doubts, at least temporarily dispelled it, clearing the obstacles for Feng's successful birth. Next, Pei Wu's entry into the editor marks that Pen's 6 paths have achieved phased results in both practical and symbolic meanings. In a short period of time, there is no need to run around for anyone's body. Stay. This is of particular significance to Konan. At this moment, she is enjoying the time she can spend quietly with Nagato. Just listen to the wind and rain in the dark but quiet tower, and not get involved in the disputes in the ninja world. Well, to change to a fashionable sentence, it is, live on the building and listen to the wind and rain, and look at the ninja road indifferently. But Zionin also knew that this was not realistic, so she felt that it was precious to steal the last half year of stability. Tonight, she looked particularly good, so she suggested. Nakaman, let's have some wine to celebrate tonight. Is this suitable? Nagato looked at his lover's face in surprise and said, we are only 19 years old. We are still half a year away from the age of allowing drinking among the 3 ninja forbidden. Since I heard Orochimaru talk about Tao's self-discipline experience in the bathhouse, Nagato also wanted to learn from him and be a self-disciplined ninja in life. Unexpectedly, Xiaonan said without changing his face, will you be willing to accompany me to break the ban? This who can withstand it? Go to Tamao's Ninja 3 Forbiddens, I'm happy to drink no matter what I drink. Nagato stood up and said, okay. I'll go buy the wine and food, wait for me. Xiaonan smiled and said, no, I have already made the reservation. I have also ordered the sukiyaki pot you like to eat. I'll deliver it later. Sir Angel, the wine and food you want have been delivered. Soon, Yuyan gangs of men wearing straw raincoats and hats escorted the luxurious carriage with wine and food to the outside of the tower. They knelt on the ground, facing the angel who conveyed the oracle to the people, second only to Lord Pain. They respected him from the bottom of their hearts and did not even have the courage to raise their eyes to look at him. Thank you for your hard work, this is a reward. Xiaonan handed the golden Nanmu money box containing 1 million taels of silver to the leading man. The strong man was flattered and did not dare to take it. This, angel, it is a great honor for you to have mercy on our business. This reward we must not accept it. Xiaonan will not miss any of them, and it will give Pen the opportunity to create momentum. Take it, this is what Lord Pain rewards you. God's will cannot be disobeyed. Pay, Lord Pen. The strong man was surprised and piously held the money box with both hands. Xiaonan reminded, one thing you remember, Lord Pain not only protects Yuyan's people from the suffering of war, but also hopes that the people living here can live and work in peace and live a prosperous life. This. While everyone was flattered, Xiaonan said, go back and tell everyone that Lord Pain has decided that every month from now on will be the day of Yuyan's wealth dissipation. Any family without labor can receive a living allowance of 10,000 taels of silver. The strong men present were all grateful. What about God, Lord Pain, Lord Angel? It's really the God sent by God to save this poor country. Compared with the kindness of the 2 masters, the mountain pepperfish and the like are just rats who are surviving. Xiaonan showed an angelic smile, go back, I will support your business in the future. The strong men left gratefully. Xiaonan pushed the dining cart back into the tower. Nagato smiled and said, I spent a lot of money again. Xiaonan said, no money. Nagato asked with a smile, why is this? As long as it is to consolidate your position in the minds of the people of Yuyan, it is not spending money, and the amount we spend is indeed not our own money. Nagato touched his nose, with a slightly playful expression, this is indeed. Xiaonan suddenly said inexplicably, Nagato, don't you think I'm a loser, right? Nagato smiled and said, how could it be? As long as Konan is happy. Xiaonan's head tilted, really? Nagato smiled and said, well, as long as the people can live a wealthy life and maintain our luxurious life, everything is worth it, nothing more than it's all the bitterness. Xiaonan showed a smile that was only available to Nagato, picked up a big soju bottle, poured wine for Nagato, and then poured it for himself. In reality, Nagato has no friend who can drink, and it is his first time drinking in any dimension. Therefore, he is really not good at drinking. Nagato picked up the wine cup and looked solemn, Xiaonan, this is the first glass of wine in his life, let us pay homage to Yahiko together. Ah! Xiaonan looked moved, his eyes drooped, followed Nagato and took a sip first. Cough cough. Then, the spicy feeling from my throat made Xiaonan cough violently. Xiaonan. No, it's okay. Xiaonan immediately raised his hand to signal. After calming down, he took another sip, frowned slightly and soothed, nodding and adapting slightly. She poured wine for herself and Nagato again. When it comes to drinking, Nagato is a layman after all. After drinking the first drink, he should eat it for a while, but he has no idea. He raised his glass again and said, "Then this second cup, let's be the friends who fought together during the second period." Yet. Zionin followed, drank the second cup in a few small mouthfuls. Then, the wine was filled with wine again, and then raised the wine glass and waited for Nagato's inscription. This time, Nagato raised his wine glass for a while, but got stuck. Zionin said, "The third cup is to pay our respects to ourselves." It makes sense. Nagato looked at Konan and smiled, "The third cup, I will pay homage to you and me, what about a beautiful tomorrow?" Zionin held up his wine glass and didn't move for a long time. Nagato thought he had made a mistake and hurriedly said, "Zionin, isn't that appropriate?" No, it's pretty good this time." Zionin followed Nagato directly and drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. The degree of soju is no less than that of the white wine in another world. Perhaps because she was drinking hard, Zionin obviously felt her face hot, her heart beat faster, and her whole body was warm. At the beginning, she proposed to drink, simply to find something to do with Nagato, and to use alcohol to relieve the pressure of staying up late, but at this moment, she really began to understand what alcohol is. In the suki pot hanging in the air, the soup base is gusting while it is heating up, radiating the refreshing fragrance of taste buds. With the faces of the desk and drinking together, Nagato was in a happy mood. The long night is long, let's eat and drink. Yet. Xiaonan nodded happily, and said to the wine pouring center, "This feeling of roasting is quite exciting." The two of them were eating hot pot and drinking wine. Before they knew it, it was already late at night. Chapter 92 Can't Sleep at Night. There is only a thin soup base left in the hot pot, several large stacks of empty plates are stacked, and empty wine bottles are piled up around your feet. Nagato covered his red face and fought against the alcohol. But Zionin still remains unsatisfied. "Himmerga, is it gone?" Zionin burped, turned the empty wine bottle upside down, and controlled the air. "I can't even pour out a drop. How can I repair it? Damn it, I'll buy it again." She threw away the empty wine bottle and stood up staggeringly. At this time, Nagato grabbed her wrist and said, "Enough, Konan, if you drink it, something will happen." Zionin blinked his eyes and said strangely, "What can happen if something happens?" Nagato was very distressed. At this moment, his brain was in a highly active state under the influence of alcohol. At the same time, he could feel that his suppression on the accompanied tailed beast had been greatly weakened, and the latter had a vague tendency to break through the seal of reason and go wild. "Damn it! My alcohol tolerance is not as good as Xiaonan. Is the amount of alcohol and the amount of chakra inversely proportional?" Humph! But Zionin's beautiful eyes moved, showing a playful expression. "Nakaman, beg me. Nagato could only compromise, "Zionin, please, let's sit down and talk." "Sit down." "But I don't want to sit," Zionin said. "What do you want?" "I want to lie down." "Okay, you lie down." Nagato let go of Konan's hand and stood up to make room for her to lie down. "You sit." Nagato looked at the sofa where he could only barely allow him to lie down. "If I sit, you will have nowhere to lie down." "Stupid." Zionin moved away the empty wine bottle piled beside him and sat down next to Nagato. "Xiaonanyu nu nui, let's lean on the side." "Okay, is that true?" Nagato moved his butt to his left. "I saw that Xiaonanchuo the bottom black jacket is a backless top exposed with fishing net material, and light purple tight trousers." Nagato's eyes instantly straightened. Immediately afterwards, Zionin rubbed his left heel with his right heel and his right boot. He turned sideways behind him, supported the sofa with one arm, and moved his two slender legs to the sofa, overlapping them naturally, and put them on the right armrest of the sofa. Finally, she gently put her arms that supported her torso down, and lay lazily on the sofa. The back of her fluffy blue hair was laid on Nagato's legs. The robe covered her legs and waist and abdomen, and raised her little hands, like a butterfly wearing a flower, passing through the gap between her and Nagato, playing with the light blue paper flower that was inlaid on the right side of her bun. Gudong. Nagato swallowed hard. Nanny? What's the situation? Is this a knee pillow? Zionin and I can only hold hands until now, right? And it's the kind of friendship why is it suddenly, is it? Am I dreaming? Zionin was as if she was covered with a layer of gauze at this moment, and looked at Nagato's eyes that were condescending but didn't know where to place them. Mixed with the smell of soju, Zionin's orchid-like breath came to her face. Come on, talk. The heartbeat was so noisy, and Zionin was playing with paper flowers, loosening his seal in a serene and slow. No, I have to quickly divert my attention. Konan. Nagato said with a tough bullet, Day. My battle with Mr. Jiraiya. How do you feel? Zionin said, to be honest, it's a teacher after all. Because I know he will definitely lose, I can't bear to watch it. Nagato said, I have kept my hands as much as possible, but the guy is watching from the side, and I can't let the water go too far. Konan's eyes shrank slightly, and he thought of Baiju's name Obito when he broke into the experimental base. He murmured, Nakaman, is that Spot really Spot? Nagato was stunned. Regarding this matter, the careful Orochimaru had already secretly told him. But the careful Zionin still noticed it. It's time to tell Zionin the truth. Konan, in fact, the real identity of the man who claimed to be Madara is Uchiha Obito, who died in the Battle of Kamimaki, and Konoha's Haki Kakashi are both disciples of the Hakufeng Mizuno sect. Strictly speaking, we are his uncles. Is that true? Konan's expression did not change at all, as if he was discussing something with Nagato that had nothing to do with him. Is that Uchiha Obito actually not dead? Instead, he survived and acted as Uchiha Madara. Yes, he is the successor of Uchiha Madara's legacy. The so-called infinite Tsukio is Madara's ambition. Obito regards it as the criterion and faithfully implements Madara's plan. In addition, Lin is the third disciple of Minato and is also Obito's favorite. Also, do you want to wear a mask for Perlin? Nagato nodded, yes. Zionin murmured, no wonder. Nagato suppressed his inner uneasiness and asked in a calm voice, you are not curious, how did I know this? Why did I tell you at this moment? Zionin shook his head gently and said, in the past, I would definitely be wondering, but now, these are no longer important. Nagato's heart was stung hard, and the emotion and guilt were mixed into a cluster of anxious emotions. Sorry, Zionin. He said in his heart. There is no way, he can't be 100% at ease, because he really likes Zionin too much. After all, Zionin is his only favorite in 2 dimensions. Zionin frowned slightly, well, I want to go to the bathroom. Nagato smiled, go, Konan, I'll help you up. Zionin said lazily, I don't want to move very much. Nagato, why don't you carry me? Nagato was directly at the 7th door. Zionin rubbed his eyes, held Nagato's palm and sat up. Hey, let's forget it first. Think about it. I'm sorry, Nagato, I'm sorry, I said something strange to you. It seems that I'm really drunk too much, and my stamina is coming. Oh. Not surprising. Real. I just felt that the surprise came too suddenly. It doesn't matter, I can carry you, Zionin. But at this moment, he could only shout in his heart. What he could not imagine at this moment was that these will come true in the future. Hey! After the sound of pumping water, Zionin tidied up his clothes and walked out of the room. Nagato patted his legs and smiled and said, do you still want to lie down? Zionin struggled and thought for a while, and said, "Forget it. If you lie down, it will be easy to fall asleep. Let's do something else that can bring stimulation and relieve sleepiness." Chapter 93 The remaining show. Cleaned up the wine bottle and hot pot. Konan asked Nagato to pillow on her legs. The back of the head is a soft knee pillow, and the front of the eyes is a magnificent scenery. Nagato couldn't hide his shock and shame. "Konan, is this okay?" Zionin's eyes flashed. "At least, I won't feel it. I am tired of sleepiness." Only Zionin herself knows whether it was the crimson flush on her cheeks that appeared in drunkenness, the shyness of being embarrassed, or both. Zionin held the crystal ball in front of his chest. In this way, she and Nagato could clearly see the picture of the type of telescope. Of course, the craftsman is Nagato. Although Konan has also learned the art of telescope, her chakra can only cast the pictures in Yuxi village. In the picture, Darui, Sami, and Xi are hiding from the rain in the dilapidated temple. They are dressed in a mess, their eyes are dull, and they must have suffered a lot. Zionin recognized the environment they were in at a glance and said in surprise, "That is the mountain temple of our rain country." The last time they came back through the psychic, was it half a month ago that they had not left rain country yet? After thinking for a while, Nagato said, "They were all close to their hometowns when they communicated with each other for the first 6 times, and their mentality probably collapsed." Zionin lowered his eyes and smiled. "I think what really made their mentality collapse was that Perlin was killed 6 times, and he could still say hello to them with a smile, right?" In a non-static picture, Sami raised his eyes that had lost his highlights and asked in depression, "Carsity, can we still go home alive?" None of Darui and Xi answered her question. So Sami stood up. Darui stopped her. "Sami, where are you going?" "Sami, I'm going to take a shower." "Darui, are you crazy? If you were sent back by a psychic while taking a shower, what would it look like? Are you going to fight with the enemy naked?" Sami smiled bitterly. "That kind of thing is irrelevant anymore. I have been in 3 months, haven't taken a shower, changed my underwear, and my body is smelly. Haha, anyway, that masked woman will be resurrected no matter how many times she is killed. I am tired and don't plan to struggle anymore. Let me wash my body and leave clean." Ha 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 ha. Hearing her words, Xi laughed a little crazy. "It's pretty good to be sent to the psychic when taking a bath." "Darui, Sami, I'm not afraid of you laughing at you now. Recently, I've even been trembling with the big numbers, for fear of being sent to the psychic if something is hanging. Throwing the face of Union Ninja. Sami is right. Anyway, we can't escape from each other's palms. It's just a death. I'm going to shit." This shocked Nagato. "Brother, it's not Sami just took a shower on a live broadcast, but you can avoid shit on a live broadcast. Let Perrin take his seat under the tower first, so as not to cause Xiaonan's eyes to get dirty." "Sami, Xi, don't do this." In the temple, looking at the 2 comrades in arms, Darui clenched his fists. "Daru, at this point, do you have any way to deal with that kind of guy?" "No. But during this period, I tried to analyze that guy's motivation." "Motivation? Have you ever thought about it? There were many powerful senior Shangnan present in Yunmen Valley that day. Why did she only take us 3 away? Besides, with the opponent's strength, it's easy to kill us, right? Why let us go again and again? Go back again and again? What exactly is she trying to do?" Xi sneered. "What else can I do? It's just to torture us to satisfy her inner pathological desires. It's like watching the 3 little grasshoppers jumping in her palms, and you can pinch it to death at any time, but you just don't pinch it." Darui turned his eyes to Sami and looked at Sami. "Do you think so too?" "Sami?" Sami said, "It's almost the same, but I think she wants to dominate our spirit and train us to become slaves who only listen to the words of the master." As she said that, she hugged her trembling shoulders again. It would be fine if it was just targeted by me, but even both of you maybe, that guy is still a type of guy who takes both men and women. She gritted her teeth, and her cheeks showed a humiliation, and said to herself, damn, if this continues, I may really be successful by her. If there is a cute girl's face under the mask, I won't be able to accept it either. Darui thought to himself, damn, as a woman, is Sam's eyes collapse deeper than Xi? He said seriously, you two are probably wrong. I remembered, Yunmen Valley, what he said when I was hugged by the guy who could absorb chakra from behind. He said this, Darui, I admire him. Young people like you are the hope of the future of the Rain Hidden Village. Follow me, I will never let you become a waste. Xi, have the enemy, has he said this to you? Why haven't he said it to us? Sammy, it's not your delusions that you have because of narcissism, right? It's not a delusion, it's true, that's what I said. Darui supported the ninja knife and stood up, that's obvious. The enemy's purpose is to bring us under our command and train us. Why are we? Because we are energetic, young people. That guy is Yu Yin. And Yu Yin's leader is Shanjiao Fish Hanzhou. Hanzhou is the mastermind behind all this. I heard from the seniors in the village. Shanjiao Hanzhou is no less powerful than Wu Ying. In his early years, he had the ambition to challenge the 5 major countries. But because of his weak power, he ended in failure. Then everything makes sense. Hanzhou wants to recruit from the 5 ninja countries and have the value of cultivating subordinates. One day in the future, he will realize his ambition to challenge the 5 major countries again. And the enemies attacking Yunmen Valley. They are Hanzhou's confidant subordinates, haha, I have to say. The strength is really strong enough. Darui's clear analysis made Xi calmer, suppressed his feelings and said, the motive for taking us away is clear. Then why did he dig the graves of his ancestors? Darui shook his head and said, I can't figure it out about this. Just like the woman wearing a mask who can be resurrected after being killed. The only thing I can confirm is that the enemy's real purpose is to recruit the 3 of us. We let us run away many times to let us see the gap in strength, to destroy our will, and to let us take the initiative to surrender after we figure it out. Then, there are only 3 ways to go before us. First, you must break it yourself and fundamentally let the enemy's plan fail. Second, abandon Yunyan's position and surrender to the enemy, but I believe that this is even more uncomfortable than killing us. Third, it is also the way I want to choose. You prick up your ears and listen. The psychic technique. In the rain, Darui conspired loudly, we pretend to surrender to the enemy first. Live with humiliation. After winning the enemy's trust, find a way to find out the truth about the enemy's abilities, and then. Pylan's beautiful eyes were waving, her clever smiled, and the silver bell-like laughter echoed in the rain. He then, kill me, then go back to Yunyan village, and return to the respected Lord Lei Ying, right? Not bad Darui, it's really a pity that you can think of this kind of plan. Hiss. The air suddenly stopped. Chapter 94. Take advantage of the situation. The cold raindrops slapped Darui's face, and despair spread from his scalp to his toes. He collapsed in the mud, staring at the sky with his eyes blankly. It's over, the enemy knows my plot, and the only way to survive is blocked. Seriously, why it turned out like this? The only thing he thought of at this moment was to stop himself and live up to Yunyan's cultivation of him. Thinking of this, the knife was already in his hand and scratched his neck. But with one hand, he grabbed the blade, it was Xi. In addition to constipation, Xi's face also had a look of looking at death. Daru, you died like this. Don't you feel depressed? Since there is no way out, let's die in battle. Fighting him with a passionate and vigorous battle. It's better than being like flying a kite by the other party, an entertainment until death. Darui looked at Xi with emotion, To be honest, XI, I was surprised that you could say this. XI smiled and said, I have been taken care of by you all along the way, otherwise I would have collapsed long ago. Since I am about to die, let me be handsome too. What do you think? Sammy. Sammy said, I won't run away when I kill this guy. I'm going to the bathhouse, take a shower, and wait for Hanzo to execute us cleanly. It seems that it has been decided. Darui's lips curled a resolute smile and stood up. Let us do a big fight in a grand manner, and then work together to die. Hee hee. After Pylon smiled playfully, her voice under the mask suddenly turned into a harmonious, it's not that easy to die. This guy's aura suddenly changed. I'll take the main attack, and fight quickly. Darui wrapped the Thunder Escape Chakra on the blade, and Samai and Xi followed closely with their swords. In order to respond to your enlightenment, I will move a little more seriously. After Pylon made the seal, she slapped the ground with her little hand. The psychic technique. Bang! In the white smoke screen, a huge lizard descended, blocking the three of them. Xi was shocked. What? Summoning such a huge psychic beast? She can even communicate with people, and use psychic beasts, what's so strange about it? Darui's sprinting continued to decline. The moment the lizard's tongue rolled over, a lightning flashed in the bottom of his feet, and it instantly reached the side of the lizard. It's absolutely right to target the body. I saw a glance at the lizard's ellipsoid reincarnation eye, and his tongue swept across. Darui never expected that the lizard's tongue was so flexible that it could not dodge and was pulled out. Damn it! He was about to get up, but his feet became soft and he fell to the ground. His left arm was hanging weakly, and he was completely unconscious. Is this the poison that numbs the body? He tried to use a ninja knife to support his body with his right hand, but the numbness had spread throughout his body and he fell down. Fortunately, Samai and Xi dodged the lizard's attack range when Darui was pulled away. He breathed a little relieved and, without any hesitation, sarcastically said to Perrin who walked up to him, as long as he is licked by the lizard's tongue, will he be poisoned? I heard that Hanzo used the highly poisonous mountain pepper fish as a means of attack. Haha, as his lackey, it is appropriate to use the poisonous lizard. Pylon said, why do you think I am Hanzo's lackey? Darui said, ha, I think it's all right. Yuyan is Hanzang's world, and Hanzang has the ambition to challenge the 5 major countries. In addition to his ability to do such things, he can do it. Who? You just let Hanzo die of this heart. Yuyan would rather die than surrender to force. Pylon said, I'm so embarrassed. Hanzo has no chance to give up because he has already died. Darui raised his gaze in horror. What did you say? What? Pylon said, also, I expected that you probably wouldn't succumb to force, but I didn't expect that it would be so difficult. You are right. I want to recruit you 3, but it's not that you 3. If it doesn't work this time, it's really not worth investing in your energy. Darui came back to his senses from the shock of Hanzo's death, and looked at death as if he was home. Haha, then what are you waiting for? Kill me. Humph. Pylon smiled and said, no hurry, it's all here anyway, so it's not too late to kill again. Samai and Xi retreated to the distance, hoping to see Darui, who was imprisoned, and looked anxious. Suddenly, the ninja knife in Samai's hand fell to the ground, and his arms were lifted uncontrollably, and they were all over his head. Sammy, what's wrong with you? The unknown fear made Sammy panic. No, I don't know, it seems that something grabbed my hand from the top of my head. Ah! Suddenly Sammy exclaimed, her feet actually left the ground, about half of her body's height, her legs began to bend, driven by force majeure, spreading to both sides. Her posture was as if there was an invisible person behind her, holding her legs with her hands around her bent and holding her. No, I hate what? Don't touch me. Sammy Xi was about to go to rescue, and Kaorp was airborne in front of him, choking his throat with his palm. Hey! After a glance at the corner of Samai's mouth, blood flowed out of the corner of her mouth. Oh! Do you want to bite your tongue and commit suicide? Click! Jianjiahu's tentacle fist was poked out, choking Samai's throat from afar. Don't even think about it. The king of hell in the hell path rises. Xi and Samai opened their mouths at the same time, their tongues floated out, and were both grabbed by the outstretched hand from the mouth of the king of hell. Darui shivered all over. Stop! Stop! Pylon glanced at him with a lowered eyes. Aren't you already ready to die? Then why did you let me stop? Darui's eyes were almost bleeding. Damn, it wasn't what I thought. If he died like this, he would be like an ant, insignificant. Sorry, I still can't do it when I watch you die. Darui said, let them go, I agree to serve you. Pylon said, oh? How can I trust you? If you just pretend to surrender, Che-yu and Wyun, wouldn't I be the sucker? Darui suddenly looked up and said, then remember it for me. I will be loyal to you in the future. The children of Union will never use the lives of their companions to make a vow against their will. Pylon sighed, beautiful. Darui took off Union's forehead and used Kuabai to carve the mark symbolizing rebellious dysfunction. Although this sword was engraved on the forehead, it was as painful as it was engraved on the heart. Sorry, boss, sorry, sir, for the life of my companion, I betrayed my hometown. I will continue to live with this humiliation and glory. Samai and Xi's tongues retracted into their mouths, and Samai was put down by Tupawu. Xi, damn, what did that guy Darui do? Sammy, child, don't be willful. Xi, what did you say? Sammy held the soil under him tightly. In order to save our lives, Darui even betrayed his hometown. Anyone can blame him and abuse him. Only the two of us cannot. Listen, Xi, no matter how unwilling you are, how much you want to die. Becoming his accomplice is the only choice we can make as companions. Let's talk about it. She took off her forehead protection with her turbid hands, gritted her teeth and carved the mark of the rebellious ninja. Goodbye, my brother, Xi. Goodbye, my hometown, Union. And, I can finally take a shower. Woo. Then, among the three, Xi, the youngest, had tears of pain in his eyes, and the mark of rebellious sect was engraved. Goodbye, Dad, Mom, I probably don't have the right to return to the monument of my hometown to remember you. In this way, after many twists and turns, the three most promising young men in Union were successfully taken over by Nagato. Nagato left Zionan's knee pillow and slowly walked to the relief tongue outside the tower. Looking at the heavy backs of the young girls in the rain, he muttered to himself in a deep voice. Daru, Sammy, Xi, one day in the future, you will never regret today's decision. I, Nagato, will assure you in the name of the Savior. Haha, I wanted to write some funny ingredients, but as I wrote it, I became serious. Chapter 95, Mizuno is so suffocated. Mizuman and Jirei all night told Jirei that all the trip to Yuyan was. Teacher, overall, I feel that Nagato is not like that kind of vicious person. Jiraiya was wearing a bandage on her shoulder, and her deep eyes were staring at the ripples in the teacup. Actually, I realized it later. When Pain took action against me, he left room for many times. But he actually had the opportunity to tell me the whole story without fighting. But he fought with me without a sound. Did he think from the bottom of his heart that isn't this teacher a reasonable person? Jiraiya's expression was a little bitter. After all, the one who hurt him was his disciple whom he had high hopes for. Teacher, let's have a little hot tea first. Minato added hot water to Jiraiya's cup. Thank you. Jiraiya picked up the teacup and drank it in small sips. Minato supported her cheek with one hand, and her quiet eyes were filled with thoughts and considerations. I have a vague speculation about what you mentioned just now. Jiraiya raised his gaze. What do you think? Minato said with slight fear. When I just approached the tower where Nagato was, I vaguely felt a dark and ominous chakra staying beside him. But when I approached, the chakra disappeared, in a moment. If that wasn't my illusion, the suddenly disappeared existence had a time-space ability that was no less than mine. Jiraiya quietly held the teacup tightly. You mean, the reason why Nagato attacked me is related to that person of unknown origin? Minato nodded. This possibility cannot be ruled out. This possible fact gave Jiraiya a little comfort. He drank all the tea in the cup and sighed. I didn't expect things has become more complicated. Minato smiled and said, that's true, but without the investigation of teacher Jiraiya sneaking into your hidden village, we wouldn't have learned about these hidden information. Jiraiya said in a low voice. What surprised me the most was that Danzo actually assisted Hanzo and participated in the encirclement of those children, and Yahiko died because of this. No wonder Nagato would attack Konoha at all costs, but what I didn't understand was that Pain had those unidentified actions in the Uchiha clan. Realistically speaking, Nagato has the same eye of the six paths, so he shouldn't have any thoughts about Uchiha's Sharingan, right? About this. Mizuman paused slightly. Fujita and Shisui probably know something. Jiraiya raised his gaze. Minato said, during the aftermath of Kikyo Mountain, Shisui lost an arm. Although it was claimed to be a trap by mistake, anyone with discerning eyes knew that there was something inside. Mr. Fujio didn't mention this at all, but I considered maintaining the relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha clan, and did not move this matter to the open and watch it with a magnifying glass. Some things are not weighed by a 4liang, and once they weigh, they can't even beat 1,000 pounds. Minato, who understands this truth, made a wise judgment and did not give Konoha any chance to do anything. But to Mr. Jiraiya, he revealed his true thoughts without reservation. Miniman, you mean that Shimizu lost his arm? Maybe it has something to do with Nagato. Neiman attacked Konoha, patronized Uchiha, and lost his arms in Kikyo Mountain. It only took a short time to be separated by the front and back, which really makes people care. What makes me even more concerned is if this is true, why would Fujita and Shimizu stay silent? I can feel that Fujita trusts me, the new Hokage, so what has he experienced before he chooses to hide all this from Konoha and from me? Minato's expression became extremely serious. After thinking about it, I still couldn't avoid two words: strength and threat. Nagato's real strength is unfathomable, far from what the teacher or I saw. In addition, he is very likely to have issued a threat to Fugaku and Shimizu that is enough to make them afraid. And Nagato's power made Tokugata and Shimizu believe that even if they rely on me and the help of the village, they could not cope with the threat. Therefore, they chose to suffer this mute loss and kept silent. Jiraiya held his palm tightly and sighed deeply in his heart. Nagato, the disciple I was once familiar with, seemed to be getting further and further away from me. As a teacher, am I out of standard? I thought of the prophecy of the big toad immortal again. Nakaman, will he be the son of prophecy? Everything he should say was said. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little heavy, Minato smiled quickly and said in a light tone, Teacher, Nagato's strength may not be a bad thing. If he can resolve his inner prejudice against Konoha and strive to be our ally, then it will be a blessing for Konoha and the ninja world. I said this, not an optimistic estimate. At this stage, at least it proves that Nagato still has room for things to do, isn't it? If you say that, that's true. Jiraiya didn't want to be a disciple of Naruto to worry too much, so she ended the topic about Nagato. An intriguing smile appeared on his face. By the way, Minato, have you and Kushina watched Intimate Paradise I gave me last time? Cough cough cough. Mizuto was choked by tea, and the little white face turned red and warm. About that book, I can only say, is it worthy of being a teacher? Of course he couldn't say some things. After Kushina finished watching it, she felt it was on the spot, but because of the pain, she took Minato in an unexpected way. Minato scratched his head and said, Teacher, there is actually another thing about Nagato, I want to say. Oh? Tell me. Naaman and your other disciple Konan should be tied up in the future. Zionin. Jiraiya opened his wide eyes. That child, have you seen her? Minato said, no, but I can see that in his heart, Konan has a status that is no less than Kushina in my heart. Is this true? Jiraiya smiled and said, in his heart, I can't tell, this kid Nagato is pretty good. Well, at least it proves that he still has a yearning for love for men and women in his heart. Perhaps, he has not gone to extremes. Jiraiya picked up the tea again. Minato smiled knowingly and said, Teacher, if you have the chance in the future, are you interested? Let Nagato and Konan also read your intimate paradise. Cough 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 cough. Jiraiya was choked. Is this practical? Minato said with a smile, don't think of a way for them to flow into Yuyan. Since Nagato and Konan are Yuyan's rulers, there must be a chance to see it. Jiraiya said with concern, but Yuyan village is a village that is closed in diplomacy and commerce. My works cannot be circulated. Minato smiled and said, that's right, it's not difficult to think of a solution. Jiraiya was curious, Mizuman, why did you have the idea of cultural invasion? Minato took a sip of tea calmly, what kind of cultural invasion? I just want to vigorously promote Mr. Jiraiya's masterpiece. His plan was, the Book of Seal must not be given in vain. Since that's the case, let you see it. My teacher and I fight back. That's right, people only think that he is a gentleman, but if he holds up bad things, there will be nothing wrong with him. Chapter 96 Delegate Tasks. Bastard. In the middle of the room, Danzang overturned the teacup in anger. Crawling at the table, his subordinates who had just reported the bad news to Danzo buried their mask deep on the ground, fearing that at this critical moment, they would touch the bad head of the adult in front of them. Just now, the 6th and 7th branches stationed outside Yuyan village were completely destroyed, and the news that the body was taken to the black market for gold exchange was transferred back. Even Danzang, who has always regarded his subordinates' lives as grass, has broken his defense. That is the combat power of 2 brigades. The total combat power of the brigade is only 8 brigades. This is equivalent to a quarter of the brigade's combat power, and it is destroyed. But soon, Danzo regained his calmness, and he slowly sat back on the chair, his eyes darkened. Akatsuki, Nagato has the position and ability, and he is the only one who can do such a thing. Sure enough, he had already seized Yuyan village from Hanzo. Even he already knew that I was passing on information to Hanzo, working inside and outside, trying to kill him. If he comes to take revenge on me. I couldn't help but look down at my right arm, wrapped in white bandages. No. There is no need to worry too much. I have the power of Izanagi, so he can't kill me. Ha, it's better to say that he came to the door, which is exactly the result I want to see. If I can kill him, I will kill him, but if I can't, I will use this to impeach Jiraiya to pity the evil consequences caused by ninjas in other countries to shake the rule of the 4 generations that are in line with him. But then again, Nagato now has Yuyan village. As a strategic base, it will be even more difficult to target him as the legal identity of the leader of Yuyan village. Damn it, although I am unwilling to give up, can I only delay my actions against Nagato and the Samanarine? It's good to do this. Take advantage of this period to let K rest and replenish his combat power from the major ethnic groups of Konoha. In addition, it is time to continue to intensify the conflict between Uchiha and the village. Izanagi is a consumable. If you don't replenish your eyes continuously, how can you maintain this wonderful immortal power for a long time? Then Danzang looked at the root member who was crawling on the ground. You, go down. Yes, Lord Danzang. The member of the root was relieved and stood up and walked out. Slow down. Danzang stopped him. Sir, please give me instructions. Clean the teacup on the ground. Yes, sir. The man squatted down, carefully picked up the pieces of the teacup, raised his head, and saw Danzo staring at him with chilling eyes. "Grown-ups," Danzo said in a low voice, "you just saw it, I look like I am losing my composure." Crack! Danzo's arm strangled his throat. "Master Danzang, please calm down. I will never tell others what happened just now. Don't get me wrong. Just this, I won't kill my subordinates. But you are the first person to know that the 6th and 7th branches are destroyed, so you cannot be ruled out. You were manipulated by Yuyin Nagato and wanted to take my life away by using this, so you can only shut up forever." Danzo's 2 fingers make seals. The wind blade burst out, and the root member's body was torn and blood splattered on the door panel. The guards standing outside the door, with a look of indifferent expression, and even their eyes were not fluctuating. It seemed that they were used to all this. Darui, Samii, and Xi, after being wiped out, came to the first floor of Yuyin Tower with a new spirit to report. "It's still here after all. It has been almost half a month since Yuyin arrived." Nagato did not rush to meet them, but asked them to relax and relieve the fatigue of the escape these months. During this period, they also learned about the current Yuyin village, is ruled by God Lord Pain and God Lord Angel. The smart Darui finally realized it. "Mr. Pen, you are those who have strange eyes and cannot kill them no matter how hard they are. To be honest, the abilities they have displayed have long exceeded the scope of ninjas. It is no exaggeration to say that they are gods." Sammy sighed, "How did such a powerful existence gather the legion?" Xi said, "I care more about that. Who is the angel? It seems that he is a beauty shrouded in the holy light." At this time, Darui said, "Quiet, someone is here." Day. In the corridor, footsteps came. The 3 of them looked stern and held their breath. At this time a lightning flashed the night sky outside the tower. Through the undecisive light, the 3 of them saw the giant man walking from the shadow of the corridor. Boom! After the lightning, the rolling thunder echoed, just like the vibration in their hearts. Especially Darui subconsciously raised his left hand and covered his right shoulder with a tattoo of thunder. For him, the man walking towards him is not only Yunyin, his hometown, but also the late 3 generations of Lord Liaying, who is considered to be his teacher. The reactions of the 3 of them were all within Nagato's expectations. He used the mouth of the penis and said in Chen Xiong's words, "Daru, Sammy, Xi, I thought about it over and over again, but I still feel that using this body to greet you can best express my welcome to you." Just as Sammy and Xi were both stunned, Darui had already bent his left knee. It's flattering to us, the 3rd generation of Lord Ray." "No." Darui raised his eyes and looked at Pei's eyes, "Mr. Pen." "Yes, Lord Pain." Samii and Xi also bowed down on one knee in anxiety and shock. Pei said, "From now on, you will officially act as Rain Ninja and form a team called Thor. Darui, you will be the team leader." Darui said respectfully, "Yes." Pei put a portrait in Darui's hands. "This is what you are going to perform. The first mission is to go to the country of grass, find the woman in the portrait, and bring her back. In the portrait, there is a woman with red hair and a very kind look. Dare you sure, is her identity a ninja?" "No, it's just a civilian." Pei said, "By the way, be sure to be careful about her, because she is a pregnant woman." As a woman, Sammy still couldn't help but say something more. "Why, you have to go through a lot of trouble to bring back a woman who is a civilian and pregnant. Is this a bit too inhumane?" Darui hurriedly reminded, "Sammy, this is a mission, don't ask more questions." Pei smiled thoughtfully and said, "It's okay, when you see her, you will know the reason." Chapter 97, The Selection of Corrections. In the early morning, in the bedroom of the tower, Nagato finished washing up and tidying up the instrument in front of the mirror. Xionan stood quietly by holding the neatly folded robe in both hands. These days, most of the time, Nagato stays up late with Xionin, but it can't stand Xionin's persuasion, and he will sleep every few days. Yaoxi. After finishing the tidying up, Nagato took the robe from Xionin and put it on his body. Let's have a meal. When he arrived at the table, Nagato's eyes lit up. Well, sandwiches are really rare. Are there new products in the store of Mrs. Dengshi's store? Xionin said, come and try it and see how it tastes. Nagato pulled out a chair from under the table and sat down, looking at Konan. Have you eaten? Xionin said, well, I'm a little hungry, so I ate my own portion first. Nagato thought to himself, Xionin would wait for me to eat together before, but today I ate first. It seems that Xionin is really hungry. Then I'll start. Nagato clasped his hands, picked up the sandwich, bit off the sharp corners, and chewed. Konan watched Nagato's reaction closely, and was a little nervous. Well, it tastes good. Seeing that Nagato was satisfied with the taste, Xionin's brows soothed. Nagato took the second bite into the middle, continued to taste it, and said, however, this kind of salad dressing with vegetables and fruits is a bit less like the type that mother-in-law would try. Xionin's eyes drooped and she said, actually, this is what I did myself. Nagato was stunned. Xiao, Xionin, did you make your own sandwich? Xionin nodded slightly and said embarrassedly, well, in order to pass the time recently, I like to fall in love with reading, so I went to Yin bookstore, found a journal about cooking, and tried to learn to make sandwiches, but I was a little clumsy. After 3 days of making it, I finally took it out. What's this? Xionin actually cooks for me personally. And start from scratch with textbooks? Isn't this a treatment that only the heroine or the hero's sister can enjoy in a romantic anime? Aohei! Nagato started eating voraciously. Nakaman, eat slowly, don't choke. Xionin handed him a glass of water. Shilly shilly. Nagato didn't even let go of the salad sauce on the corner of his mouth, and licked it all with his tongue. You are really— Xionin was embarrassed by his overly positive look. But she, who was originally just a whim, also gained great satisfaction from Nagato's reaction. The sandwich is a bit too nutritious. I will go to the bookstore later to buy more books on cooking. I will make soup for Nagato by myself. The happy breakfast time ended like this. Nagato said, I'll go to the underground base. Xionin said, I went to the corners and inspected the internal affairs of Yuyin by the way. Nagato said, do you want Perrin to be with you? Xionin's eyes turned to the dark room. This time. Don't need it. Pain 6 Paths also requires a lot of chakra to maintain, which is not energy saving in daily life. Nagato in the original work was limited by his own physical functions, so he had to borrow Pen's action. But most of the time, he only used one body, and the rest of the body was dormant in a special coffin, and it was activated when needed. Nowadays, Nagato is healthy and energetic, but this does not mean that he will waste chakra excessively, so he also used the special coffin and gave Pain a vacation from time to time. Of course, this consideration is not only for energy conservation. It is still considered from a longer-term perspective, strength growth. No matter how strong Pen is, it is just a technique in the current state of Nagato reincarnation. The essence is the core. Nagato would not have Pen, so he ignored the growth of his main ability. During these days, except for meeting Orochimaru and Deo, paying attention to Feng's growth and accompanying Konan, he also worked hard to practice the rest of his time. Swoosh! Nagato flashed out in the underground base. Orochimaru was sitting in front of the instrument and was monitoring the fetal heartbeat of Maple. Oh, Mr. Changman, I came early in the morning. Nagato Gupan said, where is the job of fetal heart monitoring today? Why did you get started with it yourself? Orochimaru smiled and said, Tokuro has not had enough sleep recently. Under my strict orders, I've gone to take a rest. Nagato came to Orochimaru and looked at the dark pigment around his eyes. Look carefully, you have dark circles too. Have you not slept lately? Well, this is also for new achievements. Transfer of the World Weary Novels, Station 11? 9? 4? 16? Orochimaru opened the drawer and took out a medicine bottle. I have developed the special medicine that Nagato talked about before with the help of Do, and give it to me. Nagato was surprised, so fast. Orochimaru said, yes, in drug development, the most time-consuming stage is clinical trials, which requires obtaining a large number of experimental subjects and conducting periodic observations. In order to shorten the process, I personally tried the medicine this time. You tried the medicine with your body? Isn't it useful for the experimental subject? Well, after all, the one who wants to take this medicine is a crucial person for Nagato-jun. It's not easy to be careless. I personally try the medicine and feel its effect, which is more safe. Nagato tightened the bottle. Then, what about the effects and side effects? Orochimaru said, the effect is excellent. This medicine has successfully suppressed it. The brain nerve center will produce a sleepy reflex. The side effect is that the body's immunity will decline to a certain extent. The longer the medication cycle, the more this will be reflected. But after stopping the medicine, you will recover. Is immunity decreased? If the side effects are just like this, it will be fairly normal. Nagato asked, how is the drug resistance? Orochimaru smiled, Namenjun, I know a lot. Drug resistance, of course, exists, that is, as the use cycle becomes longer, the body develops tolerance, which reduces the efficacy of the medicine. All drugs are the same, so to let Zionin spend the second half of the practice of Night Netherworld Flower, you cannot rely solely on drugs. Nagato. Your encouragement and company must not be missing. I understand. Nagato put the medicine bottle in his arms and said sincerely, thank you, Orochimaru. In his busy schedule, he also lets you take time to do additional research. Where are each other? Thanks to Nagato, my progress in exploring truth has been at least 10 years ahead of my time. After Orochimaru finished speaking with a smile, he changed the subject. Namenjun, come here to find me today. Nagato said, I have already practiced the art of earth resentment you. I am ready to get the meridians of Yindun Chakra. It is not difficult to seize a meridian of Yindun Chakra. It is rare that this meridian must be perfectly compatible with all the yang, water, earth, wind, thunder, and fire in Changman itself. Therefore, the person who is seized is best to be born with the chakra meridians of 7 attributes, yin, yang, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder. In this way, the yin that is peeled off can be perfectly compatible with the other 6 meridians. Looking at ninjas, there are very few ninjas that meet the conditions. Orochimaru's eyes flashed, oh? So, Nagatoken, is there a candidate already? Nagato said in a low voice, yes, you are not unfamiliar with this person, so I have to ask for your opinion. Orochimaru's eyes flashed, Namenjun, what you said is. Nagato said, that's right, he is. Chapter 98. If it is for you. 3 generations of Naruto Hiruzen, your teacher. As Nagato finished speaking, Orochimaru's vertical eyes trembled slightly. That's how it is. Then he slowly stood up and said, can you accompany me outside for a walk, Mr. Nagato? Yes. Nagato followed Orochimaru's footsteps and came outside the base. Under the eaves of the attic, Orochimaru held the railings, looked at the rainy street below, holding an umbrella in the rain, and the bustling crowd. In a vague way, he remembered the former grandfather Sarutobi, who was in full swing, and took him, Jiraiya and Tsunade, to have fun and relax after the mission. It was also a rainy day for Konoha. Since Nagato-jun asked me what I mean, I am sure that deep down I have nostalgia for Konoha and my former teacher, right? Do you want to listen to your heart? Nagato walked to Orochimaru and stood side by side with him. Orochimaru looked slightly and said, "Tell me." Nagato reached out and caught the rainfall falling from the eaves. His eyes were filled with thoughts and said calmly, "I used force to win you over to you. Even if you get the truth from me, your truth, the ultimate beneficiary of the beneficiary, is me. Even if you speak so well, you are like a tool person, right?" Orochimaru showed a smile that was completely different from the previous meaning. "Namenjun, you are really straightforward. Well, it's not bad, please continue." Nagato said, "But I don't want to do this. I want to treat the people around you sincerely. So, I want to understand your true thoughts and understand your most urgent needs so that in this relationship, you can also get what you really want, not just empty truths." Nagato withdrew his palm. "So, please tell me, at this moment, what do you think about Konoha, your teacher, the third generation of Naruto?" Orochimaru's eyes were lowered. Courtesy and intellect are his masks, especially those who treat overwhelmingly powerful people. He never thought that there would be a day when he would lift his mask off Nagato and express his thoughts. "Nagato-jun, you are really a very special person. Okay, since that's the case, I'll let you know my true thoughts, Nagato." The sound of rain gradually faded in his mind. "I have complicated feelings for Konoha. It is my hometown where I spent my youth, and I have irreplaceable memories. But at the same time, Konoha is also a cage that binds me. Along the way, I have been used to death and separation, which makes me deeply feel how fragile life is. Those precious things that once wanted to keep were all destroyed by time, decayed and disillusioned. I want to change something, but I found that my power is too small. Even if I am called the legendary 3 ninja, I can't escape my sorrow as a flesh and blood ninja. This body will make a trembling cry due to injury and bleeding, and will also become useless due to illness and aging. This reality makes me feel deeply empty and desperate. I must not end this life like this." One day, I finally made up my mind to unravel the truth of all things in the world. I want to get close to the sun called the truth. I want to obtain eternal life and understand all the truths in the world. Then, with the fruits of truth, completely change the reality that once made me powerless. I know very well that I am an alien. No one around me can understand my thoughts, including my companions and mentors. In other words, the bonds between companions, Konoha's will to fire, and these things that I once regarded as the norm will become stumbling blocks on my future path. So, I'm determined to defect to Konoha." Speaking of this, Orochimaru smiled helplessly. "Speaking of this, Nagato-jun, your teacher, Jiraiya always seems to think that I betrayed the village because of hatred because of Konoha. It's not that superficial. Because no one is wrong. In order to fight for the interests of survival, there is nothing wrong with the villages in the country that launched the war. My parents are not wrong with voluntarily joining the war to protect their homeland. And there is nothing wrong with the enemy ninjas who also killed my parents in order to protect their homeland. It is precisely because I find that no one is wrong that I will not be hated and dominate my actions. But I have to admit that I have never completely given up my heart to the village itself, to teacher Ridgen, and to my former companions. Even though I defected to Konoha, Konoha was still a prison that bound me to move forward. So, Nagato, let's tell the truth. I plan to destroy Konoha one day, and even have a blueprint for the plan. If you didn't use the scorpion to find me at the Heaven and Earth Bridge, I plan to set up a ninja village in Tianyu country. Cultivate a group of dead men who can help me complete this mission. When the time is ripe in the future, you will destroy Konoha in one fell swoop, and cut off all the bonds that bind me forward. In this way, I will no longer be scruples and walk on a lonely road that belongs only to me. This kind of thought, even when I am having a happy time with Nagato and I, is still strongly surging in my heart. But at the same time, with this goal, new questions are always entangled in my heart. If I really achieve my goal, I can really let go of my obsession with the past, As do I move forward as I think? Orochimaru's hands left the railing, turned to face Nagato, and said in a serious tone. So, Nagato, go back to the original question. I can't just say it simply, take action against Mr. Sarutobi. I don't care about his life or death. I can't persuade you to choose another person and become the kind of person bound by shackles again. Humans are such limited creatures. If you don't feel like they are in the scene, you won't be able to see your true thoughts clearly. Maybe, only when you really kill the teacher can I make a choice. Orochimaru smiled self-deprecatingly, and when it comes to that time, I will not be qualified to choose. Not necessarily. Nagato looked at Orochimaru faced with him. The art of resentment to the earth and you, and practice to perfection, may not necessarily take away the heart of the target. I can only peel off one of his Yindun chakra meridians. The problem is to choose interests. If I only peel off one of his chakra meridians, it is equivalent to leaving his living mouth and leaving hidden dangers for me in the future. For me, this is not a likable option, so my original plan was to take away the heart of the third generation of Naruto. But Orochimaru, if it's for you, I'm willing to take the corresponding risks. Under Orochimaru's complicated gaze, Nagato showed a smile like spring breeze, so, please try to confirm your heart at that time. The life of the third generation Naruto and Sarutobi Hinaru will depend on your thoughts. Chapter 99 begins conspiracy. Nagato and Orochimaru returned to the ground, passed through the long corridor, and walked towards the experimental base. Orochimaru asked, "Are you still going to do something with Konoha when you are taking action against Mr. Sarutobi?" Nagato shook his head, "No, the previous actions have made all major ethnic groups more prepared. Teacher Jiraiya must be in the village, and Danzo is also included. There are at least 6 Naruto-level combat power in the village, and there are slim hopes of success. So, the correct way to do it when Sarutobi Hinashin leaves Konoha is to take action." Orochimaru thought, the teacher has retired from the Naruto position. Konoha has happened again not long ago. I don't think that at this critical moment, as one of the pillars of the village's combat power, he will leave the village easily. So, there must be a reason to let him leave the village. Nagato paused for a moment and said, "Do you think if his son Sarutobi Asuma is in danger, will he go to rescue him?" Orochimaru shook his head and said, "No, the teacher is a very separate person from official and private affairs. In his heart, Konoha's safety and long-term development will always be the first priority." Nagato looked at him intriguingly, "It may not be when you defected to Konoha, weren't you blocked your way by the third generation of Naruto? At that time, he had the ability to kill you, but in the end he couldn't make up his mind and let you go." Orochimaru pulled his long hair and said meaningfully, "I didn't expect that Nagato-jun even knew such a private matter. Is this also the power of Ihezi?" "No, it was Do who told me before." Nagato took the blame as if nothing had happened. Osni. In the bathroom at the base, after getting up, he sneezes in the shower. "Well, is my immunity reduced by excessive rain recently?" Nagato and Orochimaru entered the experimental base and sat on the sofa in the lounge. Nagato skillfully brewed tea. Orochimaru said seriously, "The teacher will be soft-hearted to me, but it does not mean that he will be soft-hearted to anyone. It is precisely because Asuma is the teacher's son that the teacher will choose to avoid suspicion. He is such a person. On the other hand, putting aside Asuma's identity as a teacher's son, his strength as a ninja at this moment is barely considered a pass to the ninja. The teacher understands very well that even if he loses Asuma, it will not be a major loss to Konoha. At least he will not choose to go to rescue him in person. At most, he will negotiate with the 4th generation and send elite troops from the ancient tribe to rescue him. Anyway, Asuma is not a safe candidate, and the purpose of forcing the teacher to submit is too obvious." Nagato slowly soaked the tea and took out 3 cups. "Namenjun, if you want to choose Asuma to lead the teacher out, it's better to choose me." Orochimaru's eyes showed a touch of playfulness, just say I'm engaged in a dangerous experiment that is enough to threaten damning of the Kingdom of Fire, and even the teacher learned about my location. I think he will definitely come here with a stick without saying a word. Nagato's cup of hot tea was brewed in front of Orochimaru and smiled and said, "Forget it, I don't know how much effort I have been wasted in order to make you disappear from the public eye. In order to lead merely to the Japanese slaughter, I will use you as bait. Didn't I pick up sesame seeds and throw away watermelons? Oh, thank you again, for your recognition of my value." Orochimaru smiled. Nagato made tea for his cup, and then brewed another cup of tea alone and placed it in the empty space in his pocket. Putting down the teapot, he said seriously, "Actually, I agree with your point of view. Asma is not suitable as a bargaining chip to lead to the sun slash. But on the other hand, if Hisawa can determine that Konoha will suffer a significant loss, he will be able to take risks with his own risk, right? That's the case, but there are not many such people." Orochimaru raised his hand and picked up the teacup. Nagato smiled and said, "Isn't there one?" The teacup was handed to his mouth, stopped, and his eyes flashed slightly. "Is it what Mr. Nagato said, is it?" Nagato said, "That's right, you and Jiraiya are the legendary Sunin, and Sarutobi Hinasan. Disciple, Konoha's strongest medical ninja in service, and also the granddaughter of the first Naruto, Tsunade Hitomi. If she is suspected of being threatened by life, Sarutobi Hinata, we have to measure whether Konoha can suffer this loss, right?" Orochimaru took a sip of tea, and the refreshing fragrance made his eyebrows tremble. "Not bad, Nagato, tea art has improved. Thank you for your praise." Nagato showed a rare smile, expressing his anger. Putting down the teacup, Orochimaru said a little complicatedly, "Is Tsunade? I need to let Nagato-kwan know about her. Maybe Dora told you again." Nagato said, "No, you can tell me." Orochimaru said, "During the Second Ninja World War, her younger brother Yashiki and lover Kato were broken and died one after another. What makes people sigh is that the rope tree died in front of me. When Duo died, Tsunade was present and personally treated with medical ninjutsu, but still could not stop her lover from losing her life. Since then, she has developed a deep fear of the blood, a mental illness called phobia. Now she has long been unable to act as a ninja." Nagato gently swayed the teacup. "However, psychological diseases like phobia can be overcome in theory. Tsunade's despair and failure are still of extraordinary strategic significance for Konoha." Orochimaru smiled and said, "This is undeniable, but even so, I can't guarantee that the teacher will definitely take action." Nagato said, "It's useless to talk about war on paper. Some things have to be done to know if they can work." Orochimaru took another sip of tea. It was agreed in advance, "Nagato, Tsunade is not a woman who can force her to submit by force. If she realizes that she is not as good as you and has no possibility of escaping, she will definitely choose to stop herself in order to prevent you from achieving your goal. In other words, she is not the kind of person who is likely to fall into the hands of others and become a prisoner. Although you are strong at the moment, at least I don't think you can be so strong that Tsunade can't even stop himself." "So," Nagato said, "so instead of Orochimaru, we must use means other than force to let Tsunade approval. In order not to let me use force against Tsunade, you are really sincere, Orochimaru?" Nagato-shin said, "It seems that Orochimaru of this period is far more humane than the period when the Konoha destruction was more than 10 years later. In the original work, the human hearts are indeed becoming more decay step by step." Orochimaru drank all the tea in the cup and said hoarsely, "That's right, Tsunade's biggest weakness is that it's good gambling, and you will lose every bet." Chapter 100 A Quiet Rainy Night. In the evening, Nagato returned to the tower and hung up his coat stained with rain. He smelled the fragrance floating in the air. "It smells so good, it tastes like this." Following the fragrance, he came to the door of the kitchen. With the light, he suddenly saw Zionin standing in front of the stove, concentrating on cooking porridge. For a moment, he lost his mind. The back of Xiaonan's cooking that I had never seen before is so beautiful. He couldn't help but walk over and stood behind Xiaonan. Gudong. He swallowed and reached out to Xiaonan's thin waist. What would happen if I reached out to hug Xiaonan's waist and attached it to her ear to express my feelings? The moment she was about to touch the corner of her clothes, Nagato withdrew his palm. Reason reoccupied the highland. Xiaonan faced forward and smiled slightly, and a peaceful voice came, "Nakaman, why are you standing behind me quietly?" It turned out that she had noticed that Nagato had come back. As for Nagato's small movement just now, it is unknown whether she noticed it. Nagato said, "I want to see what porridge you are making." Xiaonan said, "Meat porridge." Nagato was overjoyed and thought that he would be happy enough to eat the sandwich made by Xiaonan during the day, but he didn't expect he could drink the meat porridge made by Xiaonan at night. "Do you need my help?" Nagato asked. Xiaonan said, "No, you can't cook, right?" Nagato smiled but said nothing. In the 3 dimensions, he is a very independent person, and his cooking skills are full. However, as Nagato and Konan were in contact, he had no time to study cooking skills. Then let's not show off in this kind of thing. Moreover, he could see that Xiaonan was a little nervous. Beginners would feel uncomfortable when they were stared at by others. At this time, compared to showing your cooking skills, please give priority to Xiaonan's mood. Then I'll wait for the table. Yeah, go. After Nagato turned around and left, Konan was obviously relieved. She pulled away the sleeves covering the stove, and there was a book called The Porridge of Virtuous Wife. Half an hour later, the porridge was cooked. She scooped a little with a long spoon, and after tasting it, her brows slightly frowned. The taste is still quite different from what is sold in the store. I clearly followed the steps in the book. Is it a matter of the temperature? Putting down the long spoon, she bent down and opened the cabinet door under the stove. There was a large jar filled with scrapped porridge. I went to Yuyan's highest level in the afternoon. The food store purchased a large amount of ingredients and seasonings for making meat porridge, and almost all of them were wasted. Now it seems too late to buy it. Tips: freezers are not popular in Yuyan, a relatively backward village, so the ingredients sold in the store are all made on the day, and by the evening, they are basically emptied. It seems that in order to ensure the fault tolerance rate, we must consider applying for funds and build a large cold storage in Yuyan. Then she shook her head and rejected her thoughts. Forget it, I am really a bit overwhelmed with spending money, so let the kettle be managed first. In Nagato's words, if the leaks are rippling, it's not too late to cut them again. Xiaonan silently closed the cabinet door, took off the apron, turned off the fire, and had no choice but to choose to make this pot delicious, but not perfect porridge, and served it with a bowl. It's ready, eat. She put 2 bowls of porridge on a tray and placed them on the table, feeling nervous. I don't know if this porridge is in line with Nagato's appetite. She obviously was too worried. For Nagato, a chef with a little hobby, everything about Konan is delicious and can be eaten directly, not to mention it is a porridge made by himself. If necessary, he can learn from Lianzhen's aircraft brother, even crushed the spoon and ate it. Well, it's delicious. Xiaonan's porridge is so delicious. Gradually, Nagato began to feel dissatisfied with the spoon. He put down the spoon, picked up the bowl, and tilted his head to drink. Xiaonan was ashamed. Nakaman, don't worry, there is still in the pot, and it's too hot, it's bad for the stomach. Nagato put down the empty bowl, wiped his mouth, and smiled and said, it's nothing, I'm just hungry. Really? A hint of redness flashed across Xiaonan's face and he asked, do you want to have another bowl? Nagato raised 3 fingers, I can drink 3 more big bowls. Okay, I'll go and sheng. Xiaonan went there happily, thinking, sure enough the cold storage plan is still to be implemented. In Nagato's words, it's better to have a bitter taste. After dinner, Nagato took the initiative to go to the kitchen to wash the bowls. Back in the outdoor room, Zionin sat on the edge of the sofa, patted his thighs, and signaled to Nagato. Nagato smiled slightly, walked over, sat aside, and then rested his head on Konan's lap. Since drinking that night I have become accustomed to this kind of knee pillow. Nagato was also very curious about the changes in Konan's mood. But after thinking about it, I only got an answer he thought was reliable. It has been almost 5 months since I practiced the flower of the night and my body and mind under extreme pressure, I have been very tired and need some extra care. Nagato wanted Zionin to pillow on his lap, but Zionin was worried that it would feel too comfortable and would fall asleep. Nagato looked at Konan, who had deliberately painted his eye makeup to cover up, but still couldn't hide his tired face, and said, "Orochimaru's special medicine has been prepared." "Is that true?" Zionin stroked Nagato's long hair and said, "You went to find him today, what else did you say?" Nagato said truthfully, "I told him that the goal I chose to blame Yuzuhizi was his teacher, the 3rd generation of Hokage." Zionin said, "Is that true? How did he express his opinion?" Nagato also wanted to change Konan's stereotype of Orochimaru, so he told the content of the conversation between the two truthfully. After a long time of silence, Zionin said, "Is that true? I can't tell, you are all starting to have a heart-to-heart talk now." "Eh? Zionin, are you a little unhappy?" "No." Zionin turned his eyes to the rain curtain outside the tower. "For me, it is enough for him to be content with his own self-righteousness and not do anything out of the ordinary for us. As for his moral standards, I have never expected anything, but I heard what he said to you, it seems to be more trustworthy than I thought. Give me the medicine, and I will choose to take it according to the actual situation." "Good." Zionin took the medicine bottle and put it in his arms. "By the way, Nagato. When I went to Yin bookstore today, I found a strange book." Nagato was surprised. "A strange book? I'll get it and show it to you." Zionin went to the room and took out an orange book from the stack of cooking books he bought. "Here, this book, the cover and title are a bit suspicious, and I haven't had time to read the content yet. But why don't you look at it like the books published inside our Yuyin village?" Nagato took the book from Konan and his face became wonderful when he saw the title of the book. "This